just over 5 minutes.
Jeżeli uwielbiacie ciekawostki naukowe i chcecie dowiedzieć się, jak pozyskujemy energię z powietrza, wtedy ze słońca, no to mamy tutaj pokazane mini makiety, które wytłumaczą Wam krok po kroku, jak działa ogólnie branża OZE, jak pozyskujemy energię prosto z natury, z ciekawostki zarówno dla dzieci, jak i dla dorosłych. Oczywiście najlepiej uczymy się takich rzeczy poprzez różną formę eksperymentów, a tych u nas nie brakuje. Zapraszamy Was serdecznie na nasze warsztaty naukowe.
Egypt, Bulgaria, Malaysia, attention.
So we are underway with our first race of today, and we're kicking things off with the E-final of the men's under-23 single sculls. These Thursday, where we started off with 28 scullers competing and looking to move on to the quarterfinals. 4 of the scullers with the slowest times are the 4 that are competing here in the E-final. In lane 1, we have Malaysia, and just to note that Somalia and Malaysia are making their debuts, these countries, at the under-23 level. So Hassan of Somalia and Ong of Malaysia are the 2 scullers who have the honour of being the first from their country. And so we're expecting him to see and take the early lead, and that's exactly 20 meters off of the leader. So it is Bulgaria leading it out in the first few hundred meters.
Rozpoczął się już pierwszy wyścig czwartego dnia Mistrzostw Świata do lat 23 w wioślarstwie. To jest finał E męskich jedynek. To jest jedyna konkurencja, w której rozgrywany jest finał E, a to dlatego, że do rywalizacji skifistów zgłosiło się aż 28 zawodników, w zasadzie z całego świata, bo mamy tutaj bardzo egzotyczne nacje, co najlepiej widać po składzie tego finału E. Na torze pierwszym reprezentant Somalii, tor drugi to Egipcjanin, na torze trzecim płynie Bułgar i tor czwarty reprezentant Malezji. No i tutaj taka ciekawostka, drodzy Państwo, Somalia i Malezja to są państwa, dla których jest to absolutny debiut, jeśli chodzi o starty w Mistrzostwach Świata do lat 23 i to nie tylko w konkurencji męskich jedynek, ale w ogóle z punktu widzenia wioślarskiej reprezentacji tych państw, a mowa, przypominam raz jeszcze, o Somalii i Malezji, to jest to pierwszy raz w historii, kiedy reprezentanci pod tą flagą pływają właśnie o medale Mistrzostw Świata do lat 23. Za nami pierwszy pomiar czasu, bo zawodnicy ruszyli na trasę już mniej więcej 2 minuty temu. No i z przodu w tym momencie Hristo Branzalow, reprezentant Bułgarii. Na drugim miejscu po 500 metrach Egipcjanin, a dalej reprezentanci Malezji i Somalii.
So great start so far from the Bulgarian sculler Hristo Branzalov. He's just 18 years of age, so I'm sure he's going to be a name to watch for the future. But out on the water, the person who's going to give us the best view of how racing is going up the course, we're going to check in with Andrea.
Well, it is definitely Hungary leading the charge here, looking nice and long and relaxed down at a 34 right off of his stern onto his right-hand side. We see Egypt now falling back about 4 boat lengths of open water, but still pushing on. Coming through the 1,000-meter, it is the Bulgarian making his international debut in spectacular fashion here in the E-final.
Znakomicie radzi sobie zawodnik z Bułgarii, więc Hristo Branzalow. On potwierdza to, że z tych 4 zawodników, których możemy oglądać w finale E, czyli w takim, można powiedzieć, biegu rozgrzewkowym dla kibiców, którzy śledzą wioślarstwo, którzy pasjonują się tą dyscypliną, no on z tych 4 zawodników jest ewidentnie najlepszy. W pierwszym biegu, kiedy mogliśmy go oglądać na torze regatowym Malta w jednym z poprzednich dni, on uzyskał czas 7:33. Egipcjanin, który znajduje się w tym momencie na drugim miejscu, więc Kamal El Bogdadi, on wówczas stracił do Bułgara w tym samym biegu około 14 sekund i wiele wskazuje na to, że właśnie tak też będzie, jeżeli chodzi o tę rywalizację w finale E. Na miejscu trzecim w tym momencie Malezyjczyk Keng Aik Ong, a na miejscu czwartym Abirahman Abdi Hassan. Oni nie poradzili sobie najlepiej z tą rywalizacją w Poznaniu. Obaj skończyli zawody z czasem powyżej 8 minut i teraz też wszystko wskazuje na to, że właśnie taki rezultat mogą uzyskać w sobotę.
Bulgaria continues to control from the front here, but a little smile from me here as the local Canadian as Egypt comes by, because Kamal learned to row at the University of Toronto, and I read a lovely little interview on him about his time learning to scull on Lake Ontario and the 4:30 a.m. mornings that rowers are all too familiar with. Sometimes rowing is a little bit of a hard sell as a sport. We train 6 days a week, 3 sessions a day, often in the mornings, and of course if you depending on where you live, sometimes before the sun even comes up, and that's especially for the many athletes, particularly in the U23s, that try to manage high performance rowing alongside full-time university work as well. So hats off to all of the competitors here, proudly representing their countries on an international stage, especially Somalia and Malaysia, who, as you said so well, Richie, are here making their U23 nations debut. That must be a really proud moment.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they're going to get huge encouragement from the grandstand when they make their way down to the finish. We're watching on screen here some beautiful footage of Hristo Branzalov of Bulgaria as he made his way down center of the course. The sun has come out here in Lake Malta in Poznan, and it's absolutely ideal conditions looking up the course as we watch the Bulgarian sculler. He powers on again, 35 strokes per minute. He's just 18 years of age, but he's rowing here like he's a senior rower. He's taken control of the race off of the start through the 1,000 meters, and as he comes up with 2:50 to go into the red buoys, he'll hear the encouragement from the crowd. And what a debut this is to be leading out the final E of the men's singles sculls. A lot of waiting around from the racing from Thursday, so I'm sure he'd be eager to get to that finish line, and I'm wondering, will he make an appearance in 2 weeks time in Track Eye when we're at the under-19 championships as well? All to see, but I'm sure it's a name to watch for the future in men's single sculls. He's now coming down with about 100 meters to go, in full control ahead of El Bugadi of Egypt back in second place, and the Malaysian sculler Ong ahead then of Hassan of Somalia in third and fourth.
Hristo Branzalov ma gdzie wykuwać formę, no bo przecież Płowdiw to jeden z najbardziej rozpoznawalnych torów regatowych w Europie, no ale jakoś specjalnie z tą formą na młodzieżowe mistrzostwa świata nie trafił, bo to, że właśnie płynie po zwycięstwo w finale męskich jedynek, to wydaje się być marne pocieszenie. Hristo Branzalov mija właśnie linię mety, to on zajmuje w ogólnym rozrachunku 25. miejsce, bo oto toczyła się walka w tym finale E, no a my będziemy czekali na kolejnych zawodników, którzy zmierzają do mety. Powoli dociera do niej Egipcjanin El Bogadi, a na kolejnych miejscach płyną w tym momencie reprezentanci Malezji i Somalii. Bardzo jestem ciekaw, jaki czas uzyska Somalijczyk, bo w eliminacjach potrzebował ponad 9 minut na pokonanie dystansu 2000 metrów. Zobaczymy, czy tym razem pójdzie mu to szybciej.
So the Hungarian sculler, just saw him check the stroke coach as he crossed the line. He's gone a little bit faster than he did in the heat, so that hopefully he's happy with that time, taking a couple of seconds off there. He takes the win in the E final of the men's single scull. It's Egypt in second place, just ahead then of Ong, who just crossed the line in third for Malaysia. And our Somalian sculler, I believe he did his learning rowing in the University of Cardiff in Wales. He is just coming into the line now. Those fantastic blades with the blue and white star head up as he powers in towards the finish. I know you're going to give our first competitors here a huge round of applause. Well done, and congratulations there to Bulgaria taking the win in final E of the men's single sculls.
Somalijczyk Abdirahman Hassan minął przed chwilą metę. Wielkie brawa dla niego. No tutaj liczą się szczytne idee barona de Coubertin. To są właśnie tego typu wyścigi. Jak widać, przed somalijskim wioślarstwem jeszcze daleka droga, by na poziom światowy wskoczyć. A jeśli chodzi o faktografię w tym finale męskich jedynek, to pierwszy był Bułgar Hristo Branzalov. Dalej reprezentanci Egiptu, Malezji, no i wspomniany Somalijczyk. Znamy zatem rozstrzygnięcia, jeśli chodzi o miejsca od 25 do 28.
So final D is already through the halfway mark. We're going to head straight up and get the latest.
Well, it was Allons-y to the French athlete coming through the 1,000-meter in well command of the field. Open water, looking really calm and cool. He's down at a lower stroke rate, but still the fastest moving boat on the water. And yeah, beautiful long strokes with a nice accelerated finish.
Jeżeli chodzi o tę rywalizację w finale D, no to jak na razie Elouen Chenede, a więc Francuz płynący na torze szóstym, jest bezkonkurencyjny, choć depczą mu po piętach Mołdawianin Artiom Diordiew, a także Brazylijczyk Marcelo Barbosa de Almeida. No i tutaj warto wspomnieć, że nie jest to jakieś duże zaskoczenie, wszak Francuz był piąty w finale B jakiś czas temu, również trzeci w finale B na mistrzostwach do lat 19. W czwórce podwójnej teraz stara się zaznaczyć mocniej swoją obecność już na młodzieżowych mistrzostwach do lat 23 i po upływie 1500 metrów utrzymuje swoją pierwszą pozycję.
And as is always the case as a commentator, no sooner do you comment on someone's rowing style than they change it. The French athlete up at a 39 here. He's under pressure from Brazil, who's starting to edge back on them, still quite a ways back, about 4 seconds. But it looks like that French athlete has decided there's nothing left to be left on the water today, and he definitely wants to push through to a personal best. France continues to lead. Brazil is running second. And then a distant third, it looks like we have Morocco running with them. They're heading now towards the red buoys, and this is what I love to see as the French athlete brings his rate of striking up to 41 strokes per minute, is that even if it's you versus yourself, you are chasing your ghost. You're trying to get the fastest speed you possibly can.
So that's French sculler. Bit of a surprise. They're in lane 6, so they didn't have one of the fastest times in the heats on Thursday. They were on the outside lane. We thought it would be Brazil and the other scull from Macedonia that would, Moldova, who would be centre of the course. They both had the same time coming through the heats. They were in the centre lanes, but the French sculler really powering on for the line, and it's up at 44 strokes per minute as he approaches into the finish, well clear of the pack that did their best to chase him down.
Zdecydowanie bardziej wyrównany ten finał D, jeśli chodzi o męskie jedynki. Po zwycięstwo pewnie zmierza reprezentant Francji Elouen Chenede, a za nim Brazylijczyk, Marokańczyk, Mołdawianin, Ukrainiec i stawkę zamyka reprezentant Algierii. Francuz cieszy się już ze zwycięstwa. Czekamy na finisz kolejnych wioślarzy.
A fantastic time there from the French sculler. I'm sure he's going to be comparing that to the other races taking place in the B final and into the A finals as well. It was France crossing the line there ahead of Brazil, Morocco in third, Moldova in fourth, Ukraine in fifth, and Algeria in sixth. That closes out the D final, and we're going to head straight up now already. We're moving on with the next race, the C final of the men's singles, up at 800.
800 meter, and I can hear the coaches furiously yelling at their athletes as they come down the course. Very close race coming down for you. The Swiss cowbells will no doubt be ringing as we come into view of the grandstand, because it is Switzerland currently in the lead. However, on the other side of the course, we have 3 other crews that are vying to get through the 1,000 meter first.
Pojedynek, można powiedzieć, szwajcarsko-nowozelandzki w tym momencie na torze regatowym Malta, płynący na torze drugim Leonardo Salerno, minimalnie przed Oskarem Rastonem z Nowej Zelandii, ale tutaj ta różnica nie jest aż tak duża, to jest może około sekundy różnicy. Za moment przekonamy się dokładnie, jak ci zawodnicy miną półmetek. Teraz widzę, że włączył się do tej walki o pierwsze miejsce Jakub Brgles ze Słowenii, a zatem pasjonująco zapowiada się walka na następnych metrach. Warto wspomnieć, że Oskar Raston zakończył rywalizację w 2024 roku na 4. pozycji. Miał na pewno spore nadzieje na to, że przynajmniej uda mu się awansować do finału A może i powalczyć o medal. No, jak wiemy, pozostała mu jedynie walka o czołowe miejsca, ale w finale C.
4 crews all vying next to each other. There's not more than maybe a little bit of open water between all of them. It was Switzerland who took a look over, but Slovenia right there with them, less than a half a second through the 1,000 meter, and he continues to push up just underneath the Swiss athlete. You have to think about they're 5 lanes apart from each other, and it's just yourself in the boat, so you really have to have awareness of keeping your head in the boat, racing your race while also making sure that you do the work so that you are within striking distance when that almighty 250-meter sprint comes in. New Zealand's Oscar Ruston also in the mix, currently running third. He was fourth last year, and second in his heat, so definitely showing a lot of speed and promise. In the Japanese combination, which is currently running neck and neck with Austria in the back half of the race. That Japanese athlete was in the FC final during the U19s for the past 2 years in a single and a quad respectively. So not his first dance in the C final, and he'll be pushing for that personal best. I wish I could give you an update as to whether or not it's Switzerland or Slovenia, but the fact of the matter is that they're going to give the grandstand something to cheer for. And they're not just by themselves. They can't just happily sit on their heels, because behind them, in a straight line, we have Japan, New Zealand, and Austria all vying. So now it's going to come down to this final 500 meters. This is where you're going to turn the dial. You need to start lifting the rate of striking, making sure that you're staying loose, limber, you're still taking long strokes, and this is when the lactic acid has really built up in your legs. You're really, really tired, and you have to find that calm in that center and just get into the hurt locker and close the door, Richie.
The hurt locker indeed coming down to 2:50 to go now, and it is the Slovakian sculler who's moved in. Jakob Berglitz, of Slovenia, who's moved into the lead and pushes on from Switzerland. They're the 1 and 2 at the moment, so they are spreading out. The Japanese sculler now moving into third place, it looks like, ahead of New Zealand. The sprint finishes, they're starting to take the rates up to 38, 39 strokes per minute, and I have to say Berglitz has timed this to perfection as he runs in. He looks like he's pulling away from the field right under the grandstand here. He's powering all the way to the line.
Leonardo Salerno ze Szwajcarii miał tutaj apetyty na więcej aniżeli finał C. No i teraz zażalcie walczy o zwycięstwo w tym wyścigu, aczkolwiek więcej sił na finisz zachował chyba reprezentant Słowenii, Jakob Brgles. To on wydaje się być o kulkę w zasadzie w tym momencie przed Szwajcarem. Zobaczymy, kto będzie finiszował jako pierwszy.
So finish line is in sight for Slovenia. It looks like he's going to take the win. A little bit of clear water back to Switzerland in second. It is New Zealand in third, just ahead of the Austrian sculler, maybe ahead then of Japan. Just waiting for the official results to come in, but a really good row there from Jakob to take the win. Ahead of Switzerland, we said, in second. New Zealand coming in third. And then just waiting for the other places to come in, but it looked like Austria just on the sprint finish getting ahead of Japan and Tunisia, closing out final C of the men's single sculls.
Jeśli chodzi o krótkie podsumowanie tego finału C, to najlepszy był Słoweniec Jakob Brgles. Kolejne miejsca dla reprezentantów Szwajcarii, Nowej Zelandii, Austrii, Japonii i Tunezji.
So we're going to head down to the grandstand and check in for the first time with some of the crowd that are there supporting everyone with Japan.
Hello everyone, greetings from our grandstands. Today, for the beginning, I have a great and wonderful fan from United States of America. Hello, how are you?
I am wonderful, thank you.
I really do like your t-shirt. I know that there's a special story behind this t-shirt. How long have you been looking for it?
We came on Thursday looking for t-shirts. Couldn't find any here or in Poznan. I came today and found one at the t-shirt booth finally.
I do love your t-shirt, and now we are here to celebrate, to watch races, but you are also here in Poland to visit your family. Is it your first time in our country, and who are you visiting?
This is our first time. It's always been on my bucket list because my second cousin, Roman Kopczynski, lives in Łazy, about 40 minutes from here. So we were able to meet him on 3 different days. We saw the ground where my grandfather was born and raised, and even the graves of all my relatives.
Great story, and back to the sports. Who are you supporting today?
USA Natalie Hofer. She's in the women's 8.
Thank you very much for your time, and have a great day here in Poznan. Thank you very much. Back to our commentators.
Thank you.
A great backstory there to some of the supporters that are in the grandstand. Great to hear and see all of the support from everyone there. Meanwhile, back at the action, we're into Final C of the men's quadruple sculls. These crews raced on Thursday in the heats, and the four crews that we have racing here were the four that didn't advance on into the final and semi-finals. So here we have Italy, Romania, Ireland and Ukraine racing against each other. The crews went through 500, and it was Italy leading it out ahead of the Romanian crew by 0.4 of a second. Ukraine just behind by further 0.25, and the Irish crew very much overlapping as well in fourth place. So all to play for here as they go through the 500. They're just advancing now on about 650, but looking good so far for Italy.
Przechodzimy do kolejnego finału C. Tym razem to rywalizacja czwórek podwójnych mężczyzn, czyli tej konkurencji, która z punktu widzenia polskich kibiców jest niezwykle interesująca, a to dlatego, że za kilkadziesiąt minut w półfinałach popłyną biało-czerwoni. No i tutaj taka ciekawostka, jeśli chodzi o historyczne statystyki, to mistrzami świata osada w składzie Kulka, Rajnda, Litka, Gałęza. Najlepszy czas w historii mistrzostw świata do lat 23. Kulka, Rajnda, Litka, Gałęza, czyli nasza złota osada sprzed roku z Kanady. Panowie popłynęli wówczas w 5 minut 39 sekund i 53 setne. No i zastanawiamy się, jaki czas dzisiaj wykręcą. A jeśli chodzi o ten finał C, bo na razie właśnie na tym etapie rozgrywek, jeśli chodzi o czwórki podwójne mężczyzn jesteśmy, to w akcji oglądamy osady z Włoch, Rumunii, Ukrainy oraz Irlandii. No i po 500 metrach na prowadzeniu Włosi.
They're already up at the 1,000 meters, and it is a two-boat race here between the Romanian crew, fastest out of those heats on Thursday, but it looks like Italy right up there with them.
Yeah, it's exciting. There's overlap between all four boats here. So I'm not going to say that, write that story just yet. Italy and Romania level, nothing between the two of them. An Italian crew is stroked by Giovanni Paoli, making his international debut. He's the youngest in the field at 18 years old. And so I just have to highlight how mature you need to be. There's a lot of noise in the quads. There's 8 blades in all of the boats, right? So you have to think about what that sounds like, and it's very easy to throw your race plan out the door if you don't have nerve and racing experience. So well played to that Italian crew.
Patrząc na to, jak do tej pory wygląda ten wyścig, to chyba żaden jasnowic nie byłby w stanie wytypować, przewidzieć, kto okaże się jego zwycięzcą. W tym finale C Rumunia walczy o pierwsze miejsce z Włochami i powiedzieć, że płyną kulka w kulkę, to jakby nic nie powiedzieć. Rumuni też bardzo doświadczeni, chociażby Sterea i Hemen. Oni dostarczyli swojemu krajowi aż 3 medale, nawet 4 medale, jeżeli chodzi o U23, o te kategorie, o te mistrzostwa młodzieżowe w poprzednich latach, więc są mocni. Włosi również. Oni są brązowymi medalistami sprzed roku, choć tylko Luca Eneamulas jest zawodnikiem, który pamięta zdobycie tego medalu, a więc pomiędzy tymi dwiema osadami rozstrzygnie się walka, rozstrzygnie się to, kto zwycięży w tym finale C. Po 1500 metrach mamy na pierwszym miejscu Włochów, minimalnie przed Rumunami, a więc wymienili się względem półmetka tych zawodów. Na miejscu trzecim Irlandczycy, a na czwartym Ukraińcy.
So the four crews have kind of split into two dance partners here at the back of the pack. Ukraine tried to make a move in the second 500, and Ireland responded to that, stroked by Donata Keeley. He's studying medicine. He had gold in the lightweight men's double, now moved up to the open weight category, and they responded in kind. And not only did they negate that Ukrainian surge, but now they're actually pushing forward on a Ukrainian boat that is starting to slip behind. Let's take a look at the top here. Italy and Romania still so close together, but it is Italy that has now responded to that Romanian surge, lifted it to a 40 and heading towards the finish line.
Yeah, it looked like the Romanian crew were going to put pressure on the crew from Italy, but Italy responded well in the last 250. They're opening up about a half a length lead now, and the Irish on a charge to catch up with the Romanians, but at the moment it's Italy, Romania, Ireland and Ukraine.
Odjechali Włosi Rumunom na tych ostatnich metrach i to oni płyną po zwycięstwo w tym finale C. Tutaj na końcu raczej nic się nie zmieni. Pierwsze miejsce dla Włoch, dalej Rumunia i Irlandia.
So half a length just separating them in the end. A great row there from the Italian crew ahead of Romania in second place. The Irish getting the better of Ukraine, finishing in third. The Ukrainians closing it out, and once again that's final C of the men's quadruple sculls.
No i potwierdźmy jeszcze te ostateczne rozstrzygnięcia. Pierwsze miejsce w tym finale C i 13 w ogólnym rozrachunku dla reprezentantów Włoch. Na kolejnych pozycjach Rumunii, Irlandczycy i reprezentanci Ukrainy.
No i widzę, że na naszych ergometrach wyślarskich właśnie trwa jakiś wyścig, także pierwsza para tutaj rywalizuje między sobą, a my zapraszamy Was wszystkich, małych, dużych, młodych, z rodzicami, z babcią, z dziadką, jak jesteście na spacerze wokół Jeziora Maltańskiego, też możemy się tutaj wszyscy razem pościgać. Jeżeli mało Wam ruchu, zapraszamy na nasze ergometry wyślarskie.
Here we are back in the grandstands. We've seen this final, a lot of emotions within Irish team. Let's go and ask them how they feel about this race, after this race. Hello, supporters from Ireland. How do you feel about this race? Third place, not too bad, I think, but I want to know how you feel about it.
Well, we're really proud of them. They put in a really good race, and it was really exciting to watch. We've watched them all year, working really hard, so it's really nice to see it pay off.
They did great job as a team, but did you support someone in particular?
Well, I have lots of friends in the boat, but maybe ask Ethel.
So I ask you.
Yes, I'm supporting everyone and Shane McLaughlin. Great race, so proud of them. The double is next.
Yeah.
All right, we don't want to reveal no secrets. It's not what we are aiming for. But tell me, how are you feeling here in Poznan? Do you have fun during U23 championships?
Yeah, it's been a really good time here. We were out last night. Great nightlife. Really enjoyed it. I'm feeling a bit hungover this morning, but yeah, it's been really good.
A lot of fresh air here in Malta Lake, so you're gonna feel better when the time passes. So thank you very much for talking, and all the best for you and your team.
Under 23 men's single sculls semi-final 1.
So back on the action, we're watching the beautiful drone footage there of the next race. It's final C of the men's eights. These crews again raced on Thursday in the heats, and the times gave us who of the 14 crews entered, a record entry in the men's eights, which 12 advanced onto the semi-finals. These crews not making it through those heats, so they're here racing in final C. It's Denmark versus Ukraine. On paper during those heats, it was the Danish crew who finished in 5:45, some 9 seconds ahead of Ukraine, and it's going with form here because that's what it's looking like now. The Danish crew up at 38 strokes per minute, really consistent boat speed. They're leading it out by about half a length, 3/4 of a length ahead of the crew from Ukraine.
Rozpoczął się już ostatni z finałów C zaplanowanych na sobotę. To jest finał C w rywalizacji męskich ósemek. No i oglądamy w akcji w tym momencie dwie osady. To Duńczycy oraz reprezentanci Ukrainy. No ale my bardzo cieszymy się, że w grze o medale pozostali biało-czerwoni. Oni awansowali z ostatnim czasem do półfinałowej sesji. Ich zobaczymy w akcji za kilkadziesiąt minut. No i będziemy bardzo mocno ściskać kciuki, bo przypomnijmy, że męskie ósemki to taka konkurencja, w której w ostatnim ostatnich latach biało-czerwonych łódek nie widzieliśmy w akcji, także bardzo cieszymy się, że właśnie ta osada wystartowała tutaj w Poznaniu, no i bardzo cieszymy się z tego, że jest w półfinale. Mamy nawet spore nadzieje z tym, że będzie to łódka, osada, która z każdym rokiem będzie czyniła postępy i kto wie, może dopłynie na Igrzyska Olimpijskie w Los Angeles, a patrząc na to, co dzieje się w finale C w tym momencie, to zaraz półmetek na prowadzeniu o kilka sekund reprezentanci Danii.
So the only thing better than one Andrea is two Andrea, because Andrea Ledskov is the cox of the Danish crew, and I'm sure her name part is going to be cheering her on, and impressed with the race from the Danish so far.
Very impressed, absolutely, by my namesake. And worth mentioning that both of the coxswains in this men's 8 race are women. You're able to have men or women cox the crews. And this combination from Denmark, the very first ever out of U23, has is chock-a-block full of some really interesting storytelling. We have some doubling up into the 4. Stern pair have U23 silver, bow race the U19s, and this year brought a silver back from Hollenbecker, and 2-seat even race in New Zealand, bringing back a bronze at their U22 at their New Zealand National Championships.
Debiutująca na tym poziomie osada z Danii radzi sobie wyśmienicie. 25, może 26 metrów przewagi w tym momencie nad reprezentacją Ukrainy, która dość niespodziewanie znalazła się w finale C. Trzeba powiedzieć, wszak rok temu Ukraińcy finiszowali jako 4. osada na mistrzostwach do lat 23, także faktycznie nie możemy mówić tutaj o przypadkowych osobistościach. To oczywiście były mistrzostwa europejskie. Tutaj już mówimy o osadach z całego świata. W tym momencie około 5 sekund straty do Duńczyków, którzy mają w swoich szeregach Tobiasa Bosnesa i Eliasa Elehamera, czyli 2 srebrnych medalistów Mistrzostw Europy do lat 23. Wiele wskazuje na to, że to właśnie Duńczycy wygrają ten finał C.
And fair play to that Ukrainian combination. They were losing time, but then at the 1,000 meter, whatever call they made seemed to work because they've been able to hold the distance between them and the Danish crew. And Ukrainian combination, there's 6 of the crew who finished 4th at the U23 European Championships last year. And their coxswain also came 4th at the U19 in the women's 8 last year. So lots of experience, all hurdling your way, so we'll send the 16 blades towards our friends in the tower.
A great response from Ukraine, as you said, in the last few hundred meters, but we're seeing the Danish crew, great work being done by Denmark to put lots of boats out on the water at senior and under 23 level in the 8s. They have responded well, but the Ukrainian crew winding up again, they're getting an overlap and coming within 3/4 of a length at the finish.
To już ostatnie metry, drodzy Państwo. Za moment te 8 miną linię mety. No i nic tutaj się nie zmieni w końcówce. Pierwsze miejsce dla reprezentantów Danii, drugie miejsce dla Ukrainy. Takie są rozstrzygnięcia finału C, jeśli chodzi o rywalizację męskich 8.
A great spin finish there from the Danish crew. Sees them 3/4 of a length ahead of the fast finishing Ukrainian crew, who did really well to get back, eating in 2.5 seconds of the water that they had lost. Really great finish from them, and that closes out final C of the men's 8, a win for Denmark.
Great fight in this final between Denmark and Ukraine. So let's go and have a little chat with Danish fans. Hello, fans from Denmark. I'm gonna go to you and surprise you with some easy questions. Hello. Great job, Team Denmark. How did you like this race?
I think it was quite exciting. I'm enjoying to be here in the beautiful city of Poznan.
Who are you supporting? Especially, I know Team Denmark, of course, but who are you supporting especially?
Yeah. My son Tobias is in the 8 and in the men's pair.
And what are your expectations about his performance today?
As a mom, I hope he will do fine. He'll do good, but we'll see. Other teams are quite good also. Yeah.
Thank you very much, and all the best for your son and all of the Team Denmark. Thank you.
So we are back now, moving from final C's that we just had there. We're now moving into the semi-finals, and it is the men's single sculls, the first semi-final. The entry was the biggest for this event, and they've done the most racing. They raced in the heats on Thursday, quarterfinals on Friday, and now back. Our top 12 racing here in the semi-final. Fastest out of that overall is in lane 4, the Belgian sculler Andries, who came third last year. We'll be looking to make sure he gets on the podium, and I'm sure is going to be in the mix for the gold as well. Beside him, or in the same race, it's Kallström of Sweden, who took second place last year. So those two crews, we're expecting to see them feature. And then young Greek sculler, just 18 years of age, in here in the mix as well. And coming through 500, it was Kallström of Sweden leading it out from Greece in second place. Holz of Germany in third. Marco Silva, a name that we're really familiar with as well, ahead of Garcia and Andres. So we're going to head straight up to the action now and pick up this first semi-final of the men's single scull.
Well, as you so rightly mentioned, Belgium bronze medalists, but right now running with about a boat length and a half of open water ahead of the rest of the crew, who go over a top 4 outside of Uruguay, pretty much in a straight line. It looks like it is Sweden who has the edge right now. That was a silver medalist, Erik Kallström, from last year. He's competed at the senior level in the double in the World Cup at Varese and Lucerne, where he finished in the C final. So plenty of experience for him, and he'll be well used to being under pressure.
Ciekawa rywalizacja w półfinale jedynek mężczyzn. Mój faworyt Oliver Holz, reprezentant Niemiec, tylko 1/100 sekundy traci do prowadzącego Erika Kallströma ze Szwecji, ubiegłorocznego wicemistrza młodzieżowego świata. Szwed zaczął spokojnie, no i on cały czas na prowadzeniu. Ta 1/100 sekundy to praktycznie nie jest widoczne. Faworyt tego wyścigu Aron Andries z Belgii daleko z tyłu, 4 sekundy 20 setnych, to duża strata, ale na prowadzeniu dwóch wioślarzy, Erik Kallström ze Szwecji i Oli Holz z Niemiec. Oli pewnie będzie chciał iść śladami Olivera Zeidlera, mistrza olimpijskiego z ubiegłego roku z Paryża. Bardzo się Oli starał zdobyć to mistrzostwo, w końcu mu się udało. Oli Holz to jest młody jego następca, być może w przyszłości także będzie mieć szansę startu na Igrzyskach Olimpijskich. Na razie świetnie Niemiec, świetnie Szwed, dobrze także reprezentant Grecji Holopoulos, który płynie na torze pierwszym. Będzie tu kilku kandydatów do awansu. No słabiutko na razie Andries z Belgii, no i reprezentant Urugwaju Luciano Garcia, który płynie także z tyłu. A zatem tutaj będzie ciekawa walka. Zobaczymy na tych ostatnich metrach, Kallström czy też Holz.
Well, this is going to be a barn burner right down to the line. We're seeing 3 athletes pull away from the pack, but just barely. Germany, Sweden, and Italy. It is technically Italy across the line, but I keep on seeing that leaderboard being passed between the 3 of them, because they're at this point in time, that makes no difference. It's a difference of 1 or 2 strokes and of the surge. Let's look a little bit back. Well, Belgium is running behind here. Greece, perhaps the closest to challenge, with about 13 meters on the top 3 boats. But Sweden, Italy, Germany continue to trade blows. Uruguay falling back in line with Belgium, who at this moment is looking like the bronze medalist, is really under threat. Germany's Oliver Holz, big shoes to fill after Germany won the U23 world's best time last year with Timo Strache. He was 4th in the men's quad, and he's coming your way.
So we'll run into the finish there, down to less than 200 to go. And as we were saying, there's now 4 boats in the mix here. Coming through 500, it was Italy leading it out ahead of Sweden, Germany. The Greek sculler has come in with a charging finish as they approach the finish. At the moment, it's still the Swedish sculler just about holding off Italy. The Greek sculler on a charge. And going all the way to the line, we'll have to have a photo finish here. All 4 crews up at 44, 45 strokes per minute. The finish line's in sight. The Greek sculler is charging on, but I think it might be the Swedish sculler just getting enough done. Oh, we'll have to check out an amazing finish there between the 4 scullers. A blanket finish across the line in the first semi-final. There's 3 positions available and 4 in the mix there. It was the Swedish sculler Kallström takes the win, just ahead of Greece in second. second place. Cholowapos in second. Oliver Hotz gets the third place, pushing out Marco Selva. It looks like into fourth, ahead then of Garcia of Uruguay, and Belgium Andries back in sixth place. So win there for Sweden, Greece, Germany. They're the three moving into the final.
Gdyby to były zawody żużlowe, to powiedziałbym, że Andrea i Ricci zamknęli mnie na łuku, jeśli chodzi o skomentowanie tych ostatnich metrów pierwszego z półfinałów w rywalizacji męskich jedynek, ale działo się, drodzy Państwo, do ostatnich metrów. 4 skifistów walczyło do ostatnich pociągnięć wiosła o to, by znaleźć się w finale tej konkurencji, by pozostać w grze o medale. No i finalnie cieszą się Erik Karlström ze Szwecji, Grek Holopoulos i Olivier Holz z Niemiec. Spore rozczarowanie dla Marco Selwy z Włoch. On stracił do trzeciego miejsca 0,10 sekundy. No i tyle zabrakło mu do tego, by walczyć tutaj w Poznaniu o medal w męskich jedynkach.
Unbelievable finish there, and now we're going to find out who's going to join Sweden, Greece and Germany in the next race. The next semi-final already on the halfway mark, and we're going to head up and get the latest.
Right at the 1,000 meters, and it's not going to be any easier to determine who's going to go there. Very, very tight coming across the line with, it looks like, just one boat about an open length behind.
Ciekawa rywalizacja także w drugim półfinale, także bardzo wyrównana na prowadzeniu Diogo Gonçalves z Portugalii, ale na drugim miejscu jest Ece Mutlu Cedbet, reprezentant Turcji i reprezentujący Fenerbahce Stambuł. I właśnie on tutaj jest też jednym z kandydatów do awansu, ale także dobry jest reprezentant RPA Brandon Howard. On traci 0,38 sekundy do prowadzącego, to jest czołówka tego wyścigu. I jeszcze uwaga na Ferenca Sigetiego, reprezentanta z Węgier, który jest w tej chwili na czwartym miejscu. Nie ma dużych strat, ale będzie ciekawie. Jeszcze jest Litwin Mikolas Montfila, ależ tutaj ciasno w tej czołówce. Jeszcze nie powiedział ostatniego słowa August Winsholm z Danii. Co prawda traci 3,72, ale Duńczyk potrafi w drugiej części dystansu finiszować. Na razie na prowadzeniu Portugalczyk Diogo Gonçalves, ale tam o drugie, trzecie, czwarte miejsce będzie bardzo zacięta walka.
Well, Portugal has had a phenomenal showing at the U23s with some strong contenders, and looks like Diogo is doing just that, staying right where he needs to be, but is currently Turkey with the fastest heat from the past year, who's leading the charge. In 2024, he got gold at the U23 European Championships. This year, he raced at a senior level at the European Championships, coming 7th, and he's going to need all of that experience right now into the final. About 800 meters as they come through. We're seeing the times there. Turkey running first, Portugal second, and we have Braden Howard of South Africa running third. So now comes the time where we take a look back. Looks like Denmark and Hungary are in a position where they could challenge. Lithuania as well, really not a ton separating the field. Hungary starting to fall back, just as I say that, out of contention perhaps, but this is where you know that as the pressure increases, it's very possible that someone might take a bad stroke, might let the pressure get to them, and you need to still continue to push through all the way to the line. It's 1-3 through to final A in the second semifinal of the men's single sculls.
Anything can happen in these small boats, as we've seen in the previous racing over the last few days. Some very familiar names here at under 19, under 23 and senior level. Mutlu of Turkey going from 5th into first place, leading it out at the head of Portugal in second. South Africa, these three looking good, but Denmark, Hungary, Lithuania all within striking distance.
Będą emocje do ostatnich metrów, bo 4 skifistów uwikłanych w walkę o 3 miejsca, dające prawo walki o medale w młodzieżowych mistrzostwach świata. Z przodu Turek, Portugalczyk, reprezentant południowej Afryki i Duńczyk. Zobaczymy, którzy z nich uplasują się na pierwszych 3 miejscach premiowanych awansem.
So on a charge to the finish, leading it out, it's Mutlu of Turkey, the fastest qualifier out of the quarterfinals. He's just got a little bit of clear water ahead of the chasing pack. Portugal, a little glance over there from Diogo Goncalves in second place. He's just coming up to the line and looks like he's going to hold off the Danish gunner Wilson. An amazing last 250 from him. He comes in to take third, ahead then of the scullers from Hungary, Lithuania and South Africa. It's the South African sculler pushed back into fourth place. So the semi-final lineup looking like Sweden, Greece, Germany from semi-final one, and then it is Turkey, Portugal and Denmark joining them in the eighth final.
Braden Howard z Republiki Południowej Afryki. Z jego perspektywy niestety osłabł na ostatnich metrach i ostatecznie finiszował na miejscu czwartym, a to oznacza, że tak samo jak Litwin i Węgier popłynie tylko w finale B. Jeśli chodzi o to, co działo się z przodu, to najlepszy w tym półfinale Ege Mutlu, reprezentant Turcji. Na kolejnych pozycjach finiszowali Portugalczyk i Duńczyk i tych trzech panów melduje się w finale A męskiego skifu.
All right, please now join me in giving a warm welcome to our absolutely fantastic fans from all over the world. Hello, everybody. It's great to have you with us. And now it's time for some fun. We're gonna do some flag camera. You see, our cameraman is gonna showing your flags, and if it's on the screen, then you make some show. Yeah, we've got Great Britain. Let's see who's gonna be next. Show your flags, come on, waves your flags, waves your flags. Okay, we're going to another team. And this time it's gonna be Denmark. Denmark, wave your flags, please. All right, looks good. And now. United States of America and Germany sitting together. Wave your flags, please. All right, looking great. And now Canada. Show your flags, Canada. And Norway, Norway, if you have any flags, wave them, please, for us. Netherlands. Can we see you? And okay, thank you very much for this time, and we're gonna get back to you later. Thank you very much.
So back to the action now. We're down to 4 more semi-finals to close out this morning's racing, and next up it is the semi-finals of the men's quads. They've already gone through the 500-meter mark with Czechia, Great Britain and Switzerland, the 1, 2 and 3. Let's go straight up the course and see how things are looking.
Well, it's Czechia that's currently at the lead, GB to their left, right with them. And then we look over to the Swiss crew, who's just perhaps one seat down, still in the action. Early stages yet here. That Swiss crew got silver at the U23 European Championships when we're 10th at the World Cup in Lucerne. And I think that was very impressed with their last half of the race, last race. So we'll see if they have what it takes to get into the A final. Semi-final A is means that 1 to 3 goes through, and you don't want to be in the bottom 3, otherwise you're relegated to the B final. We'll keep our eyes as well on the far course out of the outside lane, lane number 1, Slovakia, that's stroked by Michael and Oliver. Got a bronze medal last year at U19 in the men's doubles, so that means that they're really used to setting down a really good rhythm. But Czechia here with about 2 seats coming through the line first at the 1,000 meters.
No i rozpoczął się pierwszy półfinał czwórek podwójnych mężczyzn na półmetku na prowadzeniu. Ekipa Czech 2 minuty 51,45 sekundy, ale też za nimi o sekundę faworyci tego wyścigu. Faworyci także jedni z faworytów może tej konkurencji, Brytyjczycy, którzy odbudowują bardzo mocno swoje czwórki podwójne, czego trener Aleksander Wojciechowski może potwierdzić. No i co? Teraz Czesi przed Brytyjczykami, kto na trzecim miejscu i Szwajcarzy, ale uwaga na Amerykanów na szóstym torze, oni bliziutko, co prawda 3 sekundy straty, ale fantastycznie potrafią finiszować troszeczkę z tyłu Grecy i Słowacy. Raczej nie powinni tutaj namieszać, ale niespodzianka to oczywiście świetna postawa Czechów, ale to naprawdę dobra osada. Brytyjczycy muszą uważać, choć te ostatnie metry to pewnie będzie popis Brytyjczyków i Amerykanów.
Well, I will keep my eye on that team from USA closest to the grandstands. Looks like they took that 1,000 meter by the scruff of the neck and trying desperately to rein in the next nearest boat. That's Switzerland right next to them. So they'll be feeling the puddles just from their right side on their port side and know that they're about 2 seats, 3 seats down and using that to inspire them to continue to push on. Czechia right neck and neck with Great Britain. They made a move at the 1,000 meters as well. Now pushing up, they were down by about a second and now running neck and neck. Coming through to the 1,500 meter mark, Czechia and Great Britain, nothing between the three. Switzerland continues to run third, and the next nearest boat is USA, stroked by Davis Kelly, who's a U19 athlete making his U23 debut. Lots of experience in this team, with 3 returning for their second U23s.
So all 6 crews overlapping in the run-in towards the finish. In the heat, or the heats that we had, the Czechia crew were second to the Great British crew, who were fastest overall. The Czechia crew leading it through 1,500, but now we're seeing GB move into the lead. They've taken it up to 37 strokes per minute and start to move into the lead in the run into the finish.
Waldek wieszczył przyspieszenie w wykonaniu Amerykanów, ale wygląda na to, że panowie spod gwieździstego sztandaru będą mieli problemy, bo na mniej więcej 150 metrów przed metą mają sporą stratę do trzecich Szwajcarów. Jeśli chodzi o to, kto wygra ten półfinał, to rozstrzygną to między sobą Czesi i Brytyjczycy.
Time to perfection here from the GB crew. They move into the lead in the last 200 meters and they power onto the line. Interesting style from them. They've their 36 strokes per minute compared to the other crews, hitting up at 40 at the moment in the run-in towards the finish. It is going to be GB and Czechia. They look like the 1 and 2. Switzerland look good for that third qualifying spot ahead of the chasing pack then from USA, Slovakia and Greece. It is crossing the line, the GB crew ahead of Czechia in second place, and Switzerland, they're the 1, 2 and 3 advancing on to the final.
No i znamy ostateczne rozstrzygnięcia tego wyścigu. Amerykanie strat nie zdołali odrobić i zabraknie ich w finale A, w którym popłyną Brytyjczycy, Czesi i Szwajcarzy. To pierwsze 3 osady, które zakwalifikowały się do wyścigu medalowego, jeśli chodzi o rywalizację 4 podwójnych mężczyzn. A teraz, drodzy Państwo, wszystkie oczy na tor regatowy Malta. Ręce w gotowości, bo do boju rusza nasza polska 4 podwójna mężczyzn.
So Great Britain, Czechia and Switzerland, the 3 advancing from semi-final 1. Now we're going to check in and see who will get those other 3 spots from semi-final 2.
Well, much to the enthusiasm of our Polish co-commentators, is Poland currently in the lead in the very early stages of this race. And no surprise there, looking at their pedigree. The gold medalists return with 3 of their original athletes and have been on the international circuit, getting 6 at the World Cup in Varese and also bagging a gold at the U23 European Championships. Australia running right with them here, pardon me, as my data updates. It's Australia first, but Poland second, Germany third, and they're heading towards us right now at the 1,000 meter mark.
Australijczycy rozpoczęli tak, jakby ten wyścig był na 500 metrów. Rozpoczęli efektownie 6 sekund przed naszą osadą. Michał Kulka, Igor Czekanowicz, Michał Rajda, Daniel Gałęza. Na razie spokojnie na drugim miejscu. 6 sekund straty było do ekipy Australii, ale teraz już się to wszystko zmienia. Za chwilę półmetek i nasi wioślarze będą na pierwszym miejscu. Tak jakby po prostu tu był błąd w komputerze. Teraz Polacy mają prawie długość łodzi przewagi nad swoimi niemieckimi kolegami. I później jest osada belgijska, no i troszeczkę tłok. Antypody są Nowozelandczycy i wspomniani Australijczycy. Chyba to był błąd w komputerze. To niemożliwe, że Australijczycy prowadzili po pierwszych 500 metrach. To nasi wioślarze teraz płyną znakomicie. Michał Kulka, Igor Czekanowicz, Michał Rajda, Daniel Gałęza, podopieczni trenera Dziekońskiego. Tutaj bardzo dobrze płyną. Z Niemcami przegrali, ale ale minimalnie ten półfinał. Teraz będzie szansa do rewanżu. Nasi niemieccy rywale mają straty sekundę 49 do Polaków, a nasi spokojnie, skoncentrowani, żadnych dyskusji, pełna koncentracja. Trener Rafał Dziekoński pewnie dokładnie przygotował naszą ekipę na ten wyścig, który tutaj się dopiero rozkręca, a tam jeszcze ekipa bez przynależności, oczywiście to rosyjska ekipa, która płynie na 4. torze oraz Australijczycy na 6. Polacy na prowadzeniu. Tak oby było do końca. Niemcy tracą sekundę 49. Nasi zawodnicy nie są w stanie nie dopłynąć do finału tej konkurencji.
And if you can't tell by Veldik's excitement, it is the Poles back in. Everything changed in that 500 meters. Poland continues to lead Germany right next to them, and then it's neck and neck to Belgium and Australia. On either side of Germany, they'll be able to feel Germany and Poland next to them as they push on. Stroke seat of the German quad is Jacob Gaia. I saw him take a little look at he came past the 1,000-meter mark, taking an idea of where everyone is, what the boat speeds are. Continues to be Poland that's leading the way, but Germany is the fastest moving boat on the water there. Latvia a little bit off the pace.
Just coming into view here now, and I know the man sitting beside me is the best to bring this race home and get the Poles that first qualifying spot into the final.
Zmusiłem Ricciego, by oddał mi te ostatnie metry półfinału, drugiego półfinału w rywalizacji męskich czwórek podwójnych, a to dlatego, że Daniel Gałęza, Michał Rajnda, Igor Czekanowicz i Mikołaj Kulka piszą kolejny piękny rozdział w polskiej specjalności, bo tak nazywana jest ta konkurencja. Czwórki podwójne mężczyzn to od lat konkurencja, która dostarcza biało-czerwonym wiosłom najwięcej medali, największych światowych imprez. No i głęboko wierzymy w to, że podobnie będzie teraz w Poznaniu. No i w zasadzie nie mamy co do tego wątpliwości, bo nie dosyć, że panowie na torze regatowym Malta bronią tytułu wywalczonego przed rokiem, no to teraz pewnie zmierzają do finału A. Naciskają co prawda Niemcy, ale mamy tutaj sprinterski finisz. Panowie, jeszcze kilka pociągnięć wioseł i wygląda na to tak. Biało-czerwoni z przodu. Brawo Daniel, Michał, Igor, Mikołaj, brawo trener Rafał Dziekoński po tym eliminacyjnym biegu 2 dni temu, w którym nasi biało-czerwoni wioślarze przegrali z reprezentantami Niemiec. Sami mówili, że pokażą im w dalszej części tej rywalizacji, kto tu rządzi. No i tak właśnie zrobili. Polska na pierwszym miejscu, dalej Niemcy i osada płynąca pod flagą neutralną. Te 3 łodzie uzupełniają skład wyścigu medalowego, jeśli chodzi o czwórki podwójne mężczyzn.
So an immense finish there from Poland and Germany, but it was the Polish crew cheered on by huge crowds here at Lake Malta. They take the win and securing that spot into the final, along with Germany in second place, just 0.4 of a second separating Poland and Germany. And then it was the individual neutral athletes getting that 3rd spot ahead of Australia 4th, Belgium 5th, and Latvia in 6th.
Well, okay, we have a Polish team winning this time, so sorry a little bit, but I'm gonna do an interview mostly in Polish this time because I have Polish fans with me. Witam pana bardzo serdecznie nad Maltą. Polacy wygrali. Jakie to emocje towarzyszą w trakcie takiego wyścigu?
Ogromne, co prawda wygodniej byłoby przed telewizorem z kawą, no ale atmosfery się nie da podrobić niczym.
That's true. I will translate that it's more comfortable maybe sitting at home and watching sports on TV, but the atmosphere here on the stands is outstanding and nothing could compare to this. Wasze dziecko nie jest zawodnikiem, ale jest wolontariuszem. Tutaj wielkie dzięki dla wszystkich wolontariuszy, robią super robotę. Co dokładnie wasza pociecha tutaj czyni?
Nasza córka Kasia, którą pozdrawiamy, działa w Fundacji i w Sport i dzisiaj przebywa w biurze prasowym z panią Izą.
Her daughter Kasia, hello Kasia, is a volunteer, so making great noise for all the volunteers who are helping us making this U23 World Championships look so good. Kasia works in a press office, so thank you very much for talking. Dziękuję bardzo za rozmowę. Stay tuned.
So the next two semi-finals are the semi-finals for the men's eights to close out this morning's racing. And in final semi-final one, we've Canada, Netherlands, New Zealand, Great Britain, Australia and Poland racing in this. And we've had an update that the Netherlands crew got a yellow card for being late for the start. Hopefully that hasn't affected them too much. They've already come up on the 500-meter mark and leading it out. It's Great Britain ahead of Poland, Australia, Netherlands, New Zealand and Canada.
Przed nami ostatnie dwa półfinały, jeśli chodzi o tę przedpołudniową sesję czwartego dnia zmagań w ramach młodzieżowych mistrzostw świata. To będą półfinały, to są półfinały męskich ósemek. No i teraz z zaciekawieniem patrzymy na rozwój wydarzeń na torze regatowym Malta, bo na torze szóstym płyną biało-czerwoni w składzie Konrad Senderacki, Kamil Chabowski, Adam Zieliński, Kuba Nowakowski, Filip Jędrzejczak, Mateusz Kozłowski, Filip Szczepaniak, Paweł Janik, no i sterniczka Julia Wachnicka. Nasi nie są faworytami, ale liczymy tutaj na miłą niespodziankę.
So after the heroics of the men's quad from Poland, we're now looking all eyes on lane 6 to see if the 8 can do what the guys just did there in securing the spot into the final.
Well, I'll pass it over to my co-commentator in a moment, but it looks like they're putting themselves in a great position to do so. They're coming very quickly here towards the 1,000-meter mark, and what a privilege to have semifinals in an eights. As you mentioned earlier, Richie, we do have the most men's eight at a U23 ever, record-breaking, and they're coming through fast and furious here. That means the top three will get a chance to go into Final A. It is GB right now, almost with about 5 seats of overlap against the green and gold. Netherlands right there with them. Kiwis challenging.
Polacy rozpoczęli bardzo dobrze, byli po pierwszych 500 metrach nawet na drugim miejscu, teraz spadli na 5, ale walczą. Widać, trener naszej reprezentacji Mariusz Szumański bardzo dobrze przygotował ekipę. Zresztą Kuba Nowakowski wcześniej mówił, że nie odpuszczał ten półfinał i wcale nie jest wykluczone, że może nawet awansują do finału, no ale rywali mają potężnych, przepotężnych. Na razie na prowadzeniu Wielka Brytania, a na drugim miejscu Australia. Później jest ekipa z Australii, no i Polacy i Holendrzy walczą o to 4. miejsce. Polacy blisko także Australijczyków, to jeszcze nic straconego. Będą walczyć do końca. Na ostatnim miejscu Kanadyjczycy, a zatem jest już dobrze. Nie będziemy na razie na ostatnim miejscu. Będzie dobrze. Polacy walczą, Polacy chcą jednak sprawić niespodziankę. Oni naprawdę nie żartowali. Mówili, że ten pierwszy wyścig to był tylko taki przedbieg. Teraz chcą już pokazać pełnię swoich możliwości. Będą walczyć do końca. Na razie to Brytyjczycy, Australijczycy, Nowozelandczycy i Holendrzy na czele.
Despite a strong start, Poland not able to keep up with the pace as they shift through the middle 1,000 here. Canada at the back end there, Cox and Oscar Wostenholm will be looking to the other side and encouraging his team to try and reel in that Polish crew. But right at the top of this flying V, it continues to be Great Britain, but there's 3 boats that could possibly challenge for the next 2 spots. Netherlands just off the pace, just slightly here. New Zealand battling with Australia. And what a story that is. Of course, GB, as we said, returning gold medalist. Australia returning with 5 athletes from their bronze team, wanting to do one better. And they need to be in the top 3 if they want to challenge to get on the podium.
Looking good so far for firm favourites. Great Britain leading it out now as they stride towards the finish line. Australia in second and New Zealand. They're the 1, 2 and 3. The Netherlands, Poland, Canada back in 4th, 5th and 6th. The Netherlands are going to have to put on a mighty sprint here to get back in. And the 8th boats run out of water so quick. Some of them up at 42, 3 strokes per minute as they wind up. No doubt about it. GB looking good ahead of Australia and New Zealand.
Niczym Niki Lauda w czasach świetności Formuły 1 po zwycięstwo w tym wyścigu pędzą Brytyjczycy. Oni są niezagrożeni, oni dyktują warunki na torze w tym momencie. Jeśli chodzi o biało-czerwonych, to będzie 5. miejsce. Nasi panowie do finału nie awansują, ale i tak wielkie brawa za ambicje i postawę w tych regatach.
GB handling the pressure of favourites for this championship as they stride across the line there, taking the win ahead of the crew from Australia in 2nd place in turn, just ahead of New Zealand. They're the 1, 2 and 3, and it was back to Netherlands in 4th ahead of Poland and Canada for 5th and 6th. So we have our 3 qualifiers. Great Britain, Australia, New Zealand are the ones advancing on to the A final of the men's eights. Just 1 race left for the morning's programme, and it is the second semi-final of that men's eighth race between Italy, Romania, USA, Germany, Czechia and France. They've gone off the start, and with these big boats, very little between them in the first few hundred meters, but looks good so far for the Romanian crew. But really just into about 200, 300 meters, there's probably just 6 feet separating, or 6 meters, sorry, separating first to sixth to all to play for here.
Jeszcze raz wielkie brawa dla polskiej ósemki, która bardzo, bardzo dobrze zaprezentowała się tutaj na torze regatowym Malta w Poznaniu. 5. miejsce biało-czerwonych, miejsce nie dające prawa walki o medale tutaj w młodzieżowych mistrzostwach świata, ale miejsce dające jak największe nadzieje na to, że ta osada będzie się rozwijać i w kolejnych latach dostarczy nam sporo radości. Tymczasem trwa już drugi z półfinałów w akcji reprezentanci Włoch, Rumunii, Stanów Zjednoczonych, Niemiec, Czech i Francji. Jeśli chodzi o sytuację na trasie po pierwszym pomiarze czasu, to Niemcy nieznacznie przed Amerykanami.
So the German crew is a combination of fours, pairs and 8 in this new lineup now. They've medalled in other boats at under 23. This new combination seems to be going really well. They're leading it out, but no surprise to see USA right up there. They're the two center of the course as they come up to 800.
Well, a good 8 makes it look easy, don't they? But every single athlete in this crew has a job to do. The coxswain steering, taking a look out, making those race calls, bringing their crews back into line. Stern pair, they're setting the rhythm, they're the metronome. We've got the next 4 in the middle of the boat, engine room, providing all the power. And in the bows, where the boats lift up out of the water, we have the technical bow pair. Everyone knows exactly what they need to do, and Germany seems to be executing it best here, as they're just 1 seat up on their American counterparts. In America, coxswain Elena took a look over at the green German boat, hard to miss. They've got a plan. 1,000 meters where we start to see the separation in the crews, but Romania, a favored athlete, or pardon me, coxswain, will keep an eye on them.
Tutaj walka Niemców z Amerykanami o zwycięstwo w tym drugim półfinale. Na razie Niemcy 69 sekundy przewagi nad ekipą ze Stanów Zjednoczonych, a później jest Rumunia. Rumunia to już dawno w tej chwili drużyna, która walczy o te czołowe miejsca. No i Rumunia na 3. miejscu. Później są Włosi oraz Francuzi. Przepraszam, Czesi jeszcze przed nimi. A zatem tutaj będzie ciekawie na tych ostatnich 500 metrach. Będzie ciasno. Na razie Niemcy i Amerykanie odpłynęli innym. Są Rumunii, ale tam gonią także Czesi i Włosi. Bardzo ciężki będzie finisz dla wszystkich tych ekip. Może Niemcy i Amerykanie jedynie się wybronią. Oni narzucili swoje warunki tutaj na torze, ale walka do końca zapowiada się ekscytująco. To nie jest taki słaby półfinał, jak mówiłem wcześniej. W tamtym były same potęgi plus Polska. Teraz troszeczkę mniej, ale przecież są i Niemcy i Amerykanie. No i przede wszystkim także Rumunii.
Well, Team USA will not go gentle into that good night. They are chasing the German team all the way to the line, coming through the 1500, about a second and a half between those two crews. Italy, though, is the race to watch. Italy versus Romania. Romania had run 3rd for the first half of the race, as Italy now challenges. These are both two sprinting nations. Romania down at a sensible 40 as Italy raises the rate. I expect both of those to skyrocket as we come towards those red buoys coming into the closing stages. USA now starting to fall slightly back from Germany.
Huge support from the grandstand bringing these 8s home, and you'd be forgiven for thinking that the Tour de France has taken a wrong turn, because over on the far side there's just as much support coming from the coaches coming down, running into the finish here. It's Germany now pushing on. The sprint finish that we saw from USA not coming so far, but it's Germany, USA, the real race on for 3rd between Italy and Romania.
Gdyby te królewskie łodzie mogły rozwijać skrzydła, to pewnie wzbiłyby się w powietrze nad tor regatowy Malta w Poznaniu. W takim tempie zbliżają się w tym momencie do mety. Po zwycięstwo płyną Niemcy, ale za ich plecami zażarta walka o kolejne miejsca dające awans do finału.
Germany in control just by about a third of a length. The USA still power on for the line. What about this finish from the Italians? Powering up now and coming in to take that third qualifying spot. 3/4 of a length ahead of Romania. It's clear water then back to Czechia and France to round out semi-final 2 of the men's 8. An amazing finish there. Well done to Germany. They took control of the race from the start. USA pushing them all the way to the line there. They're the 1 and 2, and that sprint finish from Italy sees them take that third qualifying spot ahead of Romania, Czechia and France.
Pierwsze miejsce Niemców, drugie Amerykanów to na pewno nie jest zaskoczenie, bo to były osady, które stawiano tutaj w roli faworytów. Mała niespodzianka na miejscu trzecim, bo Włosi wyprzedzili Rumunów i to oni powalczą o medale w męskich 8.
We just about catch our breath there from the last racing of this morning's program, closing out with the semi-finals there of the men's 8s. We'll be back just after a short break, kicking things off with our series of B finals, kicking it off with the lightweight women and men's single sculls.
W ten sposób ta pierwsza przedpołudniowa sesja zmagań w 4. dniu młodzieżowych mistrzostw świata do lat 23 dobiegła końca. Przed nami przerwa, która potrwa niespełna 50 minut, bo ta druga popołudniowa sesja rozpocznie się o godzinie 13. No i to będzie crème de la crème, jeśli chodzi o sobotnie zmagania na torze regatowym Malta w Poznaniu, bo przed nami najpierw finały B, no a później finały A, szczególnie interesujące w kontekście dwójek podwójnych kobiet, bo tam o podium mistrzostw świata powalczy polska osada i to ze sporymi szansami, bo nasze panie w eliminacjach i biegu półfinałowym dały prawdziwy pokaz mocy. Czekamy z niecierpliwością na rozpoczęcie popołudniowej sesji zmagań na torze regatowym Malta.
środy możemy obserwować zmagania na jeziorze maltańskim. Mistrzostwa świata w wioślarstwie w kategorii U23. Na cały turniej zgłosiło się aż 238 osad z 53 krajów naszych polskich farm. Mamy 9 osad, w których 4 zawodników przy największych wydarzeniach sportowych w Polsce i w większości z nich jako sponsor tytularny. Zapraszamy Was serdecznie na naszą strefę, gdzie czeka nas ratownictwo medyczne. Możecie sobie przypomnieć zasady udzielania pierwszej pomocy medycznej. Obok mamy strefę PR, leżaczki, warsztaty naukowe, a także ergometry i wioślarskie. Jeżeli jesteście klientami firmy Enea i macie aplikację Moja Enea, albo jesteście zalogowani na stronie i macie dostęp do e-faktur, to zapraszamy Was serdecznie do odbiór naszych bawełnianych wakacyjnych czorek. My wszystko pomożemy i pomożemy przejść też przez proces zakładania aplikacji bardzo szybko, jeżeli jeszcze jej nie macie. Zapraszamy serdecznie. samouczucie albo nie są ciekawe świata, to jest zazwyczaj nieprawda. Po prostu pokazujemy im to wszystko w nie taki sposób, jaki one by sobie tego życzyły, a najbardziej interesujące są dla nich warsztaty naukowe, gdzie tutaj trzeba coś dotknąć, przełączyć, tu się coś zaświeci i właśnie tak tłumaczymy Wam, jak działają odnawialne źródła energii. Zarówno możecie zobaczyć, jak działa elektrownia wiatrowa, wodna czy słoneczna. Wszystko tłumaczymy Wam na przykładach i na ciekawych eksperymentach, co lubicie najbardziej. Zapraszamy serdecznie nie tylko najmłodszych, ale także dorosłych, którzy lubią zawsze czegoś ciekawego dowiedzieć. Zapraszamy. już się rozkręciła na dobre. Mamy tutaj 3 różne urządzenia, gdzie możecie je przetestować. Mamy taki ponton, na którym trzeba się troszeczkę podłożyć i balansujemy swoim ciałem tak, aby kierować postacią w danej grze. Obok mamy stanowisko kolarskie, także możecie wziąć udział w wirtualnym wyścigu. No i na sam koniec bieżnia VR, gdzie zakładamy specjalne gogle, które przenoszą nas do wirtualnej rzeczywistości. Te wszystkie atrakcje, które tutaj zobaczycie na naszej strefie Enea, oczywiście są darmowe dla wszystkich. Możecie korzystać i śmiało spędzać miły czas. Zapraszamy. Właśnie odbywają się Mistrzostwa Świata do lat 23 we wioślarstwie, a wy, żeby troszeczkę popływać, wcale nie musicie udawać się nad wodę. Mamy tutaj przygotowane dla was 2 ergometry wioślarskie, także jeżeli jesteście w parze albo jakąś większą grupą i chcecie się troszeczkę poruszać, pościgać, to zapraszamy serdecznie tutaj pod jeden z naszych niemieckich namiotów, aby wziąć udział w takim wyścigu na wybranym przez siebie dystansie. Zapraszamy!
So welcome back. We are just over 10 minutes to go for day 4 of the 2025 World Rowing Under-23 Championships. We're kicking things off later on with, starting it off, with 8 B finals before we go into 10 medals that need to be started off and awarded out. So 10 minutes to go. Plenty of time to pop down and check out the merchandise. So if you're in the boat park, the merchandise stall has been set up there all week. I'm sure you've already picked up a few of the unique t-shirts and souvenirs that they have on offer for World Rowing, and those at the grandstand. The merchandise from New Wave are also set up there, so you can pop down. We saw earlier the Polish supporter picking up the t-shirt she was looking for all week. Pop down there and see all of the unique items that are on there, the World Rowing merch and the unique Under-23 Championship one that they have there as well. Just a reminder for everyone on site and at home tuning in, and you who are supporting all of your crews, your countries and your clubs as well. Just a reminder, you can share on social media using the hashtags World Rowing U23 Champs and hashtag WRU23CH Poznan.
Witamy ponownie na torze regatowym Malta. Niespełna 10 minut dzieli nas od rozpoczęcia popołudniowej sesji zmagań w 4. dniu młodzieżowych Mistrzostw Świata w wioślarstwie do lat 23. Przed nami pierwsze wyścigi medalowe. W sumie rozdanych dzisiaj zostanie 10 kompletów medali, a nasza uwaga polskich kibiców skupi się na finale kobiecych dwójek podwójnych z udziałem biało-czerwonych. Ten bieg o godzinie 15:35, a przed nim inne finały A, wcześniej finały B poszczególnych konkurencji. Zachęcamy Państwa w tym momencie do tego, byście odwiedzili oficjalny sklep World Rowing. Taki specjalny namiot z różnego rodzaju gadżetami, kubeczkami, t-shirtami, wszystkim, co przyjdzie Państwu do głowy, znajduje się w okolicach hangarów w miasteczku wioślarskim, które jest zbudowane przy trybunach na końcu toru regatowego Malta. Także jeśli ktoś chce kupić sobie pamiątkę z Poznania, jest ku temu doskonała okazja. Tradycyjnie przypominamy raz jeszcze o tym, że czekamy na Państwa zdjęcia. Jeśli zrobili Państwo jakieś udane fotki, takie, którymi można podzielić się z całym światem, to zachęcamy do tego, by je wrzucać na szczególny adres, szczególny, a raczej konkretny, bo to jest adres hashtag World Rowing U23 Champs lub hashtag WRU23CH Poznań. Właśnie tam czekamy na Państwa zdjęcia. Być może zobaczycie się na głównym ekranie toru regatowego Malta.
So Thomas, we can catch our breath here before we kick off with the racing. We were talking earlier, that race this morning from that Polish quad. Highlight of the race, I have to say, this morning, they held off the German crew, and you were telling me 3 out of the crew from last year are back with 1 debutant.
Yeah, we got one debutant in our boat, in our men's quadruple sculls. The new name in this boat, that's Igor Czekanowicz. That's the rower of local club, Poznania RBW. That's his home, the Lake Malta. So I think that's a little handicap for our boat. And we hope that they will take a gold medal here in Poznań. They took the gold medal last year in Canada. So, you know, for us, they are the favorite to be the champions.
Yeah, they have one hand on the medal as it stands. That German crew looked good, but the home crowd made the difference there, I think, with the Polish crew just getting the win.
I hope that the Polish crew will win this competition, but we have to watch out for the German, for the GB boat. They are strong too. The Belarus, this weird for me team looks very good too. So I think that tomorrow in the final there will be heavy fight about the first place and gold medal.
Yeah, and we're hoping to see that red and white flag of Poland waving and heading up the top of the flagpole when they take that gold medal. So we'll be back shortly in just over 5 minutes. We're kicking off with a series of 8 B finals, starting off with the B final in the lightweight men's and women's single sculls.
Drodzy Państwo, niespełna 5 minut do rozpoczęcia regat o 13:00. Pierwszy z finałów B. Na początek rozegramy finały jedynek wagi lekkiej kobiet i mężczyzn.
So we are now back with our first race of this afternoon's schedule. We're kicking things off with final B of the lightweight women's single sculls. These crews raced in the heats on Wednesday. There was 9 crews entered, and the fastest or the 6th placing top crews from that advanced onto the A final. These are the 3 scullers who weren't able to get into that mix, now racing in the B final for positions 7, 8 and 9. We have in lane 1 Morocco, lane 2 Indonesia, and lane 3 Algeria. Leading out at the moment, it's center of the course, it's Indonesia.
Rozpoczynamy popołudniową sesję zmagań na torze regatowym Malta. Dodajmy, że ta popołudniowa sesja zmagań to pierwsza sesja z finałami A. Dzisiaj poznamy pierwszych medalistów młodzieżowych mistrzostw świata do lat 23. Przed nami aż 10 finałów A, no ale na początek finał B, jeśli chodzi o rywalizację kobiecych i jedynek wagi lekkiej. No i tutaj w akcji oglądamy 3 skifistki, reprezentantki Maroko, Indonezji i Algierii. No i panie zbliżają się do pierwszego pomiaru czasu na dystansie 500 metrów. Ten punkt minęła już prowadząca w tym momencie reprezentantka Indonezji, Mutiara Putri. Na kolejnych miejscach po 500 metrach reprezentantki Algierii i Maroka.
So we're easing ourselves into this afternoon's racing. 8 of these B finals to get through before we move on to the A finals and those all-important medals to be decided. But out on the water at the moment, this 3-boat race. It's a perfect chevron as they approach the 600-700 meter mark and coming into view of the 1,000 meter commentary team. And for the first time this afternoon, Andrea, great way, 3-boat race. We're easing ourselves into the afternoon.
Yes, and the sun is also out. It's a beautiful day here, and as the crowds continue to join us up here at the 1,000 meter mark, really just taking in what a beautiful venue this is. Very few venues are you able to see the action from any point on any side with footpaths flanking both. So we'll see the sound and fury of the Tour de France, as you mentioned earlier. But let's tell you a little bit about these world-class athletes. Well, right in the middle, no surprise to see Indonesia, Olympian. She was in the lightweight double in Tokyo at the age of 17, if you can believe that. She also has a handful of medals, a bronze at the 2022 Asian Games, 2 silvers from the SEA Games. She was at World Cup in Varese as well, where she came a respectable 11th. So lots of experience from this accomplished but still very young athlete. Currently at a 34, as she's the fastest moving boat on the water, about 2 boat lengths of water back to the other 2 crews, which are in line with each other. We have Morocco, Sarah Gazes, making her international debut, as is Algeria's athlete, also making her international debut, although she does come with some beach sprint experience.
Około 2 łodzi przewagi Indonezyjki Mutiary Putri na półmetku tych zawodów tego finału B, a więc na start oczywiście mamy do czynienia, na start tej sesji popołudniowej mamy do czynienia z wagą lekką wśród pań. Oczywiście mówimy tutaj o skifistkach i tak jak wspomniałem, Mutiara Putri w tym momencie z dużą przewagą ponad 6-sekundową nad Algierką Lalą Sabrią Bukus, a także ponad, no już w tym momencie chyba nawet ponad 8 sekund przewagi nad Sarą Gazas. Warto wspomnieć, że Indonezyjka ma już doświadczenie z imprezy rangi Mistrzostw Świata U23. Z kolei zarówno Marokanka, jak i Algierka debiutują właśnie tutaj w Poznaniu.
And Indonesia continues to lead, looking really calm and collected. She has those shorter, fatty blades that she's getting into the water to a nice depth. You just want to cover the face of the blade. Nice V-splash off the back of that as well. And the single sculls, the athletes will all have what's called a stroke coach at their feet. I challenge you in the grandstands to take a look. You'll probably see it in a colorful bumper. That tells them what how fast they're going per 500 meters. It tells them what their stroke rate is. And that's part of what we're referring to when we say how many strokes per minute. Lowest strokes per minute is Algeria right now, running second, and Morocco's Sarah Gazes is running third here. She was in Drexel University, and I'm sure that her parents, Nadia and Abdelzak, or her sisters, Samia and Sabrine, are cheering her along, whether online, joining us here, or in the grandstands, because this is a great opportunity for racing experience experience against some of the world's best. How many people can say that they were in a B final against a recent Olympian? That's really, really exciting. The race experience that the athletes get out of this is going to go on to help them in seniors or in future U23s. You learn a lot by making mistakes. You learn a lot by the working in the intense conditions here, feeling the pressure and the nerves that come along with racing, which is really hard to recreate when you're in a training environment. And I have no doubt that all of the athletes in this race are going to take some really valuable resources from this and good points of this, take it back to their training, and that will sustain us and nourish us, Richie, through the next year until we get to see these athletes come and show us their skills again.
Absolutely, the young 20 and 21-year-olds racing here. I'm sure we'll see them on the circuit, maybe back here at the under-23s and graduating onto the senior races as well. They've stretched out now, coming in towards 300 to go. Indonesia time in the heats was just over 8 minutes, so maybe she's going to see if she can get a better time in this race here. She's leading it out well ahead of Algeria back in second place. It did look like the Moroccan sculler was rowing side by side with Algeria in the last 500. But we're just seeing a change there now with Morocco moving into third place, a little bit off the place, and the Algerian sculler well placed in second. No doubt about the leader though, running it from the very first stroke, PR3 of Indonesia.
Najbardziej doświadczona w tej stawce reprezentantka Indonezji Mutiara Putri zmierza po zwycięstwo i nie jest to żadne zaskoczenie, bo to zawodniczka, która była bliska tego, by płynąć tutaj w Poznaniu w finale A. Zabrakło jej do tego nieco ponad 2 sekund. No i może tylko tego żałować, patrząc na to, jak prezentuje się dzisiaj na torze regatowym Malta, bo Indonezyjka z wyraźną przewagą przynajmniej kilkudziesięciu metrów nad rywalkami z Algierii i Maroka zbliża się do mety.
So finish line is in sight for our leader, PR3 of Indonesia, who's looking to take 7th position overall in the lightweight women's single scull. She powers to the line here. Just going to have a quick look at the time when it comes up to see if she got anywhere near that 8:02 that she completed in the heats. And the Algerian sculler just coming in towards the finish now in second place. Bukus, just a little bit of clear water. It looks like Bukus winding down towards the finish ahead of Morocco back in third. So that closes out the first heat there, 7th, 8th and 9th in the lightweight single. We're going to head up for the men's lightweight single B final, a 5-boat race here between Slovakia, Tunisia, Switzerland, Moldova and Estonia. And best place to see who is leading it out, we're going to head straight up the course to the 1,000 meter mark.
Light tailwind rippling across the water here as it blows these lightweight rowers towards us. They'll be really pleased of any condition that's not a headwind. They have to weigh in 2 hours before racing at 160 pounds. And the one that is in the lead right now, well, that's Slovakia. Peter Strakansky, a little bit of a surprise perhaps for him as well to see him in the B final. Yeah, a very talented athlete that's been on the circuit for a few years now. He was 4th last year. Came again that heartbreaking 4th place at both World Cups this year. Could practically taste the podium, and yet here he is in the B final. But looking at the 1,000 meter, pretty content to try and row exactly through this B final and back into the A final if he can. He's about a boat length of open water ahead of the next closest boat, which is Tunisia.
Na pewno sporym zaskoczeniem jest obecność Petera Streczańskiego, a więc Słowaka właśnie tutaj w finale B wagi lekkiej skifistów. On był jednym z kandydatów, takich topowych kandydatów, faworytów do zdobycia medalu, być może nawet do włączenia się do walki o złoto. Wszak mówimy tutaj o zawodniku, który dwukrotnie w trakcie Pucharów Świata w Varese oraz w Lucernie zajmował 4. miejsca, a także rok temu zajął 4. miejsce tuż poza podium na mistrzostwach do lat 23 właśnie w tej kategorii. No ale tutaj dość niespodziewanie spadł do finału B i jak na razie radzi sobie doskonale z resztą stawki. Ponad 3 sekundy przewagi nad drugim Tunezyjczykiem Mohamedem Krimim, płynącym na torze 3. Na dalszych miejscach Szwajcar Niklas Frey, to jest tor pierwszy, na torze drugim Artiom Holostoch i na torze piątym Aleksandr Matronici. Troszkę tutaj mamy debiutantów, bo należy tutaj właśnie wspomnieć chociażby o Freyu, ale także i o Krimim, więc trzeba przyznać, że radzą sobie całkiem nieźle ci zawodnicy z torem regatowym Malta.
Peter Strzekinski from Slovakia still looking really strong out in front as he extends his lead. Tunisia pushing forward with him. Estonia a little bit back here. This athlete was 7th at the U23 in the Europeans, and just last year in 2024 did some cross training as a competitive cross-country skier. And maybe we can set the stage a little bit about what this means in the B finals for rankings now that you're no longer racing for lanes. A lot of athletes, this will now affect their selection and ranking within their national sporting organization. This could have implications on funding as well, but also as athletes, we're always looking for that personal best, that ghost on the water, and pressing forward and learning as much as we possibly can each opportunity you have to represent your country. Here we're coming through the 1500 meter marks into the final 500 meters. Your legs are starting to get pretty full of cement at this point, and now you're going to start to turn the dial, I like to call it, just starting to tighten things up as you watch for those yellow buoys to turn red. Then you get into your final sprint. Rowing is really interesting in this. You start with an anaerobic sprint, you settle, and I'm using air quotes for those of you who can hear my voice, settle into race pace, and then you get into the sprint right now, and that's what Peter is starting to lead the charge in, up already, Richie, at a 37.
Yeah, he's a bit of a surprise, as you said, to see him in the B final here. Saw him racing in his debut back at World Cup in Zagreb, where he was rowing against his sculling heroes back when he was a teenager. We've seen him on the A finals over a number of seasons. He's leading it out here in the B final of the under-23 lightweight men's single sculls. The faster sculler in the heats was Mohamed Krimi of Tunisia. He's back in second place, maybe just a half a length of clear water separating first and second. But these two looking good ahead of Switzerland, Estonia and Moldova.
Peter Strzekinski z Słowacji pewnie zmierza po zwycięstwo w tym finale B, ale nie ma się czemu dziwić, to już doświadczony zawodnik. Zawodnik, który ma za sobą starty również w tej seniorskiej rywalizacji, no i zawodnik, dla którego triumf w finale B, który właśnie przypieczętował, to zapewne spore rozczarowanie, bo on miał walczyć tutaj w Poznaniu o medale. Drugie miejsce dla reprezentanta Tunezji, Mohameda Krimi.
They're just crossing the line to close it out. It is Slovakia there. Just take Peter Strzekinski taking the win ahead of Tunisia in second. Holostoch of Estonia in third, ahead of Frey of Switzerland in fifth, and Matronici of Moldova in fifth place.
Podsumujmy to, co za nami. Zwycięzcą tego finału B, jeśli chodzi o rywalizację jedynek wagi lekkiej mężczyzn, Peter Strzekinski ze Słowacji. No a na kolejnych miejscach finiszowali reprezentanci Tunezji, Estonii, Szwajcarii i Mołdawii.
Hello, it's us again on the grandstands here with a team that has, I think, the loudest supporters. I mean, of course, Switzerland. Hello, how are you doing? The race was quite good, but I think that not as good as you supposed.
I didn't actually see.
That's what I'm talking about. We're having a little party right here in the grandstands, but you are particularly waiting for some race that's going to be ahead of us.
It's pair, the men's pair at 3:21, where my son's rowing with his best mate, so Sarek Critchley and Nicholas Chambers.
And what's your son's name that we know?
Sarek Critchley.
Okay, and what are your expectations? How many gold or even how many medals you're going to take home with you?
We're hoping for a gold, crossing all the fingers and thumbs.
Okay, thank you very much. Have a great day. We're keeping our fingers crossed, and we'll get back with another interviews later on. Stay tuned.
And we are underway for our next race. It is the B final of the women's pairs. These crews raced on the heats in Wednesday, where the top 6 crews advanced on to the A final. But here in the B final, we have 6 boats between Italy lane 1, Romania lane 2, Australia lane 3, Great Britain lane 4, Germany lane 5, and Switzerland lane 6. They've just got off the start, all in the high 40s. The Romanian crew, 40 strokes per minute coming into the first 100 metres, absolutely flying off the start there. But the early leaders are the crew from Great Britain, Shepard and Luke, centre of the course. They're leading it out, but we are just in the first 200 metres. Taking with them the Australian crew, barely missed out on the A final by less than a second. So we're expecting to see Australia and Great Britain really battle this one out, and that's what we're seeing into the first 200 metres. These two leading out ahead then of Germany, Romania, Italy and Switzerland.
Przed nami 2 finały B w dwójkach bez sternika i sterniczki. Na początek rywalizacja pań, chwilę później do boju ruszą panowie. Jeśli chodzi o panie, to ten wyścig już się rozpoczął. No i tutaj w akcji oglądamy reprezentantki Włoch, Rumunii, Australii, Wielkiej Brytanii, Niemiec i Szwajcarii. Skład tego finału B może być lekkim zaskoczeniem, no bo przecież Wielka Brytania, Australia, Niemcy czy też Włochy to wioślarskie potęgi, ale akurat w tej konkurencji na mistrzostwach świata do lat 23 reprezentantki tych państw walczą tylko o miejsca od 7 do 12. Osady, które w tej chwili rywalizują na trasie, zbliżają się powoli do pierwszego punktu pomiaru czasu. No i właśnie w tym momencie dotarły do tego punktu umiejscowionego na dystansie 500 metrów. Na prowadzeniu Wielka Brytania, na kolejnych pozycjach Australia, Niemcy i Włochy.
So it's turning into a series of races here with the 2 leaders, Great Britain, Australia, moving out to clear water ahead of Germany and Italy coming through the 500-metre mark. Romania still in touch with Italy, though. The only crew off the pace at the moment, the crew from Switzerland. We mentioned there that the Australian crew missed out on the A final by just less than 1 second. They were the fastest crew coming out of that heat that we had on Wednesday. Great Britain, current holders of this title, current world champions, but a new lineup here of Shepard and Luke rowing it out in lane 4 as they come up to the 750 mark. We're going to head up and check in. It's all action centre of the course with Great Britain leading it out from Australia.
Great Britain indeed in the lead here, and Chloe Shepard from the University of Washington, Rhiannon Luke from the University of Texas coming down, but plenty of experience. This is their U23 debut, but Shepard has a U19 bronze in the quad, and Luke has a U19 women's 4 silver, coached by Sam Tuck of Molesley Boat Club. Very talented coach there. So great U23 debut for this combination. They're rowing nice and long and lean. Next to them, Australia, still in touch, very much so, exactly where you want to be at this stage of the race. Sophie Barr and Bao has a sister in the senior team, so I wonder if there's been any good tips that she's gotten for her, but definitely rowing her own race here. Isabella Scammell in the stroke seat, U23 Cox 4 champion, so 2 crews out in front with plenty of experience.
I przechodzimy płynnym krokiem do kolejnej z kategorii. Już jesteśmy w tym momencie na półmetku finału B w kategorii dwójki bez sternika, a w zasadzie dwójki bez sterniczki, bo mówimy tutaj o paniach. I na przedzie Wielka Brytania, Luke oraz Shepard. Taki skład zapewnia w tym momencie kibicom z Wielkiej Brytanii trochę radości, bo mówimy tutaj o 2 sekundach przewagi nad Australikami, nad Scammell oraz Barr. Na trzeciej pozycji w tym momencie Niemki, Labonde i Wollenhaupt. I tak to mniej więcej pewnie będzie wyglądało, drodzy Państwo, do samego końca, bowiem strata pomiędzy pierwszym a drugim a trzecim, a także kolejnymi miejscami jest już naprawdę bardzo, ale to bardzo duża. Jeżeli chodzi o 4. pozycję, tam mamy Włoszki płynące na torze pierwszym, na torze drugim, dalej Rumunki i stawkę w tym momencie zamykają odstające już dosyć mocno Szwajcarki płynące na torze 6.
Not much has changed. GB still leading Australia. So let's take a look back farther. Germany went to the World Cup in Varese. They were in the C final there, so that senior experience for those two. Here now in the B final and racing for rankings. And the Romanian crew that went out so fast at the start, right next to Italy, which is also a sprinting crew. Always exciting to see two sprinting crews right next to each other trading blows. Right now they're up on Italy, and plenty of hardware in that boat as well. They're U23, a gold medalist with 3 medals between the two of them through the 4, the 8, and the women's pair as well. GB continues to lead here, both them and Australia at a 35, looking like they're just holding the line. They've got the best view in the house to either side. They can take a look and see where the rest of the crews are. About 1.72 seconds between the two of them, so the Italians have made up a little bit of time since the 1,000-meter mark, or pardon me, the Australians have made up a little bit of time since the 1,000-meter mark. I'm sure they had a call there, and now heading into the last 500 meters of the race. Now we see them starting to lift the rate. Australia already starting. They're going to go a little bit sooner probably to try and challenge that formidable team from Great Britain.
So looking good so far, but sprint finishes we've seen all morning where the placings have changed, especially in these small boats. They can take it up and power into the line. Huge encouragement once again from the grandstand, lifting these crews home. It's still Great Britain leading it out. They're 35 strokes per minute, so they haven't gone for the line just yet. Chloe Shepherd in the bow seat, Rhiannon Luke in the stroke seat, 20 and 19 years of age. Again, their names that we're going to become familiar with. Just to mention the youngest crew in the speed final, the Swiss crew, Schwab and Vicky, back in 6th place at the moment, a development crew, but in here in the mixed racing against all of the big names. It's still GB leading it out from Australia.
Przez długi czas wydawało się, że Brytyjki są niezagrożone, jeśli chodzi o ten finał B w rywalizacji kobiecych dwójek bez sternika, ale tutaj niczym króliczek z kapelusza na torze 5. wyskakują reprezentantki Niemiec i to one obejmują prowadzenie na kilkadziesiąt metrów przed metą.
So those sprint finishes we mentioned coming to play. Germany are the ones that took it up at 39 strokes per minute and blasted into the lead into the last 100 meters here. Schwab in the bow seat, Wallenhaupt in the bow seat, Le Bond in the stroke seat. They have come from 3rd into 2nd into 1st, and they're going to cross the line and take this B final of the women's pairs. Huge celebration there from the bow seat. GB back in 2nd. We've a clash, unfortunately, just to round out the races there. A clash. It is the Italian crew that are going to come in 3rd. The Swiss crew coming in there. We're going to have to check and see what happened between the Romanian crew and the Australian crew there just in the run into the finish. Just a recap there, a great win for Germany. They timed it to perfection there coming in for the line. Huge celebrations from them. They take the B final. Great Britain in 2nd place ahead of Italy. Switzerland taking 4th, and then the Australian and Romanian crew. You can see the umpire heading over to see what happened there. I think one of the crews unfortunately ran into an issue and steered out of their lane. We'll have to come back and see what the details are there, but it was the Romanian crew crossing the line just ahead of the Australians to close out final B of the women's pairs.
Dużo działo się z przodu, jeśli chodzi o ostateczne rozstrzygnięcia tego finału B. Ostatecznie po piorunującym finiszu najlepsze były w nim reprezentantki Niemiec, które minimalnie wyprzedziły Brytyjki. Te z kolei dyktowały warunki od początku dystansu i dla nich drugie miejsce to małe zaskoczenie, natomiast sporo wydarzyło się też za plecami tych dwóch najszybszych osad, bo gdy zastanawialiśmy się, czy Australia, czy Rumunia będą finiszować na miejscu 3, doszło niespodziewanie do kontaktu między tymi łódkami. Panie się zakleszczyły, no i sytuacja rozwinęła się w taki sposób, że Australijki i Rumunki minęły linię mety jako ostatnie, wręcz stanęły w miejscu tuż przed metą, dały się wyprzedzić Włoszkom i Szwajcarkom.
So straight back to the action here. Final B of the men's pairs underway. We've one crew did not start. Unfortunately, it is Alec Hoskins of Australia had a medical issue. So we just have 5 boats racing here. We're going to head up straight to the action.
And what a shame that we don't have Australia. They did have the 2nd fastest time in the heat, but fastest right now, Italy across the line, chased by Denmark, that Italian combination. Alessandro in the bow has a bronze in the men's pair. Giuseppe has a silver in the coxed 4, and they have have an axe to grind, most importantly. They were pushed out of the A final by staggering 0.41 seconds by Norway, and they would want to make a firm statement here. The only person that is challenging them from running away with it is Denmark. They're doubling up in the men's 8, much like the Canadian boat.
Nie mamy na starcie Australijczyków. Oni nie wzięli udziału koniec końców w tym wyścigu i wielka szkoda, bo tak jak powiedziała Andrea, byliby pewnie głównymi faworytami do zwycięstwa w tym finale B dwójki bez sternika. No ale pod ich nieobecność mamy z przodu Włochów, Duńczyków i Nowozelandczyków. Jeżeli chodzi o Włochów, to też absolutnie nikogo nie może szokować to, że są oni na przedzie, wszak zarówno Alessandro Timpanaro, a także Giuseppe Bellomo to są już uznane nazwiska, nie tylko na juniorskich, nie tylko na młodzieżowych arenach, ale także i w seniorskim świecie. Oni już reprezentowali Włochy na różnego rodzaju imprezach. Bellomo był też mistrzem świata do lat 23 w czwórce w 2023 roku. Srebrnym medalistą również w czwórce rok temu. Także tutaj na pewno sam fakt, że Włochów nie mamy w finale A, jest dla nich mocno rozczarowujący. Jeżeli chodzi o Duńczyków, to także możemy mówić tutaj o panach, którzy zaznaczyli się złotymi zgłoskami na kartach historii różnych imprez międzynarodowych. Chociażby trzeba przyznać, że Tobias Bosnes był srebrnym medalistą z poprzedniego roku, jeżeli chodzi o czwórki podwójne. Także zobaczymy, dla kogo będzie zwycięstwo w tym biegu, czy dla Włochów, czy dla Duńczyków, a może jeszcze na tych ostatnich metrach Nowa Zelandia będzie w stanie im zagrozić.
Italy continues to extend their lead over Denmark. Out in the sneaking along in lane 6, New Zealand trying to creep up on the Danish crew, but still a little bit of work left to do. Spain is running 5th, Canada running 6th. I know that Mateo's mom in stroke seat is anxiously watching right now. He did just do the 8 90 minutes ago, and it's a testament to how many athletes double up and how tough that is. But it's all about Bella Italia right now coming into the lead, and those red buoys are inside.
In the bow seat, Alessandro Timpanaro and Giuseppe Bellomo in the stroke seat. They're leading it out well ahead of the chasing pack that are there. It's Denmark back in second place, ahead of New Zealand in third. The Spanish crew coming down the course at 40 strokes per minute. Unbelievable. They're now up at 42 in the run into the finish, but the boat speed just isn't there. They're back just ahead of Canada, back in 5th place.
Włosi od początku wrzucili atomowe tempo i Włosi pewnie zmierzają po zwycięstwo w tym finale B męskich dwójek bez sternika. Alessandro Timpanaro i Giuseppe Bellomo. Ten duet za moment będzie cieszył się z 7. miejsca w młodzieżowych mistrzostwach świata do lat 23. Za ich plecami finiszują reprezentanci Danii i Australii.
So the Italians taking 7th place overall, ahead of the Danish crew taking 8th in the B final of the men's pair. They're the 1 and 2. New Zealand just coming in to take 3rd, ahead of Spain and Canada, just crossing the line there. So that completes final B of the men's pairs. A win for Italy.
Potwierdźmy ostateczne wyniki, jeśli chodzi o rozstrzygnięcia w tym finale B męskich dwójek bez sternika. Triumf reprezentantów Włoch. Na podium znalazły się też osady z Danii i Nowej Zelandii. Australia nie wystartowała, na dalszych miejscach Hiszpania i Kanada.
So coming down fast and furious in these B finals. We're now moving on to the B final of the women's double sculls. Again, there was 15 crews entered in this originally. We narrowed that down to the semi-finals, where we had 12 competing for the 6 positions in the A final. These other 6 rowers in our 6 crews in the B final now, and we are narrowing it down to see who's going to place overall. Coming through the first few 100 meters and through the 500 meter mark, it's Lithuania leading from Italy and New Zealand. They're the 1, 2 and 3. Brazil back in 4th place ahead of Latvia, and it's the Irish crew in 6th place through 500.
And as I see the drone fly by, you must be getting some really beautiful views of the great water that we have here. Light little tailwind tapping us down and along. You're absolutely right. It is Lithuania currently in the lead. Italy right next to them. Lithuania, the bronze medalist, with 1 returning. That's the stroke seat, Gabia. Right now up at a 36 next to them. Italy settled down into a race pace of 35. This is a great story. They were at the World Cup of Varese in the women's women's quad. Italy sent 2 boats. Italy 1 versus Italy 2 came down to the final. Less than half a second between those 2 crews. And it looks like they've decided to combine their powers here and get into the boat together. Certainly seems to be working for them.
I zaczynamy finały B dwójek podwójnych. Na początku obserwujemy to, co dzieje się w rywalizacji panie, a tutaj możemy mówić na pewno o dobrej formie zaprezentowanej przez Litwinki, przynajmniej do tej pory. Kryzewiciut i Stankiewiciut to są też zawodniczki nieprzypadkowe. Trzeba powiedzieć o tym, że Litwinki rok temu zdobyły brązowy medal. Oczywiście nie w takim składzie, nie w konkretnie takim składzie, chociaż Saule Kryzewiciut była wówczas częścią załogi, więc połowicznie przynajmniej można mówić o tych dobrych wspomnieniach z poprzedniego roku. A czy dobre wspomnienia będą miały również z toru regatowego Malta? No trudno powiedzieć jednoznacznie. Myślę, że te apetyty mogły być nieco większe, opiewające właśnie o awans do finału A, do tej najlepszej szóstki, ale jak się nie ma co się lubi, to się lubi co się ma i w tym momencie Litwinki na półmetku wyprzedzają o około 2 sekundy Włoszki, a więc Gnatte i Ravini Perelli. Na dalszych miejscach, na miejscu numer 3 dostrzegamy Nowozelandki Tutbury i Tuffin. Na miejscu 4 Rumpe Agare, to są Łotyszki. I na dalszych pozycjach Brazylijki na miejscu 5 Postiglioni, Almeida i na miejscu 6 Keating oraz Clements.
Having raced in a double myself, I have to say I have a fond spot for this boat class. It's really tough. It's a beautiful pairing. There's no coxswain. You have no breath to talk to each other, so you will have a well-rehearsed race call. Probably communicate in a couple of grunts if you're able to. One word here when it's really important. And all of these crews, as they went by, looking really synchronous, not just because you have to get all 4 blades in and buried at the exact same time, but also, of course, we have to have the same unisuits on. If one person's wearing a hat, the other person has to wear the hat as well. So they're all looking like a single unit. I even saw some hairdos that were looking the same.
No, na pewno nie jest to łatwa konkurencja. Dwójki podwójne rządzą się swoimi prawami, tak jak powiedziała przed momentem Andrea. Trudno złapać oddech, trudno jest porozumiewać się w tej łodzi. Litwinki na pewno muszą trzymać się mocno, bo wiemy, cały czas Włoszki starają się napierać. Już około tylko 10 metrów tracą do nich, więc jeszcze nie wszystko stracone. Około 550 metrów w tym momencie do zakończenia tego wyścigu, tego finału B. Dwójek podwójnych panie. Nowozelandki i już nieco bardziej w tyle. To jest około 18 metrów straty do drugich Włoszek, więc one raczej nie będą w stanie zagrozić pierwszym 2 lokatom. W tym momencie to około 2 sekund i 0,3 sekundy przewagi liderek nad wiceliderkami. Już za moment doczekamy się też finału B, jeżeli chodzi o dwójki podwójne mężczyzn, a zaraz potem, szanowni państwo, 2 wyścigi emocjonujące z perspektywy polskiej, czyli 4 bez sternika, 2 kolejne biegi, najpierw panie, reprezentantki biało-czerwonych i później również i panowie.
And through the 1500 meter mark, no changes in the order outside of Brazil, who has slipped into 5th, Latvia into 4th. These athletes are steering the boats not with any rudders, but just with pressure through the blade. So just by pressing a little bit more on the foot plate, and that allows them to just get them back into those lanes, which are very wide, of course. Those oars are over 3 meters long each. Italy is now in second, about 10 meters behind, and coming into the sprint finish, but I see them winding up.
The rates are starting to come up now into the high 90s, high 30s as they approach the last 250 meters. Doing all the running, the Lithuanian crew leading it out, but the one thing you don't want to be doing coming in towards the finish is seeing an Italian double right behind you, putting on pressure. I think they're going to run out of water. It's looking good for Lithuania and Italy. They're the 1 and 2, New Zealand back in 3rd.
Czekamy oczywiście na wspomniane wyścigi z udziałem biało-czerwonych, ale na razie ostatnie metry finału B, jeśli chodzi o kobiece dwójki podwójne. No i tutaj po triumf, po zwycięstwo na torze regatowym Malta płyną reprezentantki Litwy. Na drugim miejscu finiszują Włoszki.
Lithuania crossing the line and taking the B final of the women's double sculls just ahead, a little bit of clear water back to the Italian crew in 2nd. It is New Zealand in 3rd, just half a length of the fast finishing Latvian crew, who in turn a little bit of clear water then back to the crews from Brazil, finishing in 5th, half a length ahead of the Irish crew in 6th.
przez różne przemywy, aż do naszych domów, czy do zasilniaka.
We catch our breaths and move on to the next final B of the men's double sculls. Again, a six-boat race here between Sweden, Switzerland, Spain, Czechia, Greece and Estonia. And we're going to head straight up and pick up the action.
Well, through the 500-meter mark, Spain is leading, but barely, just by a whisker here. Czechia right there with them, then just a couple of seats back to Greece, Sweden, Estonia running fifth, Switzerland rounding out the six boats.
I cały czas obserwujemy kolejny z wyścigów, tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej. Tym razem mamy do czynienia z finałem B wśród panów, jeżeli chodzi o kategorię dwójki podwójnej. No i tutaj dużo bardziej wyrównana stawka. Tak mi się przynajmniej wydaje po tych 500 metrach. Na czele Hiszpanie płynący na torze trzecim, na torze czwartym dostrzegam Czechów, którzy stracili ledwie 16 setnych sekundy do liderów tego wyścigu. Już dużo większa strata Greków, a także Szwedów, którzy walczą w tym momencie o miejsce trzecie. W zasadzie też Estończycy liczą się spokojnie w tej walce. Na ostatniej pozycji Szwajcarzy, którzy wydają się słabnąć z każdym metrem, ale zobaczymy, jak to będzie wyglądało na półmetku. No, widzimy, że bardzo mocno odpychają się teraz osady będące na miejscach numer 1 oraz numer 2, a zatem, tak jak wspomniałem, Hiszpanie i Czesi tutaj mają jak najbardziej apetyty na to, aby sprawić trochę radości swoim kibicom.
Coming through the 1000 now, and it continues to be Spain and Czechia neck and neck with each other. And as the Greek scullers come by us, worth mentioning that this combination has done some switching with who's sitting in stroke, who's sitting in bow. Gives me a great opportunity to explain to you what the different roles are. The stroke is essentially the metronome, so they're setting the rhythm of the boat. Bow follows along, and it's typically bow's responsibility to take a look out of the boat, look and see if there needs to be any moves, make calls, make those race plan on the fly so that you stay in medal contention. I talked on an earlier day about, is this a red light moment, yellow light moment, or green light moment? Right now, well, green light moment for Spain and Czechia. They're right where they need to be, up at the 1200 meters and extending their lead significantly with open water between them and Greece. On the other side, that's the far side where we see all the cyclists, our Tour de Coaches, there's Sweden, 35 meters behind the leaders.
Cały czas obserwujemy to, co dzieje się na torze regatowym Malta i w dalszym ciągu nie zmienia się zbyt wiele, bowiem cały czas to Hiszpanie walczą o pierwszą pozycję z Czechami. No, konia z rzędem temu, kto wytypuje, kto pokusi się o typ na ostatnie kilkaset metrów. Wydaje się, że to Hiszpanie zachowali nieco więcej sił, ale teraz widzę, że nieco lepszą prędkość prezentują właśnie wioślarze z Półwyspu Iberyjskiego, choć tutaj, tak jak mówię, te różnice są na tyle niewielkie, że nie wiem, czy nie będziemy mieli do czynienia z fotofiniszem. Wiele na to wskazuje. Na dalszych pozycjach umacniają się Grecy, Szwajcarzy, Estończycy i Szwedzi. I tak jak teraz spoglądam na te międzyczasy, no to właśnie teraz wioślarze wpłynęli na pomiar 1500 metrów, 18 setnych sekundy straty Hiszpanów do Czechów, a więc Czesi przyspieszyli, nabrali troszeczkę tempa. Grecja w tym momencie ma około 1,5 sekundy przewagi nad Szwecją, więc tutaj też jeszcze być może Szwedzi nie powiedzieli ostatniego słowa.
Spain right there with Czechia as they decide to pass the baton back and forth. And Spain has plenty of experience in the bow, that almighty bow position. Horta Pombo is a Paris lightweight in the double. They came 8th. He also has a gold in the U23 in the lightweight men's single. So very accomplished sculler, probably knows exactly how to time a kick. And most importantly, Richie knows when to go.
And go he does, taking the rates right up now. 39 strokes per minute, they're matching each other. It's a tale of three races here from first and second, with Czechia and Spain swapping over. Greece, Sweden battling it out for third and fourth, and Estonia for fifth and sixth.
Czesi czy Hiszpanie? To jedyne pytanie, jeśli chodzi o takie ostateczne rozstrzygnięcia tego finału B. Te dwie osady wyraźnie z przodu, no i te dwie osady na tym sprinterskim finiszu będą walczyły o zwycięstwo w tym finale B, czyli o 7. miejsce w ogólnym rozrachunku, jeśli chodzi o tę konkurencję, czyli o męskie dwójki podwójne.
never ceases to amaze me where they find another gear. They both power onto the line here, but it is the Spanish crew just by a canvas taking the win ahead of Czechia. They're the 1 and 2. A little bit further back then, the very young crew, 16 and 17 years of age. The Greek crew in third ahead of Sweden, Estonia and Switzerland coming in to close out final B of the men's doubles.
Ten sprinterski pojedynek na korzyść reprezentantów Hiszpanii, to oni cieszą się ze zwycięstwa w tym finale B nieznacznie. Za nimi dosłownie o kilkanaście centymetrów finiszowali reprezentanci Czech. Kolejne miejsca dla Grecji, Szwecji, Estonii i Szwajcarii.
Moi drodzy, jeżeli lubicie nowinki technologiczne, no to zapraszamy Was na nasze stanowisko PR. Mamy tutaj 3 różne gry. Pierwsze wchodzicie na taki magiczny fontan, no i sterujecie postacią kolarskiej. I właśnie PR, gdzie zakładacie magiczne prezenty. Przenoszą nas do wirtualnej rzeczywistości, ale jesteście podłączeni.
And hello again, I'm here with the most magnificent fans all over the world, and this time I'm gonna talk to a Polish fans, so I will switch to Polish language. Jesteśmy na żywo, jesteśmy na trybunach, jesteśmy na Malcie, Mistrzostwa Świata. Jak panie dotychczas znajdują się w tej atmosferze?
No, bardzo nam się podoba atmosfera, dużo ludzi przyszło. Na razie nam się podoba, czekamy na finały.
Okej, kibicujemy reprezentacjom. Tutaj użyję liczby mnogiej Polski. Czy mają panie swoich faworytów, czy po prostu dla emocji i dla biało-czerwonych barw panie dzisiaj pojawiły się nad Maltą?
Chcemy kibicować przede wszystkim naszym Polakom, ale kibicujemy wszystkim. Także dla emocji jak najbardziej.
No właśnie, bo panie nie są związane z wioślarstwem, nie mamy swoich takich pojedynczych faworytów, ale jak się panie rozejrzą i poczują tę atmosferę, jak można by ją w kilku słowach określić?
Atmosfera jest bardzo przyjemna. Szliśmy wzdłuż toru, było widać już emocje na samym starcie, także oczekujemy tych emocji także tutaj.
Czy widzimy się także nad Maltą jutro?
Naturalnie, że tak. Widzimy się jutro.
Dziękuję bardzo. Thank you very much. I was asking about the atmosphere. They are not mothers. They are not connecting to rowing at all. They just came here to support Polish national teams, and they are keeping their fingers crossed, and they are saying, like we are all saying, that the atmosphere over here is just excellent.
So we're back. Two more B finals to close out this morning, or this afternoon, before we move into the A finals. Next up, it is the B final of the women's 6-boat race here between Australia, Switzerland, Germany, Chile, Poland, and Austria as well. These crews have left the start. They're into the first few hundred meters. I'm going to see, just waiting for the system to update here, see how the crews are going. But up on screen, we can see that in lane 4, leading it out, it's the Chilean crew taking an early lead there, just by half a length ahead of the Polish crew in a second maybe, and then the German crew on their inside. And in lane 2, Switzerland as well, now vying for that early lead as they come up to the first few hundred meters. They're starting to bunch up even more now. That Swiss crew putting on a big push here. They're in that red boat that you can see in lane 2 from the left-hand side, but center of the course in lane 4, leading it out, it's Chile. They're the 1 and 2 very much in the mix. The Polish crew also in third place at the moment. They're coming up on the 500-meter mark. And we'll get the all-important view there. You can see just how close these crews are as they come up. It's lane 4 there, the Chilean crew coming through. It looks like 250 ahead of the crew from Poland in second place. So it's Chile, Switzerland, Poland, all within the mix. But have a look at those times. Just 3 or 4 seconds separating first to sixth, leading it out. Looking good so far for Chile and Switzerland.
Drodzy Państwo, rozpoczął się kolejny z finałów B i to finał B, który bardzo nas interesuje, bo w akcji oglądamy polską czwórkę bez sternika, a raczej bez sterniczki kobiet. Kinga Stałęga, Zosia Śmigielska, Zuzanna Mada i Julia Hakobian, podopieczne Bogdana Zalewskiego, rozpoczęły nieźle. Na pierwszym pomiarze czasu były na 3. miejscu z niewielką stratą oscylującą w okolicach sekundy do prowadzących Chilijek. Na drugiej pozycji płynęły reprezentantki Szwajcarii, no ale my mamy nadzieję, że nasze panie tutaj troszeczkę podkręcą tempo, że one powalczą o zwycięstwo w tym finale B i o 7. miejsce w ogólnym rozrachunku. Jeszcze jedna ważna informacja, taka związana z lokalnym sportem, drodzy Państwo, bo w tej osadzie oglądamy Zofię Śmigielską. Ona na drugiej dziurze, jak to się mawia, siedzi. To zawodniczka Poznani RBW, prowadzona na co dzień przez dobrze znanego w Poznaniu trenera Przemysława Abrahamczyka, który mówi, że może to być materiał na mistrza.
So they're coming up on the halfway mark. We're going to head straight up and see how these crews are faring, especially that Polish crew that were in third.
Oh yeah, I'm going to throw it over to my co-commentator soon, but let's tell you how it all lies. Switzerland and Chile up at a 38 here. Poland now challenging. They're pushing up. Poland has 2 of the women who are in the World Cup in Lucerne that came 5th in the 8. We even have 1 person in 2 seed who is representative of Poznan. The rest friendly rival cities of Toruń and Bydgoszcz. Continues to be Switzerland in the lead here, but not for very long.
I tak jak zapowiadałem, szanowni państwo, mamy do czynienia z rywalizacją w finale B z udziałem polskiej czwórki bez sternika. Kinga Stałęga, Zofia Śmigielska, Zuzanna Mada, Julia Hakobian na ten moment po przekroczeniu półmetka na 3. pozycji. Całkiem dobra forma zaprezentowana przez nasze panie. Na czele jak na razie Chile, tuż za reprezentacją Chile Szwajcaria. No i zobaczymy, czy Polki będą w stanie jeszcze zagrozić faworyzowanym Chilijkom, czy jednak skończą na tej pozycji numer 3. Być może jeszcze tutaj ktoś będzie w stanie je zaatakować, czy Austria, czy Niemcy. No tutaj naprawdę może się jeszcze wiele wydarzyć.
Well, lots of talent on the water today. Australia in lane 1, farthest away from the grandstands. They did have bronze last year, but a brand new crew. We have Remy McKay from Sydney University. We have 2 people in there who got gold in the women's pairs at the under-23 in their national championships, coached by Alfred Young. That Swiss crew that's doing an absolutely fantastic job currently running. They were 5th last year, 2 of them returning. Germany as well, lots of new faces here. The stroke seat, though, came 4th at the U19. And then let's tell you about Chile, because they're doing a fantastic job, too. All debuts, unknowns, except for the stroke seat, who had a U19 double in 2023. She competed there.
Reprezentacja Polski cały czas bardzo mocno trzyma się w tej walce. One cały czas starają się naciskać na Chile, na Niemcy, na Szwajcarię. No jak to wszystko się zakończy, drodzy Państwo? Już powoli podpływają tam gdzieś pod trybunę, z której można kibicować, można głośno wspierać i liczymy na ten głośny doping kibiców. One też na pewno liczą na te kciuki, które od Państwa płyną, na tę pozytywną energię, pozytywną moc. Dawaj Polska!
Well, it's Poland in the top of the chasing pack there.
Yeah, they're just coming into view, and I'm going to pass over to Thomas to take these guys home.
Nie mogę się doczekać, drodzy Państwo. Szybciutko Ricci oddał mi głos, ale nie ma się czemu dziwić, bo biało-czerwone na przedzie. Biało-czerwone tą drugą część dystansu, ten drugi 1000 metrów pokonują w atomowym tempie. Wręcz nokautują rywalki. Od początku płynęły na trzeciej, drugiej pozycji, ale na 1500 metrów, na dystansie 1500 metrów prowadziły już o ponad 2 sekundy nad drugimi w stawce Chilijkami. No i wygląda na to, że Polki płyną tutaj po zwycięstwo w tym finale B. To nie jest jeszcze przesądzone, ale wygląda na to, że tak będzie. Kilkanaście metrów przewagi w tym momencie nad kolejnymi w stawce osadami. Tam Austriaczki, Chilijki, Szwajcarki próbują popsuć szyki naszym paniom, ale nie zrobią tego, nie dadzą rady. Biało-czerwona łódź zbliża się już do mety i nic nie odbierze zwycięstwa naszej osady. Kinga Stałęga, Zosia Śmigielska, Zuza Madaj, Julia Hakobian. Wielkie brawa. Dziękujemy, drogie panie. Brawa dla trenera Bogdana Zalewskiego. Mamy zwycięstwo w finale B. Mamy osadę na 7. miejscu w młodzieżowych mistrzostwach świata do lat 23.
What an epic win there for Poland. A third place coming through the halfway mark, but they really lifted the boat and powered on into the lead. Opening up, they got clear water at one stage, but the chasing pack, Austria in second, Switzerland coming in third, finishing Chile back in fourth, Germany in fifth, and Australia back in sixth. What a way to finish out the final of the women's fours. So the next race is already there. It's the last B final of today's races before we get into the medals. So we're going to check in. It's the B final of the men's fours.
Przed nami ostatni z finałów B, jeśli chodzi o sobotnie zmagania na torze regatowym Malta w Poznaniu, i to jest kolejny finał B z udziałem biało-czerwonej osady. Na 6. torze Polacy w składzie Bartłomiej Socha, Mikołaj Kot, Jan Dziedzic i Antoni Robiński. To osada prowadzona przez trenera Krzysztofa Kalińskiego, który na pewno liczy tutaj na mocny bieg, na to, że biało-czerwoni, tak jak panie przed chwilą, powalczą o zwycięstwo w tym finale B. Jeśli chodzi o rywali, to na torze pierwszym Duńczycy, dalej reprezentanci Chile, Irlandii, Włoch, Węgier i tor 6 zarezerwowany dla Polaków.
So I have a smile on my face as they come through the 500-meter mark. Italy, Chile, Ireland were the 1, 2 and 3. But looking at the stats there now, it's the Irish crew who have taken the lead. Fionn McDonald, Luke Dunleavy, John Gorman and Sean O'Neill leading it out. Going to check in at the 1,000-meter mark. Looking good for Ireland so far.
Doesn't it just? And at the with their back closest to the finish line is just a 19-year-old Fionn McDonald. And what a view he has here. They're coming through really tightly packed. So, of course, lots of runway left, but yes, great, looking good for the Emerald Isle, and they're rowing really nicely here. A little bit of the cross tail here, starting to turn a little bit lumpy and bumpy, so it's really important that you get your blades out cleanly, stepping out together, and making sure that you carry those blades above the line. We're shaking our heads here at the 1,000-meter because there's nothing between those three crews. Chile, Ireland, Italy, might as well be one boat.
Dystans jednej łodzi tracą w tym momencie Polacy do prowadzącej trójki, do Irlandczyków, do Włochów, do Chilijczyków. Oni w tym momencie na przedzie i oni są naprawdę bardzo mocni tutaj na półmetku czwórki bez sternika. Mówimy cały czas o finale B. Biało-czerwoni nie powiedzieli, myślę, jeszcze ostatniego słowa. Na pewno nikogo nie należy skreślać, patrząc na to, co zaprezentowały panie przed momentem. Raz jeszcze wielkie brawa za te zwycięstwo, za ten triumf w finale B. I tak samo nie można skreślać w tym momencie naszej czwórki bez sternika. Bartłomieja Sochy, Mikołaja Kota, Jana Dziedzica i Antoniego Robińskiego. WTW Warszawa. Ten klub reprezentują i na pewno będą chcieli tutaj jeszcze pokazać się z dobrej strony. Będą chcieli zamknąć ten event jakimś pozytywnym akcentem, a więc również zachęcam gorąco do trzymania kciuków i głośnego wsparcia.
And of course, closest to the grandstand. Well, where else would you want to be as a Polish crew out of lane 6? Perhaps dressed in ninja clothing, trying to sneak up on the rest of the competition and hoping they won't notice them is the Polish combination. 3 of them are from the U.S. crew collegiate rowing program with a stroke seat, Antonio Robinski, even having some experience rowing with Western Australia Rowing Club. They're currently about 30 meters behind here, waiting for an opportunity, or perhaps very soon taking that opportunity. But at the 1,500 meters, the crews have less than half a second between the top 3 crews. Italy currently in first for what it's worth, with hundredths of a second back to Chile, and our good friends in Ireland, as our tower commentator will be pleased to know. All right, so it's just about time. The yellow buoys are going to change to red, and I can only imagine the noise of the grandstand as the Polish crew comes through to the final.
Absolutely electric atmosphere here to close out the B finals in this men's 4. The lead has changed so many times between Italy, Chile and Ireland, and they're the 3 crews well ahead of the chasing pack of Poland, Hungary and Denmark. The roar of the crowd is going to bring them home. Italy go up to 42 strokes per minute, as do the Chilean crew. Ireland now turning it on. It's going to come down to a sprint finish. At the moment it's the Italians leading it out ahead of the Chileans, Ireland in third.
Można powiedzieć, że będą ciężary w kontekście naszej osady i walki o zwycięstwo w tym wyścigu, bo zdecydowanie z przodu 3 łódki to Włosi, reprezentanci Chile oraz Irlandczycy. Te 3 osady walczą tutaj o zwycięstwo. W zasadzie już tylko 2. Irlandia została z tyłu. Zobaczymy, czy wygrają Włochy czy Chile.
The Chilean crew absolutely flying towards the finish, but this Italian crew look like they've got it coming in towards the line. It's 3/4 of a length to Italy. They cross the line. Giovanni Meligari in the bow seat, Emanuele Melani in the 2 seat, Francesco Garruccio in the 3 seat, and Paolo Falossi in the 3 seat. They take the B final. It is a win there for Italy. Chile in second, Ireland in third, ahead then of Poland, Hungary and Denmark.
Finalnie najlepsi Włosi, później Chilijczycy, na 3. miejscu reprezentanci Irlandii, a Polacy na miejscu 4. w tym wyścigu. Bardzo ambitna postawa. Bartłomiej Socha, Mikołaj Kot, Jan Dziedzic, Antoni Robiński dali z siebie maksa, walczyli do ostatnich metrów. Tym razem wystarczyło to do finału, do 4. miejsca w finale B, co w ogólnym rozrachunku oznacza 11. miejsce na świecie w kategorii wiekowej do lat 23. Powodów do wstydu nie ma, ale w kolejnych latach może być zdecydowanie lepiej i na to, drodzy panowie, liczymy. Tego wam życzymy.
we're going to show you today the A finals. So much excitement already today, semi-finals and B finals. Now the medals are going to be presented. I'm Martin Cross, and with me is Tim Van Vliet.
Good afternoon, Martin. Lovely to be here. Thank you very much for that introduction. And so happy to be here at the 2025 World Rowing Under 23 World Championships.
All right, so we have to warm up before finals 8. So I think it's time to dance. Show your best dance moves to our dance cam, which is hounding you. Okay, we like it. Dance some more. Now we're gonna find someone else.
Lake Malta here in Poznan. A packed program, 10 A finals, Martin, and we are about to kick off with the first A final of this championship.
Yeah, it's a new departure. It is the PR3 Under-23 women's single sculls. We didn't get a shot of them at the start. We're looking down the course towards the start, and we can see the start list there. Australia and Ukraine will contest this race, Tim.
Yeah, it's a two-boat race here. Of course, these athletes have already rowed here on the lake earlier on Wednesday. We had a preliminary race in this boat class, but a first to have the under-23 PR3 single sculls here.
Yeah, it's great to get the para-athletes into the under-23 World Championships. This is a new move, and I guess in future years we will see more contestants. But there are two of these rowers, as we can see there. On the far side, Izzy Egan, the 17-year-old Australian. She just took a look round the course, down the course, and her opponent, Daria Kotik, from the Ukraine, she's now taking a look down the course. I guess we should say we might get a little close look at them there, but the PR3 class, if you're new to rowing, welcome to this presentation. It's lovely to have you with us, particularly if you're watching from Australia in Canberra. I know where Izzy goes to school, but the PR3 class is for rowers with a verifiable and permanent disability, and who are able to make functional use of their legs, trunk and arms to propel the boat. So, Izzy Egan there, from Australia.
Yeah, very young athlete. She's only 17 years of age, and right beside her is Daria from Ukraine. And both these athletes now are trying to get their boat straight and level and pointing towards the finish. There's a few moments left, and Martin, two athletes, two boats contesting this A final. What's going through the minds of these young athletes here?
That's a great shout. I think, having raced once already this week, so the fastest sculler was Kotik from the Ukraine, and being a Paralympic, being an athlete with Paralympic experience, no wonder. But Izzy Egan, the young Australian, she's raced, she's competitive with Kotik, and I think having had that first race will give us so much confidence to be able to compete in the middle of the course with Kotik, which is what she needs to do.
Yeah, and she'll be going through her race plan again and again in the mind, and focusing on that very first stroke of the race, where she sets up her race rhythm for the 2,000 meters to come, as they come under starters orders.
Starters holding them for a long time. That red light will turn to green, and you will also hear a buzzer.
Green light, and we're off. The first A final of the Under-23 World Championships, and a great start from both athletes, both Egan and Kotik, cleanly out of the start, and a high rate of striking from the Australian here.
Yeah, she was racing, and it's the Australian who leads just early doors. Izzy Egan, the 17-year-old from Radford College in Canberra. She was racing at the Australian Championships for the schools championship team earlier this season, and her goal apparently is to get into the 2026 schoolgirl quad medal podium and perhaps to win it. So She's still got another year to go.
Yeah, that's a great goal to have, and this race will give us so much experience. She was quick out of the blocks, just pushing her bow ball slightly ahead of Kotyk from the Ukraine, but I think another push from the Ukrainian athlete, slightly lower in the in rates, 35 strokes a minute, and she's retaken the initiative.
Actually, from that shot we just saw, you could see the power in Kotyk's upper body. The Ukrainian athlete now on the left of your screen, you can see her bows edging in front of Egan, the Australian. And it's the power in her upper body. She's utilising that through the middle of the stroke. We can see it there, Tim. She's really pushing that back end of the stroke powerfully.
Yeah, and she gives that boat a lovely surge every single stroke, and she's opened up to almost, well, 3/4 of a length now ahead of Egan from Australia, who is well in her race rhythm. I think both these athletes more or less settling into that mid-race pace at the moment as we approach 500 meters gone.
Yeah, here we get our 4 checkpoints. You know, there are 4 500-meter quarters of this race, and the Ukrainian sculler has gone through in 1:56. That's almost exactly the same time, maybe about 0.3 or 4 seconds quicker than she went through when she won the first heat. Izzy Egan went through in 1:57. So perhaps these scullers are performing as expected, Tim, so far in this race.
Yeah, indeed, I would agree with you, Martin. But yeah, this is a crucial moment, I think, for Isabel Egan, because now she has to make a move. She needs to keep her bow ball close to the stern of the sculler from Ukraine to well, keep the pressure on. But because as soon as it is a clear water margin, the racing sort of shifts a bit, and then it's so much more difficult to get back into the race.
Yeah, I'd say that's fantastic at the moment for the Australian schoolgirl, because she's in contact with a woman who came 4th in the Paralympic Games in Paris last year, racing with Stanislav Samioluk. They missed out on a bronze medal, perhaps about, I guess about 10 seconds or so down on the Germans who took that para-bronze medal. But this is the quality of this woman here, and this is the type of competition that Izzy Egan will be looking for. And the Australians this year came up with their PR3 mixed double, which is the Olympic class boat. And Lisa Grissel and Sam Stunnell, who himself is just 18, finished second at Lucerne behind the bronze medal Germans from Paris. So I guess that's going to be a target for Izzy Egan, to fight her way into this boat, maybe to try and get in ahead of Lisa Grissel from the New South Wales.
Yeah, she might try and get herself selected. She had a quick look around just before the 1,000-meter mark, just checking where she is relative to Kotyk from the Ukraine. And in terms of the lead, it's the Ukrainian really hasn't been able to shake off the Australian in the second 500.
No, I'd say Egan is doing a great job there. This is a quicker race than the initial heat. Kotyk went through in 3:58 in that initial heat, and at the moment this is, well, no, it's very comparable, isn't it? 3:59 Kotyk went through, so it's matching the first heat. This third quarter is going to be crucial for the Australian. This is where she lost ground to Kotyk in that initial race they had, and she will know that, and her coach Christine McLaren will have said, you've really got to dig in that third quarter, Izzy.
Yeah, and she's doing so so very well here in this third quarter. You can see, Martin, by the speed these athletes are doing, because they were in the high 13 kilometers an hour, verging on the 14 kilometers an hour in the first half of this race, and now you can see the effect of those tailwind conditions pushing into that second half. You can see the slight increase in the boat speed, while the rate keeps at the same level. It's still around about that 33 strokes a minute mark.
It's very exciting, isn't it? Because Egan is still just there. Kotyk's been throwing everything at the Australian schoolgirl, and so far the Australian is still there. And it's interesting, you know, she takes her inspiration from that great Australian Olympic medalist Jess Fox, who won those 2 golds in the canoe and kayak slalom in Paris this year. I was privileged enough to be able to commentate on those races. And Izzy took a lot of inspiration from watching Jess Fox deliver yet more Olympic gold medals. That's what she's after, Paralympic gold medals, and she is doing the job at the moment.
Yeah, she's doing very well, though we can see now approaching the penultimate timing mark at 1500, so it's 500 meters still left to row for these two athletes, that the gap is opening up a bit. It was 2 seconds at 1,000, and now you can see that Kotyk from Ukraine is increasing that lead to almost 3.5 seconds. Yeah, now is her time to dig deep, and hats off to Egan from Australia, keeping so close. But I think now we can see the difference in style and ability from the Ukrainian athlete.
Yeah, Kotyk's got that lean back going again. You can see how powerful she is at the back end. A long lean back, reminiscent of Canadian crews, I think. Remember watching them in the Beijing Olympics in 2008, and they had that long lean back at the finish. Quite controversial as a technique, but she's really using it to good effect to drive that finish, the end of the stroke.
Yeah, she's really effective. You can see when she throws her back, when she opens up her back, that boat really surges along, and she's the quickest boat on the water now, and she'll be rowing into the red buoy area, so it's just 250 meters to go as she opens up to a full-length lead.
So impressive from the Paralympian. You can see she's tiring. You can see how much effort it cost Daria Kotyk in that part of the race. The 21-year-old is beating the 17-year-old. They're into the last 250 meters. You can see the red buoys that delineate that. We can see them in front of our commentary position. Egan has kept to her task the whole way down. She's stuck at it.
Yeah, she's keeping Kotyk very honest all the way across the 2,000-meter course.
I'd say even Egan is moving back. I don't think she's going to get back on Kotyk, but Kotyk is tiring visibly, and Egan is driving through the line. She has an overlap. There is just not enough water, or is there? Kotyk is tiring. She's going. What can Egan do? Every single stroke Egan is gaining, but the water ran out, and it was such a close race at the finish, Tim.
Yeah, it was so close. You could see Kotyk tiring up and in the final few strokes. And Isabel Egan got so close, just 1.2 seconds separating them. And if my information is correct, Martin, we have a World Championships best time of 8:10.11. So really rapid time, and an amazing performance by both these athletes. But Izzy Egan from Australia, she got so close in that final 50 meters or so.
Well, I must apologise for not quite calling it across the line. As you will have seen, we don't have a bubble line here, and so we are making judgments as to where the actual line are. The finish tower officials do have that line, which they can see, thankfully, and we can't quite see that. So it was close, it was exciting, and there are going to be more races like that to come. So if you've just joined us on World Rowing, I'm Martin Cross, with me Tim Van Vliet, taking you through the 10A finals of this afternoon's programme at the Under-23 World Championships on the Malta Lake in Poznan, Poland. So, beautiful lake. I guess there are thousands of people around this lake that have come out to watch the rowing or have a great afternoon out on a Saturday here in Poznan. The grandstands are pretty full with supporters and parents, but around the lake it's a great place to watch the rowing from. There's the weather, Tim.
Yeah, so as I mentioned, partly cloudy and mostly overcast conditions here, but it's not really hot. Just 20 degrees centigrade and more or less ideal conditions for rowing, and that tailwind is expected to remain more or less the same throughout this afternoon, and all the crews have been really relishing in those tailwind conditions.
Yeah, I think you can see there have been an issue with the level of the water, because every 4 years they drain the lake. The water should be up to where their feet are, but you can see how much lower the lake is now, which has meant the organisers have had to make some amendments to the sort of boating pontoons or the starting pontoons. There's some of the athletes, I think, from the British team. That's probably the women's 4 from the British team walking down for their final, which we will see later on this afternoon. They're staying in the Novotel Hotel, which is just on the far side of the lake. I think the Dutch team staying at the Park Hotel on this side of the lake, Tim.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah. So loads of these athletes being, staying really close to the venue, and you can see the British crew there just walking towards the boating area, doing their warm-up, and we'll see them at 4:03 in the afternoon as we go to the next day final match.
Italy, Ukraine, Australia and Germany will contest this A final. It's the men's version of the event we just saw. Again, this is for athletes, the para category, PR3 category, for athletes who have a permanent and verifiable disability, which allows them to use the legs and the sliding seat to propel the boat, unlike the PR1 and PR2 categories. So it's the first time that this new para category has been in the Under-23 Championships. On the far side, we have Luca Conti from Italy, 21 years of age, already won medals in the Under-23s in rowing, not sculling. Next to him, we have the Ukrainian athlete, Ivan Kupchuk, 20 years of age. He's in lane 2. Then Sam Stunnell, the Australian. We've seen a lot of Stunnell already this season in that PR3 mixed double sculls. He raced in Lucerne, finished second to the Germans. And then on this near side, Jan Rotlander from Germany, 19 years of age.
Yes, and he is very easily to identify because he's the only one racing in the yellow Empacker shell. I think all the athletes in the other lanes are racing Filippi shells in the white shells.
Yeah, it's fascinating how Filippi has become so much more popular, I guess, in the last 10 or 15 years relative. There were a lot of yellow boats in championships.
Yeah, you're right. And this is Luca Conti from Italy. As you already mentioned, Martin, we've seen him racing at the World Rowing events this year, and probably the most experienced athlete in this final. And then Ivan Kuprychuk from Ukraine.
Yeah, Kuprychuk, he rows with Andrei Civic in the mixed double scull. An experienced competitor at World Championship level, as is, well, not yet Sam Stunnell. Hopefully he will be in the World Championships with Lisa Grissel in that mixed PR3 double scull to be held later in Shanghai. Here's the Germans, Jan Rotlander.
Yeah, I think his debut in the single, racing the PR3 men's pair earlier this season with Philip Dosser, but here at the Under-23 World Championship, he's racing in the single.
Yeah, started rowing back in 2018 at the Ruder Club Bergdorf, which I don't know, but it's in Hamburg.
Yeah, so it's the northern part of Germany, where he's from.
So what's going through these guys' minds now? They're sat on the start, Tim.
Well, you tend to have a bit of nerves at the start. I mean, there's a lot of waiting around, so there's plenty of time for your thoughts to go basically anywhere. But you'll be very aware of the silence. I always was when I was at the start. And then the umpire calls you to attention, and then it's all about execution from there on.
So that wasn't such a long hold as the women's race, and the scullers blast off. Looks to me like the Ukrainian has got an early lead. There's Conti, the Italian.
Yeah, looking very relaxed in those first few strokes, taking a glance to his left to see where Kuprychuk, who is slightly off the center line, outside of the picture here as we ride with the German Rodlander, who is lowest rating crew of them all, and he's also struggling a bit because the explosive start from the center lanes is quite something to behold.
It is, and no surprise really, when these guys raced earlier, it was Stunnel and Kapriciuk who were out in front of the races. Kapriciuk is the race leader at the moment. You can see from our drone shot, that gives a fantastic view, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. You can see his Baubel, the Ukrainian Baubel. He was ahead, but I think a really great second 250 here from the Australian, who now pushes his Baubel ahead, and he's opening up quite fast, Martin. Almost half a length now in just a few strokes.
Yeah, great move there from Sam Stunnel. You can see from our drone shots, the Australian in lane 3, that green and gold, so beloved of the Australian team. They call themselves the Rosellers after that very striking Australian bird, and this Roseller, Sam Stunnel, is really showing the way home in this race. He's from South Australia, from Adelaide, coached by Christine McLaren, who of course looked after Izzy Egan in the last race, and he has a canvas or a deck lead. What do you call it in the Netherlands?
Boegbal.
Boegbal, thank you.
Well, it is almost a Baubel of yeah. And the Australians, it's half a second at 500, and those two athletes really opened up. 7 seconds now back to Luca Conti from Italy, with the German athlete clear water down, but it's going to come down to these two athletes here. You can see them looking at each other. I'm glad to see that Kapriciuk from Ukraine is now in the center of his lane, because he was quite close to the buoy line, and that's always a dangerous place to be, Martin. If you catch your blade, the race can be done all of a sudden when you catch a crab.
So I think Kapriciuk, the sculler on the left of those first two, he was actually not racing flat out when these guys raced before, because through the 1,000 metres, Stunnel threw in a 3:38, and Kapriciuk, he threw in a 3:45. So there were 7 seconds between these scullers at the halfway mark. Well, it doesn't look like there's going to be that margin now.
No, not at all. And I think the Australian is very good at keeping his boat pointing straight towards the finishing line. I have a feeling that Kapriciuk is struggling a bit to keep his boat on the right course, because he's now again approaching that buoy line, and I saw his blade touch one of the buoys just a few moments ago, but he's much closer to the Australian than he was in the preliminary race.
Yeah, he's got a beautiful technique, hasn't he, Stunnel? He's just very relaxed on that recovery forward. Nothing fussy about the way he puts the blades in or takes them out. And that boat is now moving smoothly. And I expect him to take that gap and make it a little bit bigger, Tim.
Yeah, I would. He's not really going all out at the moment. He seems to be rowing well within his stride. You can see the lovely run that boat gets every single stroke from the Australian, whereas the Ukrainian is slightly more erratic, slightly more explosive, but he doesn't really utilize that shell to run in between the strokes, where the Australian looks so fluid out in front.
Yeah, this Ukrainian sculler, I mean, he's had experience in the World Championships. I remember seeing him back in Belgrade when I think he won that event against, I think there was just one athlete competing who was from Germany in the PR3 men's pairs, or one other boat competing. So he's got a World Championship gold medal, Tim. But I think the quality of the Australian para program, we're seeing that now with that gold medal in the PR3 mixed double sculls that Olschwager and Ayres took in the Paris Paralympics, and Sam Stunnel is now an heir to that sort of expectation and seems to be improving with every race that he's had in Europe.
Yeah, he looks so smooth, and if you look at the speed, I mean, he's the quickest boat out on the water, but he's, in terms of rate, he's really relaxed, 31 strokes a minute, and look at the travel that boat gets every single stroke.
Yeah, fair play to the Ukrainian, though. He had a go, didn't he?
Yeah.
The first 500, and he was having a go in the second 500, and it cost him. And then, as you said, the superior technique, I think, the smoothness is just being utilised by Stanel now to maximum effect.
Yeah. Yeah, and now the Australian now across 1,500 meters gone, and he'll be, well, enjoying this final 500. I think he has opened up a large enough margin to just sit back and enjoy the final, well, minute and 50 seconds. But he will keep an eye out on Kuprichuk from Ukraine, because he's still going at it full tilt. I don't think he's going to make it, because he's going to run out of water, but he's absolutely going for that gold medal.
Yeah, he is. So Stanel transitioned to rowing full-time after injuries unfortunately cut his rugby career short. I gather there was a fantastic rugby match in Australia where the Aussies only narrowly lost to the British Lions after leading them. So I'm sure Sam might have been across that result if he had time early today. Perhaps he was just focused on this sculling event here.
Yeah, he will have had full focus on this A final, knowing full well he was the favourite to get it based on the results from Wednesday's preliminary race. But he's, well, I'm impressed by his race. It's really consistent, I'd say, as well. He's still maintaining that 32 strokes a minute, and you can just see the power of the end of the blades from the Australian. Really impressive stuff as he comes into the final 150 metres of this race.
Yeah, down the course we can confirm that in third place is Luca Conti, the 21-year-old Italian. He came close to qualifying for Paris in the PR3 Cox 4. Conti, he's not on the pace here. The sculler from Lago Pusano, which is that lake in northern Italy. I think the Dutch and the Americans train that before their international competitions. But coming down to the finish, it is Sam Stanel, the youngster, just 18 years of age. He just eases off as he crosses the line and takes that gold medal in the PR3 men's single sculls, the under-23 category.
Yeah, dominant victory from the Australian. I think the margin back to second and silver medal of Ivan Kuprichuk was more than 13 and a half seconds. And again, Martin, a World Championship best time, which is to be expected, of course, because this is a new event. But he sets that benchmark at 7 minutes 28:31. And that is a great performance from the Australian. Bronze medal is across the line. Oh, yes, I think he is. Yeah. Conti from Italy. And last but certainly not least is, of course, Jan Roodlander from Germany, fourth across the line.
Yeah, and of course we saw the under-23 men's single sculls semi-finals, and they were sub 7 minutes. And I guess that's the mark of where these para-athletes are aiming for, to be as close to 7 minutes. And yeah, that's how the event is going to grow.
Yeah, I think so, yeah. And it's, I think, a great promise and a fantastic opportunity for these athletes to race here at an under-23 World Championship, and aiming for LA 2028 or perhaps even Brisbane. I think for Stanel, of course, from Australia, he'll have the Olympic Games in Brisbane right in the back of his mind.
Absolutely. So Stanel takes the win with 7:28. Kuprichuk, silver medal. Conti from Italy, some 30+ seconds back, and in fourth place, the German sculler Jan Roodlander. So I think we will have a medal ceremony coming up, I am guessing, because these World Championship, of course, mean that athletes will be awarded those prize possessions, the the World Rowing gold medals.
Germany, line 6. Ireland, line 5.
And so this is the victory ceremony where the athlete will come in. I think there'll just be one medal awarded for this.
Yeah, I think it's just a gold medal because there's 2 entries, which means that only a gold medal is awarded. And you can see Daria Kotyk from Ukraine here getting that gold medal, Martin, and perhaps most importantly, not for her, but...
No, well, we did say we'd talk about this. So Poznan's symbol are 2 goats who butt each other's heads together. and they kind of escape from the kitchen, and the clock tower in the square has these two goats, and it is the symbol of Poznan, and so she looks absolutely all in, doesn't she?
Yeah.
Ukrainian.
I think she really put all the effort out on the water, and you can still see her. She's still breathing at an accelerated pace. So she now gets her chance and an opportunity to enjoy this moment on the podium.
I think we hear the Ukrainian national anthem.
Please do not cross the code. Come closer to the line, zero.
South Africa proceed to the start line before crossing the course. Do not enter the course there. Proceed to the start line, then enter the course.
The Ukrainian flag is the first of these under-23 World Championships to fly over the lake. The medal was presented by World Rowing Council member Rebecca Orr, with Natalia Ziruchevich, the organising committee member from Poland. And that's the thing of what to do with your goat. You tuck it inside your rowing suit, get your flag out and pose for the photographs. And there's the lower tier of the ground. It's amazing the number of flags that are up there.
Yeah, and I was, well, surprised because yesterday the grandstand was also, and that was just the day with the semi-finals, but the grandstand is packed today, as you would expect. Loads of athletes, loads of parents, brothers, sisters, all across from the USA, New Zealand, Denmark has a good representation here on Lake Malta. And yeah, it's great to see the grandstand as full as it is, and there's of course many people also on the banks on the far side as we move towards the next A final out on the lake. It is the A final of the lightweight women's single sculls.
Yeah, so just to, you know, if you're new to the sport of rowing, welcome. It's lovely to have you with us at this Under-23 World Championships. But these women are lightweights. They have weighed in at a maximum of 59 kilos. Great to see Donna Erasmus from Zimbabwe here, a 22-year-old. More of her as we go down the course. Then in lane 2 next to her is Lara Villiger, the Swiss sculler, again 22 years of age. Coached by Miroslav Rastal, the Czech veteran lightweight rower.
Yeah, and we've been discussing, Martin, loads of former lightweights coaching these athletes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see Vrastil from coaching and basically trying to teach the new generation everything he learned over his long and successful career. As we see the athlete from Ireland, Sophia Monaghan, and right next to her we have Ayse Gündüz from Germany, all focused at the start.
Yeah, and we missed talking about Chloe Cresswell from South Africa. It is fantastic to see two women representing the continent of Africa, Erasmus and Cresswell, in this final. And the Italian was the only one that we didn't talk about. She's in lane 4, Melissa Shinkario, youngest in this race, 18 years of age. Well, we saw the Australian athletes in the PR3 single sculls. She was 17, but it's unusual to see an 18-year-old, and she's already had success.
Yeah, yes, and she's the Italian is racing from one of the center lanes. So based on the results from the heats on Wednesday, she is one of the medal contenders. She comes from Lombardia, the region, famous region from Italy, where she trains, and we'll be keeping a close eye on her for a medal-winning performance. But Chloe Cresswell from South Africa, also one to watch, I'd say.
Yeah, generally, if you're new to this sport, like swimming, I guess, the faster boats tend to get put in the centre lanes, and you tend to see the winners coming from 3 or 4, or maybe the lanes outside 2 and 5. It's a real treat when you do get a winner from lanes 1 or lane 6, but it does happen. I remember in the Paris Olympics we had the Romanian men's double winning from lane 6.
Yeah, and I remember that very well, not fondly, being
yeah.
Dutch national. The Netherlands double got a silver medal from that race because that Romanian sprint was all-consuming.
And also you could see the starting pontoon. They would normally be anchored off that concrete wall to the left of the picture, but the lower water level has meant that the organisers have had to construct this new pontoon. And it's a different way of grabbing hold of the boats at the start, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think this is part of it. I mean, the organising committee has done everything they can to make sure that the racing is is as normal as it can be despite the lower water levels, and it's been a great effort from them to make this all possible, but it works just the same, although the water is quite a lot lower than we're used to seeing. The athletes called now to attention by the umpire.
So you heard the attention go from the starter. The red light turns to green, and already the Italian, Melissa Shinkarol, she is absolutely flying off the start. The woman who took a gold medal last year in the junior championships at St. Catherine's, she is now leading this race.
Yeah, it's we're not even 100 meters from the starting line, Martin, and already she has a quarter of a length ahead of the rest of the field. Good start, though, by Laura Villager from Switzerland, the law student, now sitting in silver medal position, the second crew from the right-hand side of the picture. And going with them on the other outside lanes is Germany, also looking very sharp out of the blocks.
Yeah, great to see this dramatic start from the Italian. I wonder what maybe one of the favourites, Chloe Cresswell, the 22-year-old Princeton student, will be thinking about the start the Italian has made. In fact, in the race earlier that these women had, or in the heats, Cresswell threw in a 7:52, and Shinkarol threw in a 7:53. They were very similar on times, but I don't think the South African would have expected a dramatic start like this, Tim.
No, this is going out with a clear intention. The Italian pushing now to almost a full-length lead ahead of Switzerland's Villager. But look on the bottom lane here on your picture. You can see the German athlete Aise Gundus from the Arkona club in Berlin. She's now in silver medal position. We're about to cross into the second 500, but a fantastic start here by the Italian, and she's opened up to almost a full length ahead of the rest of the field.
Well, there was a great finish, I think, in that first heat where 3 scullers finished on 7:52. The South African Monaghan from Ireland and Gunders from Germany. So we know that this contest is going to be close. The Italian has really decided, I'm not going to wait to the finish. This is my race plan, guys. You know, you'll just have to try and catch me. And I think in these tailwind conditions, I mean, it suits that kind of approach, Tim.
Yeah, I think it's important, and especially if you're racing a single, it gives you an opportunity to see the rest of the athletes a little bit better. You can see what they're doing. You can respond in time. And for an athlete, I mean, Martin, you've raced as well, of course. If you get your barbell in front, what kind of feeling it gives that inside that boat?
Yeah, well, it's a great feeling for the first 500 and the second 500, and then in the third quarter you start thinking, when your legs start screaming and you're struggling for oxygen, you think, oh, have I done the right thing? Because you've got to manage. These other female scullers will really think, okay, this is where we start to move. You can already see the South African coming back into contest. Villager, who has basically said one of her biggest challenges, as so many athletes have at this under-23 World Championship team, they've said their biggest challenge is to manage studies and training time, and crucially recovery time as well.
Yeah, that's right. Combining, your degree with almost a full-time athletic career is so difficult, and we can see all these athletes here putting in 16 to 20-hour weeks on the erg, on the water, in the gym to get themselves as fast as they possibly can. And so far, coming to a halfway mark, it's still Italy ahead. And you could see her just a few moments ago, she was really hurting already. So she might have gone early, but she's still more than 2 seconds ahead of Switzerland and South Africa at the moment.
Great race from the young Italian. She's out there in front in second place. You can see it's the red blaze of Switzerland. Cresswell from South Africa is coming back into the race stroke by stroke. I wouldn't put a gold medal past her at the moment if we see a fantastic third 500. I'm not sure about Gunders, the German sculler. She looks to be dropping off the pace a little bit. It looks like we have 3 clear medal contenders at this stage of the race, Tim.
Yeah, I mean, let's not forget Gundus. I think she's still looking good out there, the German sculler, but she is starting to fade a bit in this second or third quarter, I should say, as we ride with Laura Villager from Switzerland, who's doing so well to keep that silver medal position at the moment. But Chloe Cresswell from South Africa, quickest boat on the water at the moment, drawing level with Switzerland as we speak.
And we should mention that Chloe Cresswell has been training with the Zimbabwe sculler Dona Erasmus. I loved her information that she gave to the regatta, and Erasmus said her hero or heroine was Sydney McLaughlin, the American track athlete, who of course has got all those Olympic gold medals, and she loves her values that she puts out in her book.
Yeah,
it's Far Beyond Gold, it's called.
Yeah, well, it's I'm sure it's a good read, and we know that the students from Peterhouse Girls' School will be watching this A final in support of Donna Erasmus.
So the Italian is still impossible to get by. Cresswell has been putting the work in. The scullers are coming to the last 500 meters, and Cresswell is still moving that boat quick on the lake, but it's not quick enough to catch the young Italian. Shinkario has sculled a marvellous race so far, and she still has a clear water lead. And as you said, Tim, I spoke too soon. What is Asa Gunders, the German sculler of Turkish origin?
Yes, she's in bronze medal position at the moment with Laura Villager from Switzerland fading now. As you can see the grimace on the face of the Italian. She's putting it in all for that gold medal, and she's still 300 meters out from the line. But here comes Chloe Cresswell. She's got overlap. That bow ball from South Africa is coming closer to the stern of Italy.
So if you're watching this down in South Africa, I'm sure your heart is in your mouth, as it is from us here, because the Italian is fading. There she is. There's Chloe Cresswell, the 22-year-old, coached by Thato Mankona. And the South African is gaining, but I don't think it's enough. They're in the red boys. I'm going to take the Italian to win this.
Yeah, I think Italy has done enough. Shinkario has given herself a fantastic position to get that gold medal, but South Africa furiously sprinting, almost 40 strokes a minute now. And look here, on the bottom of the picture here, we can see Germany also not out of it just yet. She might even get a silver medal here.
The cowbells are ringing for the Swiss sculler on the far side, but she's got to find something extra. And here comes Cresswell. There are just meters to go. I don't think it's enough. The Italian is tiring as we come up to the line, but Shinkario from Cinovio Society Canottiere on Lake Como, she will take the gold medal. It is a win for Italy. Cresswell takes a fantastic silver, I think ahead of the German sculler Gunduz, and the Swiss sculler, despite the cowbells, was
fourth across the line.
Yeah. Wow, what a race that was, too.
What an amazing race by Melissa Shinkario to get the gold medal. ahead of Chloe Cresswell for the bronze, or silver, and bronze goes to Isa Gunduz from Germany.
So exciting. And time of 7:47, not quite as quick as that world's best time that Evangelina Anastasiadou, the famous Greek sculler, set back in 2022 in a heat in Varese, the Italian course, but super quick time. Cresswell looks pleased with that silver medal, I think.
Yeah, she gave it her all, but I think that gutsy start from Shin Cariol from Italy made all the difference. Racing hard from the get-go, and in the end, she just had enough margin to claim that gold medal.
Yes, so brave. I think, you know, I have this belief, I don't know if it's true, that if you're young, you kind of just think, I'll just go for it.
Yeah.
And that's what she did.
I think you're right, Martin.
Okay, yeah. Confirmation, Melissa Shin Cariol wins that lightweight women's world title at the under-23 level, ahead of Chloe Cresswell and Isa Gunduz. That was the bronze, silver, gold. The music you hear is for the medal ceremony for the PR3 men's single sculls.
Yes, and of course with 4 crews competing, we have a full roster of medals. So we'll be handing out the bronze medal here to Luca Conti, 3rd overall.
And I think that is Axel Müller, if the World Rowing Council member, and the organising committee member is Francie Kaminski. There he is, handing out the goats. I think that's the most important job.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Ivan Krapachuk of the Ukraine, who was so competitive in that first 1,000 metres. But nothing could touch the South Australian. Sam Stunnell gets his medal. Nice wave to the crowd. Fair few Australian flags up there, Tim.
Yeah, loads of Australian fans, and they're always very vocal. So it's great to see them here on the grandstand.
So the Rosellers pick up their first gold medal of this under-23 championships, and we'll hear the Australian national anthem, Advance Australia Fair. Well, that was a popular national anthem by the sounds of the crowds. And Stunnell, he'll be off home, I guess. The Australians probably going straight to the championships World Championships in Shanghai from Australia. But Stunnell's been here in Europe, training at the European Training Centre in Italy quite a while now.
Yeah, that location really functioning as a second home to many Australian athletes, not least the rowing squad, who spent basically the Australian winter back here in Europe, training and racing on Lago di Varese.
Yeah. Not a bad deal. So there are some of the flags. British, German, Swiss, Danish. I'm sure you can pick them out for yourself. Parents, friends, supporters. Really the ones packing the grandstand. The crowds around the banks of the lake.
As we go back to the start for the A final of the under-23 men's lightweight single sculls.
2 minutes.
Yeah, this is a race that these athletes will have had to weigh in at no more than 72.5 kilos just 2 hours before the race. And you can see the lineup there. Turkey, the Netherlands, Argentina, Italy, USA, Germany. I love the fact we're a multinational lineup with the likes of Turkey and Argentina there.
Yeah, as we see the Turkish athlete Koroglu, of course, coming off the back of that brilliant silver medal at the Europeans earlier this season. Next to him, we see the Netherlands, Joost van der Sluis, racing here, the national champion at the under-23 level, as he looks cool and calm.
Well, in the famous blue and white of Argentina, Santino Menin, one of the favourites of this race in the centre lane. We'll talk about the great history in Argentine sculling as we go down the course. Luca Borgonovo, 20 years of age, medals aplenty, and he will be a contender for gold in this race.
Yeah, as we see the American Cosmo Hundrigan, he is racing in that Hudson shell. Great to see him out here racing, taking a little look to Luca Borgonovo from Italy to his right. And last but not least, of course, we have Germany, Mats Winkels from Düsseldorf, Germany.
Yeah, he had to move in the middle of the season. Winkels did, I guess, to Düsseldorf, and so he's worked with a lot of different coaches this year. And he's obviously had to work to get used to that.
United States of America, Germany, attention.
That was a slow start from the Italian, did you see?
I was expecting that Italian bow to just shoot out of the starting blocks, but it's a nice even start, I'd say, across the first couple of strokes. But a good start from Menin from Argentina, who is already making a bit of a move here, getting his bow ball ahead, but going with them, of course, Luca Borgonovo, and to his right, your left, the second crew from the left, the Netherlands also moving quite rapidly across that first 150 meters or so.
So we see the scullers from the drone shot. It is the German sculler, Winkels, closest to us. But the bow of the Argentine boat, Santiago Menin, coached by Pablo Suzzini, out in front, but now being challenged by that, well, slow on the first stroke, I think we're saying, Borgonovo.
Yeah, but I think the Italian wouldn't have been too phased seeing the Argentinian sculler move out in the first couple of strokes. We know he is a quality athlete. Luca Borgonovo, of course, got a bronze medal in Varese earlier this season. And as you can see, him now drawing level with Menin from Argentina. And that's the 1-2 at the moment. Third, I would say, is the USA, keeping close to the two front runners, barely half a length down on Borgonovo and Menin at the moment, as the field comes closer to that first timing mark at 500. Argentina, Italy, USA, that's the top three, and then Germany, Turkey, and the Netherlands.
Yeah, and do you think it's just fate that Borgonovo comes from the same club as Cincariol, who just won that race earlier from the Canottieri Cenobio on Lake Como? Could they have a 1-2 in men's and women's lightweight single sculls?
Oh, I think they would have discussed this possibility, no doubt, but he still has a bit of work to do now, because coming into that second 500, a bit of a push now from Menin, but it's look at this, Martin, it's too close to call, basically 2 or 3 abreast, with the Argentinian sculler just that few inches ahead of Italy and the USA.
I like what the American sculler doing, Cosmo Hondrogan, the 19-year-old from Dartmouth. He's coached here by Trevor Mickelson, who I think is a Dartmouth coach. I like his patience. He's kind of rowing quite long, but he just waits for the boat to come, and when he puts the blades in at the front end, and he's really got all of the boat, and then he's pushing against that resistance, and that's taken him a little bit through the Italian, and he's going to maybe hit the front as we come up to 1,000 meters.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martin. He must be one of the quicker boats on the water in terms of speed. He is at the moment the quickest boat, and you can see that here. He's pushing into the lead.
I think he's got quite a tough gearing, which is kind of like at the moment, if you're on the hardest cog on a bike to get more distance each stroke. I'd be interested to see what his sprint is like against the Italian and the Argentine, but so far it's the American in front. You can see that margin, 0.61 of a second, ahead of Argentina and Italy. Germany, out of the medals so far, work to do in the third quarter, and just coming into it, Koroglu, the Turkish sculler, on the left-hand side, Tim.
Yeah, he's not out of it just yet. He's one of the quicker boats out on the water. And I was just thinking about that gearing, Martin, because the tailwind picks up as we come closer to the finish. That gearing might be a bit tough in the first 500, but that is in your advantage if you come closer to the finish. That tailwind pushing you along, the speed gets a bit higher, and you can take it over just that bit more efficiently.
So this is now the business end of the race, and it's getting good, isn't it? Koroglu, who won that junior gold medal in Paris, sensational result for Turkish rowing. The youngster who studies at Marmara University in Turkey. He's on the left of your picture. He's making inroads every single stroke, I think, on the Argentine sculler and the Italian sculler. But the American, where has he found that push in the third quarter? He hasn't quite got clear water yet, Tim, but it's not far off.
No, and he's really pushing on. And looking at the speed, he is the quickest boat together with Koroglu from Turkey. Those two athletes are quickest on the water, as the Italian Borgonovo slightly fading, still in that silver medal position, Martin. But look at the Koroglu go. He's pushing on. He might even get that silver medal. 500 to go.
Well, it's going to need a fantastic sprint, but we have seen Turkish crews capable of that. So he's got clear water, the American. Fantastic third quarter von Hondogren, and we're really going to see now if that gearing allows him to build up a sprint finish. He's got clear water. I think it's between him and, well, you can see the Argentine sculler is out of it.
Yeah.
It's the Italian. Can he find a sprint finish, or can the Turkish sculler? They are closing, Tim.
Yeah, they are closing. Borgonovo already at 40 strokes a minute, and he is coming closer to the American bow, but I don't think it's going to be enough.
Yeah, I think you're right. I look out to our commentary position. I can see the Turkish sculler is moving the quickest on the course. The Paris junior champion from 2023. He is in silver medal position, and the American, is he struggling?
Yeah, I think he is. He's really feeling the hurt. But look at the speed of the Turkish. Koroglu absolutely flying, and he's pushing through in the final 150 meters of this race.
This is going to be oh so close, because the American has not given up that gold medal. He's just a meter behind the Turkish sculler, but the Turkish sculler is flying. He looks beautiful and smooth and connected. The Italian is now sensing, can he win a silver medal and push through the American? I think the American's going to win a medal, Tim.
Yeah, I think the American's going to get a medal, but it's not going to be the gold medal, because that has Koroglu's name written all over it. Look at him go, 40 strokes a minute, and just a few more strokes before he gets there. He will get the gold medal, no doubt, but I think the American has done just enough, Martin.
Koroglu comes across the line, a fantastic gold medal for Turkey. The American takes a silver medal, brilliant scull from him. Italy, another medal for the Trenobio club. And I think in fourth place, it was the Dutch sculler.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Guus van der Sluis.
Yeah, he was frustrated. He slapped the water when he came across the line. Disappointed not to get a medal, but what a race. Look at the Turkish Koroglu here. Chuffed to bits, and look at the margin, Martin. In the end, almost 2.5 seconds on the line.
Yeah, well, we did wonder about seeing the American with that kind of gearing away.
Yeah,
and just like, what would his capacity be to increase his rate and engage in a sprint finish with his competitors?
Yeah, and now we have the answer.
Oh, yeah. So confirmation, Halil Khan, Koroglu from Turkey, takes that race sub-7 time. I'd say that's pretty decent.
Yeah, very decent. I'd say so.
in second place from USA, Cosmo Hodrogan, and then the Italian sculler Luca Borgonovo, and he will take the bronze medal. We move on to the victory ceremony for the lightweight women's single sculls, which we just saw earlier, and Italy, of course, claimed that gold medal in that event. Presenting the medals is World Rowing Council member Angela Alonso Fernandez. And I think that's the federation members that we can see there. The camera's looking at the federation members from
Germany and Italy.
Germany and Italy.
Germany on the left.
South Africa. I wonder.
Yeah, in the middle.
Yeah. So there is the World Rowing Council, Angela Fernandez.
Yeah, and she's handing that bronze medal to Ise Gunders from Germany.
And it is organising committee member Alicia Lagoda who presents the little goats. This is the new format medal ceremony that World Rowing has introduced. Quicker medal ceremony. Great silver medal, wasn't it, from Chloe Cresswell, the South African, formerly of North London Collegiate College, and great lacrosse player. But here's the gold medalist, Melissa Shinkariol, fearless as she attacked the course in that first quarter and then continued to attack it all the way down. They did close on her at the finish, but she had enough in these tailwind conditions.
Yeah.
And we'll listen to that joyous rendition of the Italian national anthem. So guaranteed to perk you up wherever you are in the world listening to that Italian national anthem. Even if you're South African or German, I think you can't fail to have a smile on your face.
It's one of the great anthems, isn't it?
Completely. There's an Austrian supporter there. He will be looking at the pair of Zetmar and Svoboda coming up with the women's pairs. I think that's why the camera is focused on him at the moment. That race coming up. 15:06 local time, so another 3 minutes.
Yeah, you can see a flag of Gias, the student rowing club from Groningen, on the grandstand as well. Of course, supporting Lita Bonen from the Netherlands, racing in one of those centre lanes.
Are they your favourites for this race?
Yes, Martin, they are.
I
would love them to get the gold medal.
Yeah, well, they're favourites, and I think probably they're Tim's favourites, and I think they might be the favourites. So Lithuania, Austria, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain and Canada. So there we see the Lithuanian athletes there, Ulla Jonusaite and Ugna Rutinkaite, 20 years of age, from Tennessee and Michigan State respectively. A lot of these athletes from American universities. There's the Austrians. We were talking about Lisa Zetmar and Laura Svoboda. Great to see an Austrian pair in the world final.
And here is the Netherlands with Elisabeth Bonen and Marg van der Wal in one of those favoured centre lanes.
Wow, they look really psyched up for this, don't they? Just Bonen just looking around the course there.
And here the Danish, also a very experienced combination of Clara Hornes and Frida Voldager in the bow seat.
So there's the Spanish combination up on the left of your picture, Naria Zubamendi, 22, and Amanda Gil Camacho, just 20 years of age. And on the outside lane, they'll be nearest us. We've got a camera from the start there, Kate Wittard in the bow seat, and Maylene Valquette, 21, in the stroke seat. One from University of Washington, Wittard, and Valquette from Tennessee, as many of these women are. Great program in Tennessee. This pair coached by Katie Steenman, who is partner to Mitchell Steenman, of course, you would know.
I do know, yes. And a quick start, the crews not long being called to attention, but we have the green light, the buzzer, and a clean start by all the crews here as we get those fantastic drone pictures here. Quick start, Martin, from lanes 1 and 2. Lithuania and Austria quick off the mark. And the Netherlands going with them. Bonen and Van der Wal, of course, raced both Texas Longhorns, so they know each other very well, having trained and raced together all season, and they'll be looking to get a medal here. They haven't medaled at the under-19s or the under-23s just yet, but that might change today.
Yeah, and if you're watching Dave O'Neill, I know Dave does a fantastic job. He couldn't win the NCAAs this year. That was Yale, fantastic result from that program, but Dave O'Neill runs a tremendous program at Texas. I think they have something like 62 scholarships, I've heard, which is, I don't know if I've got that correct, but it's a pretty sensational program. And the two Texas Longhorns from the Netherlands look to be out in front at the moment.
Yeah, really getting into their stride. Small steering correction from the Dutch to keep that bow straight and true in their lane, and going with them. Denmark not far behind the Dutch, but the Dutch are leading in this first quarter, and that Lithuanian pair is also in the mix. And the other outside lane there, Martin, Canada, good start from them as well.
Yeah, and of course Canada have a fantastic women's program, don't they? It's quite striking the difference between where the Canadian men are and the Canadian women, because of course the Canadian women took that silver medal in the women's eights in the Paris Olympics behind Romania, and these two Canadians are in silver medal position at the moment. And a lot of their rowing, as we've said, are done in the American system at University of Washington, the Husky in the bow seat, and the volunteer, Milo Valquette from Tennessee, stroking that boat. Yeah. And at the moment, what are they doing up there, Tim? Because do they know that the Dutch are meant to be the favourites, and the Canadians, they haven't read the script, have they?
No, they've taken the script and chucked it in the bin. It's a fantastic opening 1K for the Canadians, and just a couple of feet down on the Dutch, who are leading, and the Lithuanians, Martin, also not following that script at the moment. Lithuania now in bronze medal position. The Canadians just 3 feet behind the Dutch, and keep a close eye on that Danish combination. We would have expected them to be closer to the front of this race, but they're a length down at 800 meters gone. You can see all these crews struggling a bit in these tailwind conditions to keep that pair running straight and through. You can see lots of small steering corrections here from the drone footage, but yeah, Canada looking great so far.
Yeah, they're really attacking this first part of the race. It is still the Dutch, as you can see, with a 1 metre lead over Canada. I'd say really with the pace that we saw from certainly the heats, in the two heats we saw, it was Denmark first, then Spain, then Canada, and the Dutch beat the Austrians and the Lithuanians. But as you heard Tim say, the script's been ripped up by the Canadians. They have really stepped on, and fantastic job. They do have a Dutch coach in Casey Seaman, though, so
yeah, So that might be something, and so we can cheer for that as a Dutch supporter. But yeah, my money would still be on the combination of Van der Waal and Bone in the center lane, lane number 3, as the field is well. To me, it looks like the field is closing up a bit, and the Dutch go for a massive turn of pace here. Big push from them.
That's beautiful. Do you think it makes a difference, Tim, that the Dutch, Meester and Cleverling, won that Olympic gold in Paris in the women's pair? And do you think these two Dutch women feel great because they're representing the Netherlands on the back of that?
Well, I'm sure it's an inspiration, and especially the way that Dutch women's pair of Cleverling and Meester raced, that has been an inspiration for many. And you can see a bit of that in the other crews, but well, the Dutch now really pushing on. Look at the Danes now coming back into it, Martin. We were expecting them to feature in this A final, of course also being part of that historic Danish Olympic Women's 8, the first Danish Olympic 8 in history. They are pushing on, currently in bronze medal position, but the Dutch still unable to shake off the rest of the field here, although they are one of the quickest boats out on the water.
Yeah, yeah, it's a great shout for the Danes, coached by Fredrik Tauberg. Hoynes is a really good sculler, and Foldager, back in the day when she's only 19 now, but in 2023 she won the Danish Youth Rower of the Year. You can see those Danish blades, their bows are now in front of the Canadians. And I tell you what, the Austrians are coming into the picture as well. Look at the distance between the fight for the medals. There is less than 2 or 3 meters, Tim.
Yeah, the Danes are the quickest boat out on the water, putting the pressure on the Dutch, who have led more or less from the start. And we are in the final 500 meters, but you're perfectly right, Martin. The crew from Austria getting into the mix here. I feel like the Canadians are starting to struggle a bit. They're shortening up.
Yeah, and Kate Whittard, the 20-year-old Canadian from University of Washington, look across there. She looked across again, and I think she will see that the Austrians have put on a fantastic sprint. Of course, the Austrians, Lara Svoboda had an accident in January, injured her shoulder. 5 weeks later, she was back on the erg, put a new personal best in. And look what that's done to her. The Austrians are charging past, but the Canadians are trying to answer. The Dutch still in front. Where's this going, Tim?
Oh, the Dutch still have that cushion, Martin. We're inside the red buoys, so it's less than 250 meters to go. But I'm really impressed by that turn of pace by the Austrians. But Denmark also pushing up to 40 strokes a minute. But the Dutch still have that lead, Martin. It might just be enough for them.
So it's the Netherlands as they come past the scoreboard. I don't think anyone's going to touch them, barring accidents. The Austrians are really challenging the Danes for that silver medal position. The Canadians don't think they're out of it, but I think at the moment they're in 4th place. Coming up to the line, it is the Netherlands. Gold medal for them. In 2nd place, what a finish from the Austrians. And Denmark have to settle for bronze, but they seem to be delighted with that, the two Danes. Canada rode out of it, Tim.
Yeah, Canada fading in that last 500, but the Dutch are under 23 world champions in the pair. Fantastic performance by Elisabeth Bone and Mark van der Waal as we see them celebrating, and the relief on the faces. They must have been under so much pressure from the Danish and the Austrians.
And of course coached by Jolien Vermelink, who has got so much experience. I think he's coached something like 6 under-23 medal crews in the past.
Yeah, there are loads of crews who have benefited from the experience of Remmelink. And here we see the official confirmation. The Netherlands take the win ahead of Austria for the silver, and Denmark take the bronze.
Well, that was really exciting, and it's good that we have the medal ceremonies because that kind of allows us to draw breath from these extremely exciting medal races. So, a view down the course, the grandstand on the left of your picture, the swimming pool and the hotel complex in the distance on the right, and the start 2,000 meters away. And here is the medal presentation ceremony for the lightweight men's single sculls race. And council member Mehdi Gardid, World Rowing Council member there, looking good in his World Rowing blazer. And organising committee member, well, I think that is Piotr Daniel.
And coming into view is, of course, Luca Borgonovo from Italy, the bronze medalist.
I wouldn't say he's totally ecstatic.
No,
but I don't know if I'm being unkind to him. Maybe he'll cheer up when he gets an Italian flag and pictures taken.
Yeah, I think he is disappointed with the bronze medal because he was one of the favorites. And here we, of course, we have Cosmo Hundragan from the United States of America. He looks a bit more cheerful.
Yeah, from the Big Green, the Dartmouth program, great season for them.
And here the surprise gold medalist from lane number 1 from Turkey, Halil Khan Koroglu.
Yeah, really looking forward to seeing how this lad does if he comes into the open weight events later on in the year or gets in a crew boat. Turkey really riding the waves at the moment as we listen to their national anthem. And I don't think that will be the last time we hear the national anthem of Turkey at this Under-23 World Championships here in Poznan.
No, the crews from Turkey are really, on good form, and you're of course also referring to the open weight single sculler Martin from Turkey, Mutlu, who had a fantastic performance in the semi-finals, and we'll probably see him near a podium tomorrow when we have that A final.
So lots of expectation here. British flags on the balcony, Swiss cowbells all over the grandstand for the head-to-head in the men's pairs. Switzerland and Great Britain, lanes 2 and 3, but a Turkish pair, Selçuk and Bieber, sure to figure in the race for the medals. There's the boat. 2 athletes, one with a little rudder attached to their foot. Make sure the boat goes down the centre of the lane. And Switzerland and Turkey, the 2 semi-final winners.
Yeah, those 2 crews in the centre lanes, but also that pair from Great Britain, one to watch.
Yeah, definitely. So there are the Norwegians, Axel Vogland and Einar Bjorvik. Bjorvik on the left of your picture. Fantastic, incredible finish. These 2 lads didn't have the best first heat, but they were better in the semi-final. Thought they might go through to beat the Swiss, but they got themselves together on the second half. And these 2 lads, they've been friends since they were 2 years old. Ceric Critchley and his partner Nick Chambers, an Australian dad, Bill, who's here watching.
Yeah, here we have the combination of Bieber and Selçuk from Turkey, also a quality pair. And right beside them we have Vincent Kuhn and Leonardo Rosenquist from Germany. And I'm also very excited to see what this young combination from Greece is able to muster here in the A final. Two 18-year-olds.
Yeah, Chatia Vukastidis in the stroke seats from the Thessalonica Nautical Club. And he's got the blue cap on, you can see just adjusted it there.
And his bowman, Andreas Burkas, there, making sure that bow ball is pointing straight towards the finish. Crews haven't been called to attention just yet.
I mean, this could go any way, really. Britain could win, the Swiss could win, the Turks could win, and then if the Norwegians get a decent middle part of the race, they could be there for the sprint finish. Who'd bet against the Norwegians if they're in contact? And then Germany and Greece will be in the debate too as we go down the course.
Switzerland, Turkey, Germany, Greece. Attention.
Off we go. Quick second and third stroke from the crew from Turkey, really going for it. But look here on the lowest lane here from Greece. A great showing from that young pair of Burkas and Chacha Gustidis. They were quick off the blocks, but yeah, one of the other center lanes here. No surprise to see Switzerland and Turkey going for it as we ride with the pair from Great Britain, already checking to their left to see where the Swiss and the Turkish pairs are.
Two Princeton Tigers, they did really well at the Henley Regatta, making the final. Lost in the final to the Dutch pair, the Rinks brothers.
Look at the gap, the combination of Selçuk and Bieber at the moment. We're just 250 meters gone, and they're already, well, nearly a length margin ahead of Switzerland. Germany doing quite well here. Kuhn and Rosenquist, they are just half a length down, but what a flying start by Turkey.
Yeah, and if you looked at what they did in the heat, they went through the first quarter in 1:33. The Swiss, who won the other heat, went through in 1:35. So I guess this isn't a surprise, and the other crews will know, look, we're going to come back to this Turkish combination.
Yeah, and for these athletes, you know this is the race plan from the pair from Turkey. If you would be in that Swiss crew, Martin, how do you keep your cool in that first 500 meters? Not panicking as you see the crew from Turkey depart.
Well, the Swiss had a 1:35, 1:38, so they had a 3-second fade. The Turks did a 1:33 and 1:39, so they had a 6-second fade. So the Swiss are going to be saying, look, we expect to see the Turkish stern come into our vision. At the moment, the Turks have that lead. To me, the Turks look to be rowing really long. I like the way they're moving. They're the fastest boat on the course. By long, I mean they're getting round the riggers at the front of the stroke team. And they just look really loose and really relaxed. And they're putting distance on the Swiss. The Germans, what do you think about them?
Yeah, the Germans also look really strong and powerful. I would have not expected them to feature so heavily in this first half of this race, but you can already see the grimace here on the face of Enes Bieber, the stroke man of that Turkish pair. And I think the Germans now starting to feel the strain a bit, whereas Switzerland really coming into their own, and I think they're just about to re-establish contact with that Turkish stern.
Yeah. Swiss are coming back into it. They're tracked by Great Britain to their left, you can see, well ahead of the Norwegians. So there's the German combination. And in the stroke seat, Leonardo Rosenquist. His hero are the Kiwi pair, those New Zealanders who won that fantastic 2 gold medals. Started rowing 11 years ago in Hamburg. It is Turkey through the 1,000, 2 seconds behind to Switzerland and Germany, a further 3.5 seconds back to the British. They will still, the British will be pleased thinking, oh, we're quite close to the Swiss. That's good. But the Turks have taken a flyer.
Yeah, they've gone again. The Swiss Baubel was getting closer and closer. As we see them here, the Nicholas Chambers and Cedric Critchley, of course, racing together. They're from the same club in Switzerland, so they know each other so well.
Yeah, and of course coached by Michel Darville, the Canadian who took the Dutch to gold in Paris and the Canadian women's 8 to gold in Tokyo.
Yeah, so that's a great bit of experience to have, and she will put everything in this crew. But yeah, at the moment though, look at the crew from Great Britain, Martin. They are getting closer to the front of this race.
Yeah, I talked to their coach Pete Shepherd, who runs the under-23 programme for the British team. He said, look, you know, if you look at the times, there are 5 crews that could win this. I think he included the Norwegians. The Norwegians on the top of your picture are going to come back. But there's the Turks. These guys, they're so fascinating. They're from 2 different clubs. Fenerbahce and Galatasaray, 2 rival clubs. Never the 2 shall meet. But these guys, they won the junior pair in Paris. They're in the pair now. They didn't row in Erdina at the under-23s last year in the same crew. I thought this combination was over. But here they are again, Clearwater lead going into the last quarter.
Yeah, they've given themselves a fantastic position here. More than 2.5 seconds ahead of the Swiss, who are in silver medal position. But look at that German Baubel.
Yeah, the German Baubel's there, but the British are coming, the Swiss are coming. The Swiss really, well, the British got through the Swiss at this part of the race yesterday in the semi-final, and then the Swiss just charged past the British in the last 10 strokes. The Turks still have a Clearwater lead. The Germans aren't out of it. I think even the Norwegian heroics aren't going to get them into a medal. The white boat on the top of your picture.
Yeah, but the Swiss reacting, but the highest boat speed is with Great Britain, and they are pushing into that silver medal position. The Turks are not fading just yet, Martin. They're still clinging in there for the gold medal, and here go the Swiss. They go once more. The Swiss take it up to 40 strokes a minute, and look at the Germans also finding a bit more speed in the closing stages.
Yeah, so the field is coming back to the Turks, but they're in the red boys now. It's going to take a lot for these crews to get through the Turks. The Germans, though, they haven't read the script. Vincent Kuhn in the bows is calling, and the Germans are charging, the Swiss are charging. I think they might have the measure of the British in the last 10 strokes.
Yeah, it's going to be oh so close. The Turkish pair is still clinging on to the medal, the gold medal here. And look at the Germans. But Turkey will take the gold medal, but it's too close to call, Martin. 3 abreast for the minor medals.
3 abreast for the minor medals. I'd call that Britain, Switzerland and Germany a little bit out of it, but I do not know. Turkey have found out. They have won the gold medal, a second gold medal for Turkey. These boys are used to winning gold medals. They won it in 2023 when the juniors were in Paris. But Britain 4th, I got that completely wrong. So the times are saying that Germany got the silver, Switzerland took the bronze, and Britain rode out of a medal team.
I'm stunned. I'm lost for words, Mike, because I thought Great Britain was in there for the medals, but
we don't have a bubble line here. We can't tell what the finish is. We don't have a line on the screen. I kind of think it makes it more exciting. There's the judge's verdict.
Yeah, so Turkey take the gold medal ahead of the crew from Germany. A fantastic race by Kuhn and Rosenqvist. And then bronze goes to Switzerland, who narrowly kept the British at bay for that bronze medal.
So the crowd enjoyed that sensational finish. They obviously aren't sure of who the medalists are until the results flash up on the screen. And so exciting to see that contest in the men's pairs. The pair from Turkey add another gold medal to that one by Halil Khan Koroglu in the under-23 lightweight men's single sculls. So this is the medal ceremony for the women's pairs, I think. So, presenting the medals, we see World Rowing Executive Committee member Matthias Binder. Ready to give the gold medal. Sorry, the bronze medal.
Yeah, the bronze medal to Denmark, represented by Clara Hornas and Frida Voldager.
21 and 19. Great future in this sport. Those two women, I'm sure of that. And they're certainly enjoying the spotlight, aren't they?
Yeah, they are. Here are the silver medalists from Austria, Lisa Zedmeier and Laura Svoboda.
Yeah, and Svoboda's heroines are Emma Twigg, the great New Zealand Olympic gold medalist and silver medalist, and Magdalena Lobnig of Austria, took the bronze, of course, in Tokyo. Great heroines to have to look up to.
And here are the gold medalists from the Netherlands, Ilva Bonen and, of course, Mark van der Wal. And we saw a few supporters from Mark van der Wal on the grandstand with the flag from GIAS, the student club from Groningen.
Yeah.
And look at how tall these two Dutch athletes are.
Striking, because how tall were the Dutch women in the four that took gold in Paris? Anyway, let's listen to the national anthem of the Netherlands. So, the Dutch national flag goes to those two women, and I'm sure somewhere in America they're shouting, "Hook 'em, ladies," which is the kind of motto of the Texas Longhorns, where these two women attend school.
As you can see, some of the Dutch fans on the grandstand.
Great pictures, those, in the wake of a medal presentation. Such an achievement for these athletes, such an achievement for all these athletes to be here. I'm only sorry we can't see all of the athletes in these events that we're watching throughout. Obviously, you know, the entries here have been fantastic. I think it's been a record, the number of crews. We're now going to watch another bow tie.
Yeah, we go to the women's double sculls, and after the heats of Wednesday and the semi-finals yesterday, it is a final time for 6 crews. As we ride the drone back to the start, we have the Netherlands, France, Poland, Greece, Romania and Germany contesting this A final. As we can see here, the Dutch, Jente Jongsma in the bow seat on the right-hand side, and in the stroke seat we have Federa van der Molen. Next to them, France, Mila Massimin and Jean Roche.
French having a great championships here. Anna Kilbenko just slapping her face there, the 20-year-old, and Yulia Jevits, so experienced, raced in the World Cup at Lucerne. Senior event, got a bronze medal.
And talk about experience. We have Dimitra Kontu from Greece, together with Varara Likontiu.
Yeah, Kontu, of course, with that Olympic bronze medal in Paris in the lightweight event. Maria Lara Dimitro just looking round there, the Romanian And Bianca Camilla Ifteni, just 18 years of age in the stroke of that boat, Tim.
Yeah, and here we see the German combination of De Vries and Burgdorf, the same combination we saw racing in Lucerne earlier this year. Already on the starters' orders.
Germany. Attention.
Here we go. We expect.
Oh, look at the Greeks!
Yeah, I was about to say we expect a fast start from the Greek double, Martin.
I took your line away, but it was breathtaking to see. So the two semi-final winners were Greece and Poland, and the Greeks exploded out at the start.
Yeah, they really were quick off the mark, and look at the speed they are developing at the moment as we ride with the double from Romania, as we look to Ifteni, who is setting the pace there at a comfortable 42 strokes a minute. But the Greeks, early leaders with just 150 meters gone in this race. So there's plenty of time still to row. One of the crews I would like to draw your attention to is that crew from France, Martin. A new combination compared to the double who raced at the under-23s last year. But they've been having a great championship so far. And at the moment they are in silver medal position, just ahead of the crew from Poland.
Yeah, the French crew, of course, Jean Roche, with that silver medal from the juniors when they were held back in Plovdiv in Bulgaria. And the French have really nurtured this crew. They're really looking for their under-23s to come through. A lot of the senior athletes, post-disappointment of Paris, have stopped. Antonio Maragiovanni has now come to French team and said, I want this training centre in Vers-sur-Marne near Paris, and if you want to row in the national team, you've got to go. So they've got to change from their regional centres. It's a big disruption. Going through the 500 though, it's the fast starting Greeks leading the French. Poland, one of the favourites to take gold here, in third place at the moment. I would not rule the Poles out of it at any stage in this race.
No, I think they are unfazed at the moment, knowing full well they are one of the quickest boats here in the A final. But the Greeks, yeah, look at the speed. You can see it on the graphic here, that they are the quickest boat on the water. France now slightly fading a bit. The French and the Polish more or less level for silver and bronze. And the Germans fourth, just ahead of the Netherlands and Romania. Romania, a bit of a surprise to see them that far back at this stage of the race.
Yeah, I have to say I agree with you. Romania just out of shot there on the left of your picture. You can see the Dutch crew there furthest on the right of your screen, the French in second place. Challenged by the Poles, but the flying Greeks, of course, Dimitri Contu won that bronze medal in the Paris Olympics with Zoe Fitsu, and of course Zoe Fitsu got into the double there. Well, there we can see Braveva Likometru, the 18-year-old. How do they get these youngsters to scull so quickly? Gianni Postiglione, who runs that program for Greece, he's such a talent for finding young athletes. Dimitri Contu rode with Zoe Fitsu, and of course the Greek double, sorry to repeat this, Tim, but they beat the Dutch just by centimetres at the Henley Regatta in the Stoner Challenge Cup, Anastasiadou and Fitsu. Yeah. And the Greeks are flying in whatever combination they put out.
Yeah, it's such an impressive Greek crew, and we had a wonderful shot from the back of that Greek crew. You could just see those blades moving into the water, perfectly synchronous. There was nothing to distinguish. If you looked at that crew, it was such clean blade work as we ride with the home favourites from Poland.
Yeah, I think they have a more upright style, slightly less sort of long round the front of the stroke, but very, very punchy, Tim.
Yeah, very punchy rhythm, and if anything, they're getting closer to the Greeks. I mean, the Greeks have stopped moving away from the rest of the field in this third 500. We already passed halfway, and the fast starting crew from France now slipping further back into bronze medal position. And just outside of the picture, you can see the Germans and the Dutch also putting the pressure on the French for that bronze medal at the moment. Romania still clinging on, but not really in a place to challenge for the medals as we ride with the German combination here, Martin.
Yeah, Charlotte Bergdorf, she's there on the right of your picture. This crew coached by Ralph Holman. Both of them raced in Lucerne. I think they finished in the C final in Lucerne at the Senior World Cup. Johanna Debus, the 21-year-old, more experienced behind Bergdorf. Great shot of that German crew there.
Yeah, I think the Germans now are, well, decisively moving into bronze medal position compared to the French. French fading a bit, I feel, at the moment. Or the Germans going for a big push.
Tim, the Poles have got to have an overlap going into the last 500 metres. Otherwise, it's game over for the Poles. I'm going to say that. They need to get the gap down to under 10 metres. It's not, to me, the Greeks are absolutely going to take this event.
Yeah, and the Greeks will know that the Poles will make a big move and they'll have to sprint early, and they will see that coming, and they have every opportunity to react. I mean, the Greeks are rowing at a high rate of striking, but we have seen that 38, 39 strokes a minute from Greek crews all season long, and these two are flying towards the finish. If anything, they are at least matching the Poles. The Poles not really able to get closer to that Greek crew.
Yeah, Germany really challenging Poland for that silver medal in yesterday's semi-final. It was the Poles who had the quickest last quarter, 1:44 to the Greeks 1:45. But that difference is not going to be enough. The Greeks are flying towards a gold medal. Look at how long they are. They look beautifully tight together. Easy off the finish, just letting that boat run forward. But here's the German charge.
Yeah, the Germans are charging. They are really putting the muscle in this. It's power, power, power. All these crews are 40 strokes a minute, but the Germans quicker than the Polish double in the center lane, so they might get that silver medal. Greece also feeling the pressure a bit, but they still look long and strong.
So it's the Greek double. You can see from our drone shot in the centre there are just 100 metres left to go in this final of the under-23 women's double sculls. Greece have led from the very first moments of this race. Germany coming back, Poland coming back. The race is now closing up on Greece as we come to the finish line. I think it's going to be too little too late. The Poles are closing. They will take the silver medal. Greece take the gold. Poland the silver. Germany take the bronze. Celebrations from Charlotte Bergdorf, the German stroke woman, because they have got that medal ahead of the French, the Dutch and the Romanians, and you can see what a bronze medal means to them. The Greeks absolutely destroyed with the effort they put into it.
Yeah, but flawless execution from that Greek double. I mean, it was racing well above their age group in terms of precision, in terms of technique, and they kept their heads cool in that crucial final 150 meters where the Poles and the Germans were charging. And in the end, there was almost a full second for the Greeks ahead of Poland and Germany.
Generally, times have been about 8 or 9, 10 seconds slower than the world's best times. Maybe there was a bit of current at the under-23s last year. The Romanians who won that and set a world's best time, 6:46, and the Greeks are only something like 5 or 6 seconds off that world's best time. That's how quick that race was, Tim.
Yeah, it was really impressive. And of course, these crews also helped by the tailwind conditions. But yeah, here we see the official results, 6:51.63 for the Greek, and almost a full second ahead of Poland and Germany for the medals. As we move to the victory ceremony of the under-23 men's pair.
So we are looking at the medal presenter there, co-opted council member Masakuni Zabuchi, presenting the cuddly toy, Adrian Moksutski. He does so much work with the timing and electronics around here, the organising committee.
Here's the bronze medal for Switzerland. Switzerland represented by Cedric Critchley and Nicholas Chambers.
Yeah, Cedric inspired by Alex Hill and Tom George. Nick Chambers, his dad, Bill, is out here. Might try and get a beer with him in the square tonight, coached by Michel Darville. They could have won gold, but that race was, you know, there were great pairs in that race. Britain not even making a medal, so I think for them to win a bronze.
Fantastic performance, as is the performance by the Germans of Vincent Kuhn and Leonardo Rosenquist from the Münster and Alemannia clubs.
Yeah, and Vince Kuhn, again, he was another of the athletes who said his biggest challenge was handling university and rowing, but still getting in the recovery. He's the man on the right of your picture, and he's obviously done that successfully.
Yeah, and here are the winners of the gold medal, Turkey. Great race by Ani Timur Selçuk and Enes Biber to take the gold. Fantastic race, and as we said before, going out so quickly in the first 500, gutsy stuff.
Yeah, so Selçuk, the first of those two guys from Turkey, from the Fenerbahce club, and Enes Biber from Galatasaray. Great to see them both rowing together in the same boat. Proud moments for the 6 athletes that we can see there.
Wondering if this gold medal will do anything to bring those two rival clubs a bit closer together.
Yeah, there's got to be a lot of luck between them now.
Yeah.
I think. You know, you do have these, you know, we were talking about rival clubs. I mean, it used to be, in my day, Leander and Thames Tradesmen from Great Britain, the working class in the sort of public school club, not so much these days, but Partizan and Red Star, they had a crew rowing together in the European Championships, the Serbians, and now from Fenerbahce and Galatasaray. Great to see how sport breaks down barriers.
Just 3 more A finals to go, and we move straight into the action for the under-23 men's double sculls. Already lined up at the start: Lithuania, Ireland, France, Italy, Portugal and Germany, and great lineup here.
Yeah, the Lithuanians, Jonas Saprovicius looking round there, the 21-year-old, Mantas Rialba, really got a lot of experience for such a young guy. Martin O'Grady in the bows, Donna Claffey in the stroke seat. And Martin O'Grady's sister Anna will be wearing the green vest for the juniors later on this year.
France, represented by Hugo Roch and Martin Bauer in lane number 3, and right beside them the Italians with Marco Prati in the stroke seat with the shades, and behind him, of course, Josef Marvicu.
So the fastest 2 scullers in the Portuguese team, Pedro Rodriguez and Tom Neves, coached by Jose Villino, overseen by John West, former British 8s coach, and 2 Germans, Ole Hernese on the left of your picture, just looking around 18 years of age, and Timo Stracher, the former lightweight, who had a fantastic race in St Catherine's last year to win the
Germany
World Championships.
Attention.
I'd say Germany went off really well there.
Yeah, I'd say Germany going well, and a very quick 2nd and 3rd stroke from these 2 athletes. France absolutely flying out of the blocks here, and the French 55 strokes a minute, Martin.
Yeah, and Marco Prati, the Italian, they have this thing from the guy who learned to row from the Ravenna club. His hero's Bruno Rossetti, took bronze in the Olympics back in Tokyo. in the Italian four, also from the same club in Ravenna. But they have this thing where they look down, his head goes down. I don't know whether that helps them get the rating higher, but I kind of want his head more upright, I guess, or more up in the bow.
Yeah, but it might be a sort of a personal preference. I mean, I could imagine it keeps you a bit more centered in a way, but yeah, we're in the second 250 now, and a good start. Look at the Irish, the double from the Emerald Isle, now leading in the opening stages. And going with them, that crew from Lithuania, tracking them very nicely. France also now coming a bit to the fore. And the quick starting Germans, the combination of Strache and Hohensee, despite that very quick first few strokes, Martin, now already feeling the strain a bit. And the Irish really taking this by the scruff of the neck.
Yeah, the heat winners, of course, Italy and France, semi-final winners, should I say. But Ireland going through in 1:29, that's something like at least a second quicker than the French went through in the semi-final. And of course, with Ireland, you can't help think of Dominic Casey took Paul O'Donovan and Fintan McCarthy to 2 Olympic gold medals, and of course Phil Doyle and Dara Lynch to Olympic bronze medal in the open weight category. And this is another fantastic double. O'Grady from Kilcombe and Dona Claffey from University of Galway. Who expected them to have, is that a clear water lead they've got?
They're about to get a clear water lead, and that's an amazing pace being set by the Irish with Martin O'Grady in that bow seat, making his international debut here together with Claffey, who is slightly more experienced, having raced the quad last year at the under-23s. But you're right, Martin, they pushing out to a clear water lead, and the Italians now finding a bit more pace together with the Portuguese.
Yeah, well, Anna, his sister, who's going to be racing in the juniors in Trakai, she's not here. There we see Dona in the stroke seats, student from Galway University, taking a look across. Great start so far. They're so powerful that, you know, you could see his body. It's such a muscular, barrel chest.
Yeah, you could see the muscle cross-section nearly, and here the quick, the fastest two single scullers from Portugal, a bit more fluid, not as much power base, but they really moved that double very effectively, the Portuguese, moving into second place at 1,000, and the Italians going with them bronze at the moment.
Yeah, the Portuguese were rode out of winning their semi-final by the French yesterday. I think they caught a little crab. That's the blade, unfortunately caught the water, and it meant the French took that win in the semi-final, but Portugal moving smoothly through. I'd have to say, in terms of the Portuguese there, okay, so you can see the sculler there, Tom Neves, the 18-year-old. His hero is Pedro Faga, the great Portuguese lightweight sculler, and Pedro Rodriguez behind him, the 19-year-old. John West, I was out for dinner with John and Jose last night, the Portuguese coaches, and to my money, the Portuguese have got such smooth, easy fluidity in terms of their movement. The Irish have put a lot of effort in. It was quite power-based rowing, but I think now in the second half of this race, we're going to see some other crews, maybe the French come into it, the Italians too. Portuguese, I think, are going to take the lead.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martin. The Portuguese now pushing through, opening up a couple of feet ahead of the Irish. And it's so important in this stage of the race to remain loose and connected.
And Portugal don't have a lot of money for their rowing programme. There aren't too many rowers in Portugal. This is why it's so important for these guys. And we saw the Portuguese single sculler, you know, qualifying the semi-final today. He's the third fastest Portuguese. These two are the quickest. And they go through 1,500 metres with less than a second lead over the Italians, who are charging now. They come back into the picture. It's Portugal, it's Italy, and the Italians, Marovicic and Prati, are really starting to charge.
Yeah, look at the grimace on the face of the two Italians here. Marco Prati setting 39 strokes a minute, and just outside of the picture, the French are also flying towards the line. But the French are struggling a bit, I feel, and the Italians moving back at the Portuguese at the moment, and the fast-starting Irish now feeling the strain. And look at that crew from France, Martin. They are coming back into the medals.
They are coming back. The Irish are not out of it. The Portuguese have made their move. Was it too early, too soon? They're in the last 250. It is the Italians who are charging. Vukovic, who learned to row at San Giorgio, just near Venice, and Marco Prati from the Ravenna club. We spoke about that. Their bow hits the front.
Oh yes, their bow hits the front. It's just 100 meters to go, and they may have done enough because I don't see a massive acceleration coming from the Portuguese. And look at the crew from Germany. No, that's not Germany, that's Portugal. But the Italians have it at the moment.
Yeah, the Portuguese are getting rowed out of it. The Germans are through them as they come to the line. There's 6 boats, all in a race. It's impossible to tell. The Irish have come back into it. Italy take the gold, Ireland the silver, and I think Germany take the bronze. Portugal miss out on a medal. I could not call that. We'll have to wait for the official results. The Italians know they've won. How did you see that, Tim?
Yeah, I'd say Germany was surged on the line, and indeed confirmation here that Germany have been given the silver medal. Ireland just 1/100th of a second, Martin.
How did they find that last 500? I thought they were done with the effort they put into the first quarter, Tim.
Oh, and such disappointment for the Portuguese combination.
And they had a medal until the German charge, and you know, fantastic for them and Anna Reichsbacher, their coach, that these two guys could really put it together. Timo Straka, who knows how to win close races. He did that in the lightweights. He won that place on the podium today. Italy take the gold, Germany the silver, and Ireland the bronze. Wow, that was exciting. There's the Portuguese, absolutely gutted. Really feel for them.
They were so close until that late charge where the entire field was, well, Constantina back into each other, with the Italians having done just enough to get the gold ahead of Germany.
I don't think the Portuguese could have done any more. I mean, they made a great move, they were sculling well. You know, it's just the competition. And literally, Tim, there were 6 crews overlapping each other as we came up to the finish. If we had another replay, look at the replay and see how close it was. What's the margin between those?
Yeah, so
6 crews.
6 crews within, well, only Lithuania was out of it, but the top 5 crews were within a second and a half of each other.
Yeah. And even Lithuania, you know, not so far off. What an event, what a race. Chance to catch our breath now for the medal ceremony of the women's double sculls. Under 23 women's double sculls, and we have the medal presenter there, who is World Rowing Council member Rebecca Orr, presenting the goats, Aneta Gorechka.
And a bronze medal going to Germany, of course. The late charge from Charlotte Bergdorf and Johanna de Boes, which saw them get a famous bronze medal.
And another late charge from the men too.
Yeah. They look very happy getting that bronze medal. And here are the silver medalists from Poland. Anna Klibenko and of course Julia Rowiczewicz.
Yeah, Klibenko comes from Gdansk in the north of Poland, and her partner from Warsaw, the capital. Congratulations, appropriate handshake.
And here's the gold medal, Greece. We have, of course, Dimitra Kontu and Varvara Likomtu from that fantastic race by them, leading from pillar to post.
Yeah, and their average age is, well, you know, it might be 18 3/4, or you know, they're 18 and 19, you know, the youngest double in the race, as we listen to the group national.
Nice round of applause for these athletes, and the Greeks look very happy. They were a bit more neutral when the national hymn was playing, but you can see the elation on the faces of the two Greek athletes, and of course Germany and Poland being very happy as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the relative sizes of these athletes. Kontu, the Greek athlete on the right, looks really very slight compared to her competitors from Germany and Poland. And certainly if you think of her compared to the size of the Dutch women's pair, you know.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, she raced as a lightweight at the Paris Olympics, but still, I mean, in terms of power-to-weight ratio, she must be up there.
Yeah, this is the year the lightweights are making it count in the open weight division, because lightweight rowing it's been replaced in the Olympics by the beach sprint event for the Los Angeles Games. So lightweights are now showing the heavyweights that perhaps they know how to make boats go faster. And Kontu certainly an example of that.
Two more races remaining in today's program, and the penultimate race is the Under-23 Women's 4.
Yeah, some famous names in this event, which we'll talk you through.
So we have 6 crews: the United States of America, furthest away from you, then Romania, Great Britain, France, New Zealand, and Spain closest to the all-camera position.
So the USA crew, coached by Sarah Trowbridge, who's partner of Brian Volkenheim. There's the Romanians, Gabriela Tivaradu in the 2 seat, just going forward there. Her sister is an Olympic champion, Maria Lahaci, in the Romanian women's 8.
Yeah, and here is that very quick crew from Great Britain. Did very well in the semi-final yesterday. But quickest to qualify for this A-final, Martin. Surprise to many, the French.
Yeah, Mia Busquet up in the bows. Her dad won a silver in Atlanta Olympics in the 4. Her mum's 10-time national champion, Gilles and Aurore. The Kiwis, a lot of hopes rested on this boat, Tim.
Yeah, excited to see what they can bring here in the A-final. And again here, a crew from Spain. And this was also quite a rapid crew from the semi-finals yesterday, but they are on the outside lanes. So they will feature, I think, in the first half of this race, because they tend to be quite quick out of the start. But
Great Britain won this event last year. The under-23s, New Zealand took a silver. Australia, who will not contest this final, took bronze.
Attention.
Green light and a nice and even start. No crew really shooting out of the blocks, and a good start by Great Britain. Quite patient first strokes from Great Britain, and then they take it up the reins.
I really love that patient first stroke. I think, you know, if you look at the 8s in the Olympics, the men's 8s, they were really patient on the first stroke, all of those boats. And I think that's the way to move a boat. So apologies to the Italians and Greeks who probably try and get, you know, a few centimetres on the first stroke. So leading out, it is Great Britain, and in second place, it is the Romanians. But anything could change at the moment. New Zealand, I think, just in bronze medal position. Easy to spot them in that black boat, Tim.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what the Kiwis can bring to this A-final. But if the same strategy is followed by the crew from Great Britain, we will see them move out to almost a full length at 500, as they did yesterday in the semi-final.
And then what we're going to see, if you're watching this in New Zealand, we hope you're enjoying this and you're maybe on the edge of your seats. The Kiwi crew will come back in the second half of this race. Guarantee that when they go through the 1,000 or just before that, they will find some extra pace and they will force their bows back into contention for a podium position. But already, Tim, they're in silver medal position.
Yeah, good start by them. They may have gone for a slightly different race strategy here in the A-final, because they will have seen that semi-final. They will have seen Great Britain race, and they may have just thought, well, we might do a bit more in the early stages to make sure we remain in contact with the GB4.
Yeah, so Britain out in front at the moment, coached by Helen Brown, who's doing a fantastic job. And the 4 British athletes, or 3 of them, are from American universities. Maddie Greenstock from Stanford, Imogen Cabot from Yale, who took the 1v title, the NCAA. She rode in the 4 seat of that 8. Fantastic crew. Ellie Hutchinson from Syracuse and Jess Martin from University of London, King's College. And they're the 4 athletes in that British boat, striding out for the moment. They will take margin up to 1,000 metres, and then let's see what the Kiwis can do, Tim.
Yeah, I think the Kiwis are still poised in that silver medal position, but the Romanians and the United States of America are going toe-to-toe now for that bronze medal position.
Yeah, it's interesting. The race is on that left-hand side of your screen, and the French, who are one of the crews favoured to make a medal podium, they are kind of in no person's land. They're kind of in the middle. They don't have another crew to actually push off. All they can see is the Spanish behind them, but they're over a few lanes to their left. Britain, of course, can look back at the whole race unfolding behind them. Here come the New Zealanders. I think they're making a move before the Cape.
Yeah, I think you're right, Martin, but GB have moved out to almost full length at the halfway mark. There's just a tiny bit of overlap with the Kiwi bow ball there, and I think the French are moving back at it as we ride with that rhythm there being set by Jessica Martin in the stroke seat of the GB4.
Yeah, and of course the 4 was won at the under-23s last year in St Catherine's, stroked of course by Jess Martin, and this will be deja vu for the King's College athletes. What could the Kiwis do? To my way of thinking, they are the ones that could challenge the British as we come into the finish. I'm not sure the Romanians have quite got the sprint to do it, but you never know. The French seem out of the picture now, Tim. Have the USA got something to offer on that far side?
Oh, the USA crew is an interesting crew, combining the best of Texas, Stanford and Princeton. But here are the Kiwis as we ride with Meg Flanagan here in that stroke seat. And that looks a polished crew to me, and they'll know what they're in for in that, third 500. And usually we see the Kiwi crews making a move at this stage of the race.
Yeah, Meg Flanagan and Nicole Campbell originally started off in American universities at SMU, Southern Methodist University, transferred to Tennessee. And the 2 women in the middle of that boat, Maddie Parker and Zoe Kemp, both Huskies from University of Washington. But Britain continued to move away. I don't think we saw the best of the British boat in yesterday's semi. Do you think they were keeping something under wraps, Tim?
Yeah, but that was, I think, in the last 200 metres where they sort of allowed the rest of the crews to come back at them. But here they've just kept on going. It's more than 3.5 seconds back to Romania now in silver medal position, ahead of the Kiwis now. And the USA, it's a tall order for the Americans to get back in the medals, but here are the Romanians.
And you can see Tivarado just one in from the right of your picture. The young 18-year-old's been the subject of lots of offers from top American universities offering her scholarships. Can the Romanians keep her, or will Tivarado go stateside, as so many of the women in this under-23 World Championships have? It is them who take the silver medal challenge. Don't think they can catch Britain. The Kiwis maybe can catch the Romanians. Looks to me to be the 3 podium crews there.
And look at the speed of the Spanish here in lane number 6. They've really come back into this, and they are putting the pressure on the Kiwis here. Fantastic sprint, and they're one of the quickest boats out on the water, but the fastest of them all is the Romanians. Love how flat that stern is, Martin. But the Kiwis here are feeling the heat from the Spanish.
They could get rowed out of it. Emma Alimbu Boras, the 20-year-old, studies at the Ohio Buckies, just like that great Spanish Olympian Ina Sid did. And they are charging. The Kiwis are holding them off. We're coming up to the finish. It is a fantastic goal from Britain. You heard the hooter there. Romania will take the silver. New Zealand have just done enough to hold off Spain and the USA, and France come in 6th place. Thoughts on that race?
Well, I think Great Britain kept the best for last. They didn't show what they were capable of in the heats or the semi-finals, and here in the A-final they did what they did best, and a good time as well. It was 6:29, 7 seconds of World Championships best time here, so great performance by GB. Romania, I think, did very well to get the silver medal. And the Kiwis, I think they went for the gold, but they'll have to settle for the bronze here.
Yeah, extremely polished and competent display by the British. We're seeing the best of some of the British crews in these finals. Romania rode above themselves to take that silver medal. The Kiwis did so well to hang on to the charges. They had that move 1,000 metres, maybe just before, but they really had to work in the last part. See how delighted these young Romanian women are. Splashing the water there in the bows. Daria Ioana Dinilescu, 21-year-old. All these women have won medals in either Paris Juniors or, you know, under 23s last year.
We go to the medal ceremony of the men's double sculls.
Axel Müller, he's had a little go at presenting this already. We saw him present the medal for the para men's PR3 men's single event, and accompanying him this time is Maciej Garski, who is the representative of the city of Poznan. The symbol of Poznan are those two goats that bash each other together.
Here are the bronze medalists from Ireland, Martin O'Grady and Donna Claffey.
And if you're watching Anna at home, Martin's little sister, we hope that you've enjoyed watching your brother do so well, and we wish you all the best for the championships in Trakai. What's it, a couple of weeks' time? 2 weeks? 2 weeks' time.
Here are the silver medalists from Germany, Ola Hohensee and Timo Stracher.
Great finish from those lads. Timo Stracher was involved in an electrifying final in the World Championships last year. So composed, and he basically held off the challenges in the lightweight singles. But these guys
from Italy, Marco Prati and Josef Margucci.
So Prati from the Ravenna club, now sculls for Fiamme-Gioli. A lot of the top oarsmen, they changed the club that they started at for the Fiamme-Gioli as a kind of, you know, elite level club. And Mia Vucic from that little club near Venice. And once more we hear the Italian national hymn.
Absolutely chuffed, Martin. The two young Italians, world under-23 champions.
And the crowds having been entertained royally with these fantastic races. Just a little shout out on social media. Martin, can you give any Kate Hutchinson's old club, band, rowing club in Coleraine, a mention? And of course, that's just what we are here to do, Jemima. Thank you for contacting us on social media. The Italians complete with their goats, tucked into their own suits. That is a fair old moustache slash beard.
It's an impressive handlebar moustache, probably, or well, perhaps an homage to the late Hulk Hogan. As we move, Martin, already towards the final race of the day, the A final of the men's four. A race I think both you and I have been looking forward to.
Yeah, this is going to be a sensational race. Germany, Romania, Great Britain, USA, Australia, and closest to us, Spain. Stories in all these fours. We'll try and tell some of those stories as they go down the course.
Here we have the crew from Germany, stroked by Maximilian Böll, the strokeman from the Speyer Rowing Club in Berlin. You can see him with the physio tape on his shoulder, and right beside the Germans is the crew from Romania, with two double European champions in the stern of that crew. Here is probably the favourites, Martin, Great Britain.
Yeah, George Lackland in the stroke seat, won at Henley, Prince Albert Cup, just a few days ago. I don't know if they're the favourites. These guys from the States, such a powerful crew. And the very distinctive hairstyle of Sam Sullivan, the Bostonian in the two seats.
Yeah, he stroked the 8th last year in St. Catharines, as we have in lane number 5, the green and gold from Australia.
The Rosellers aiming to upset the upper cart here and get in front of Britain and the USA.
And another Spanish 4 here in the A final, stroked by Eric Pastor and Jorge Knabe in the bow seat, the former lightweight. Ooh, quick start, Martin. The buzzer is on. A fast bow there from the Romanians in lane number 2. Great Britain also quick out of the blocks. But the powerhouse that is the crew from the United States of America, not far behind.
Yeah, I mean, the tension between Britain and America is so cool. But look at the Spanish started, struck by Eric Pastor. This is the crew that won the juniors a few years back, the whole crew. Eric Pastor stopped rowing for 3 years. He's been open about the mental problems that he faced. Last August he started rowing again. The hardest part of the year for him has been coming back from 3 years without rowing. Well, Eric, it's fantastic to see you out there stroking the Spanish 4. They're the crew on the right of your picture, and they briefly led the race. They're certainly in a podium position in these early stages, Tim.
Yeah, great start by the Spanish, but we see in the centre lanes 3 and 4 now, the USA and Great Britain now starting to show their bow balls out in front. And I have to say, Great Britain versus the United States of America, it's going to be a great tussle all the way down to the line. And let's not forget the Aussies, the green and gold, also hunting for a medal. Coming up to 500, Martin. Too close to call, but it looks
too
good.
Close. I call it for the Americans going through 500 metres first. Yeah, 1:25, lightning quick time, I think, through the first 500 metres for this boat, and we are going to be served up with a fantastic contest. The Australians still got work to do, the Spanish still up there, but the crew on the far side from Germany, it's nice to see them being so competitive, Tim.
Yeah, and this is not even the top crew from the German squad. That is the men's 8, but they did very well to make this a final, and they are showing themselves very well here in the second 500. But Great Britain push, and then the USA respond. The USA now narrowly leading the crew from Great Britain, just a couple of feet separating the top 2 crews.
And there's the USA crew. They look beautiful. They look smooth. It's interesting. These are the top USA athletes. They're coached by Sergio Espinoza, who runs the 3rd 3v8 at University of Washington. And, you know, they have really gone out. They won the Olympic title in the men's 4s. And now it seems they want to win the world title in the under-23 fours. Tim.
Yeah, and it's a lovely rhythm, Martin, being set there by Ryan Martin. It's a lovely flowy rhythm. The boat doesn't get checked that much at the front end, and they are pushing out to almost a canvas lead now ahead of Great Britain.
Yeah, the Californian setting a great rhythm, but behind him he's got Wilson Morton from the Cal 2v8, the Golden Bear, and we hope that if you're watching this in America that you are enjoying this, particularly Scott Franston, the coach of Cal, looking at his man there, just eking out on the British. And the British will have been going full gas. I think, you know, maybe they won't be put off. Will Fletcher, the Durham University lead coach, is so experienced. He is the man that is coaching this crew. They've got a couple of American students in the middle of that. Ocean James from Cal again, and the big man Isaac Duran from Brown University in the 3 seat. But America moving out, and they look so cool. Just look how long they are, Tim.
Yeah, and the Americans are at 34 strokes a minute compared to the 38 from GB. And they look at the power here coming off the end of the blade here. All the watts being delivered to the water so effectively.
Yeah, that's Lyle Donovan from Milton, Georgia. Sam Sullivan, we talked about him, from Boston, Massachusetts. Wilson Morton from Summit, New Jersey, and the Californian from Newport Beach, Ryan Martin, in the stroke seat. Nobody's going to touch them, are they?
No, well, it's the GB are going for a push right about now. We're approaching already at 1500, Martin. But look at the Spanish here, outside of the picture, but they have pushed on phenomenally in that third quarter. Silver medal position here.
A sensational row from the Spanish boat. You can see them on the right of your screen. Their bows are headed ahead of the Great Britain. This would be a sensation, and the Spanish, if they could find a sprint.
Quickest boats on the water, Martin, here. The Spanish, look at the rhythm there being set by Eric Pastor. Such a fluid, look at those catches. Very nice blade work from the Spanish here.
And Pablo Moreno behind him from Cal. Again, another Cal oarsman making things count in the middle of that boat. The Spanish are coming back on the Americans. We are just in the red, boys. 250 metres to go. They won the gold medal in the juniors. Can these 4 men, Jorge Nab, Juan Palomo, Pablo Moreno and Eric Pastor, win another gold medal?
41 strokes a minute, and Jorge Knabe looking to the Americans, but the Americans are responding to the charge from the Spanish. Less than half a boat length in it at the moment. USA still in gold medal position.
We are in the red, boys. USA are in gold medal position. The British are done. They are being overtaken by the Romanians, coming with a late charge. Could Great Britain be rowed out of a medal? The Spanish are there for silver. Britain are answering the Romanian charge. It's close for the silver and bronze medal. Clear water win by the Americans. It is Spain who take the silver from Romania. Great Britain do not take a medal. That is a surprise. The Australians are going to finish in 5th. Germany in 6th. What a race, Tim.
Oh, what a race, and what a sensational Spanish crew who really put the pressure on these Americans here. But the Americans kept their heads cool, and they got across the line first, just a little over 4 seconds outside of the World Championships best time for the USA. But sensational row by the Spanish. And Romania, late charge from them, sees them clinching the bronze medal ahead of Great Britain.
I didn't talk about Romania at all in that race. I feel quite guilty for doing that now. But Sergiu Anfimov, the 20-year-old, who raced here actually last year in the Poznan World Cup 3 in the Romanian 8. He really used that experience of this course to good effect, didn't he? USA, Spain and Romania, the 3 medalists.
Sensational row by the Americans, and they were absolutely delighted by that win. And you can see, well, we can see, these are the Spanish, I think, recovering, but very happy with that medal. And the outside of the picture, the Americans really chuffed, and thanking all the other competitors for a great race here.
Look at that lad. He has suffered. He has suffered since that 4-1 gold. He stopped rowing. He decided he'd start again, and he's back in this 4. Last August he started. and now he's got a world silver medal to add to his junior gold medal that he won a few years back in Plovdiv.
Yeah, Eric Pastor being so instrumental in providing Moreno, Palomino and Knabe with a fluid rhythm where they could just put in all the energy they have, and what a result for them.
Lovely. Well, 2 medal ceremonies to come now, and don't you go anywhere because these are the new quick versions of the medal ceremony. This is the ceremony for the women's under-23 fours. Thijs Binder is going to present these medals, and the local organising committee member is Anna Weedham.
Yeah, and here come the bronze medalists from New Zealand. They went out very brave, I think, in the first half, but a fantastic medal for Nicole Campbell, Zola Kemp, Madeline Parker and Mag Flanagan.
All 4 of these women studying at US universities. Just the way that the Kiwi team have managed to harness, keep their talent on side to row in New Zealand representative teams, despite them being involved with their schools in America. So come on, he's talking to the Romanians. There they are, Daria Ioanina Dinilescu. There's Gabriela Tivaradu. Will she still be in Romania next year or be in an American school? But her sister Maria, the Olympic champion, rode in the 4-seat of the Romanian 8 that won gold in Paris. Yulia Maria Ursu in the 3-seat. She's just 18 as well. Denise and Christina Alenkai. That's the last one. She is loving that too.
Yeah, look at that. They're so happy with this performance. And they were crossing the line and realizing they had that silver medal. They were just chuffed. But here are the gold medalists, world champions from Great Britain.
Yeah, Maddie Greenstock, Stanford Cardinal, Imo Cabot from Yale that won the NCAAs, and Ellie Hutchinson from that rowing club in Northern Ireland, Bad Rowing Club in Coleraine, and another gold medal for Jess Martin from King's College in the stroke seat.
Here the anthem of Great Britain.
Imo Cabot there in the 2-seat of the British 4. She towers over the rest of her 4 and the other competitors. Such a tall woman.
Yeah, and I think the reason that she is the reason that crew was bucket rigged as opposed to the standard rigging. Yeah, she was really tall, but instrumental in providing, I think, a bit of length and power, and that got them that gold medal. You can see here some very happy fans from GB.
Yeah, and shout out to Helen Brown. I think we mentioned her in commentary. Great to see her skills and expertise coming through, and we love to see female coaches doing well in rowing. More and more of them coming through the juniors, the under-23 levels, and into the senior program. There's the grandstands and the finish tower facilities here at this fantastic course. see the flags just at the bottom of your screen, just blowing down the course, the tailwind conditions that have given us such brave and fast racing. And we are having these beauty shots, I guess, because we just have got little moment to wait while the women get back in their boats. You can see them there on the podium, and the men, I think there are a couple of men's boats in there. I don't know if there are 3 men's boats, but the men's fours have to come in, get out the boat, and then we are going to show you the medal ceremony for the men's fours. And I know that many of you watching in the USA will be thinking, well, here's deja vu, because we watched an American four win the Paris Olympics back in, well, it was probably this month, wasn't it, in 2024. And, one of the standout crews of that Olympics, that boat. And they've done it again here. Credit, I guess, to Josie Verdonschot, who's the chief coach of the American system, who will have overseen this decision to put the best 4 men into the US men's four.
Yeah, and just thinking about what that gold medal meant for the US national team, coming, well, not out of nowhere, because we knew the American four last year was fast. We saw them racing in Lucerne, doing very well. But in terms of what does that sort of gold medal do for a national team, and also for a coach who is behind that success?
It's phenomenal. I think, you know, I don't know if, you know, Nick Mead, Justin Best, Michael Grady or Liam Corrigan are going to carry on the legacy that they've left, not just for guys like this who have seen them and been inspired by them, but for the whole of the American system. It's not a done job yet. I think in terms of America, they've got to get their women winning, back to winning Olympic medals. They were slightly disappointing in Paris. They haven't. Well, let's wait and see tomorrow what happens with the American women's zone. But it's been like a great step in the right direction. I know that Jessie Fogley is doing, you know, fantastic work with the American women, and they had that fantastic result with that 4-stroke by Etta Carpenter, I think, in Lucerne, taking the gold medal. Is that, was I right?
I think you're right in saying that.
Yeah.
Yeah, and those are the sort of the first success stories in a larger narrative building towards the home games.
Of course, you're absolutely right, aren't you? And yeah, the home games, you get a buzz from the home games, but you also get pressure, and the pressure is undoubtedly there for the Americans to deliver. And you know, historically, it is the women who have of late been producing medals for America. But, you know, I think the USA, they've come back into it now. Casey Galvanack did such a great job coaching that four. You've got clubs like California Rowing Club, where Mike Tatey is based, and a lot of the rowers go to California Rowing Clubs at the start of the Olympic cycle, and they get coaching from Tatey, they get coaching from Skip Kilt there, they get coaching from fantastic coaches. Tim McLaren, the Aussie, works there too. And then they feed that into the national team as the Olympics get closer. So you think something right is happening in America.
Yeah, well, we were discussing the other day the impact of the US collegiate system on rowing, especially on women's rowing. I think so many female crews have rowed or are rowing at US universities. So it's a great sort of system that takes in athletes from all over the world, lets them compete against each other, and that also raises the level domestically, I think, in the US, because there's such a high degree of competition there. And that could only improve your own rowers in the long term.
Yeah, well, we've just seen, you know, one of that Yale crew that won the NCAAs win a medal with the British 4 gold medal here. I can't wait to see Nicole Martinez, the Paraguayan sculler, who rode 7 seat in that Yale crew in the women's singles tomorrow. You know, they have such an influence. I think Megan Calmo did the stats for how many American collegiate athletes are here at this championship. So it is phenomenal.
Here we are, the last victory ceremony of today, the victory ceremony of the under-23 men's 4.
So that is World Rowing's CEO, Vincent Gaillard, who will be presenting the bronze medals to the Romanians.
Yeah, the Romanians, Mateusz Simon Kuzminciuk, Eduard Angel Moldovan. In the 2 seat, Andrei Vatamanchuk, and of course Sergiu Anfimov, who is raising his fists in celebration. And of course, all these athletes also presented with the Poznan goat. Here we are. Anfimov, the last to get his medal, the bronze medal. Great race, late surge by them to get the gold medal ahead of the bronze medal ahead of Great Britain. And yeah, next medal, the silver medal, Martin, for me, one of the highlights of this afternoon is that Spanish 4. It is a silver medal for them, for Jorge Knabe, Juan Miguel Palomino, Pablo Moreno and Eric Pastor, and especially the story of Eric Pastor is something that I'll take with me because that's such an amazing story to see him having taken 3 years out of rowing and then coming back last summer and, well, seeing that rewarded with a silver medal. Quite something.
Yeah, and that must feel sweet there.
I think that's a silver medal with a gold lining for him. But here are the gold medalists and world under-23 champions from the United States of America.
Lyle Donovan from Milton, Georgia. Husky as well, rode in the 2V. Sam Sullivan from Penn, Boston, Massachusetts. Can't miss him with that shock of blonde hair. Wilson Morton rode in the Cal 2V from Summit, New Jersey. He's 21. And brilliantly stroked by the IRA champion from the Husky 1V8 from Newport Beach, California, Ryan Martin. He stroked that Husky 8 to an IRA title. He's done the same here, coached by Sergio Espinosa, and there go the Stars and Stripes. And I bet they were the only wet eyes around the lake, the Mountain Lake in Poznan. Ryan Martin, close to tears, stroke of that 4. But home of the brave, those boys were brave the way they took that race on. And their friends, family and supporters in the grandstand. Tim, we're coming near to the end of our presentation now.
Yeah, it's been an exciting first finals day here on Lake Malta in Poznan. Any particular highlight for you?
Yeah, Spanish 4, as you said, Spanish men's 4, great stories. There have been fantastic stories in all of these crews. It's been great to be able to tell the stories today. We're going to try and do that tomorrow, Tim.
Yeah, we start tomorrow at 10 o'clock with the first, of course, the B finals. We start with the women's single scull B final. And then we start the A finals at 11:05, and the first A final will be the women's quadruple sculls.
Yeah, so from Tim Van Vliet and me, Martin Cross, it's been a privilege and a pleasure and fantastic excitement all around to be with you this afternoon. We're going to be with you tomorrow. Tune in again, but for now, it's goodbye from Poznan. The first day of A finals has delivered.